Day one of NBA free agency is upon us as Chat Sports has you covered for the next several days. Harrison Graham, Patrick Siepman with you. We're live 2 hours early because no one else out there is doing that. I can promise you that. Seeps, this is the biggest day of Nickeil Alexander-Walker's life.
Period for the NBA. Even ESPN, they're showing the Wimbledon championship right now. They're not even covering the NBA, but we got you here. We're going to be discussing the Kuminga sign and trade. That's another top storyline. Josh Giddy and the Chicago Bulls. We'll break it all down here, but yeah, NAW, he's probably the top true free agent we have hitting this period. And yeah, if you guys could get down in the comments section, shout out your city for us.
Shout out your city in the comments as Seeps is getting his headset fixed a little bit there.
Perfect.
We are, if you can't tell, we are thrilled to be here. We got Asia Roberson in Brooklyn, King in Chicago. Got some Pelicans fans in the chat from I'm Him Forever. Let's see, Lenoris in Milwaukee, Costa in Indianapolis, Joey in Minnesota. We got Elam, Atlanta. Let's see.
Yeah, Saya in Chicago. It's a diehard Bulls Report viewer. Shout out to you, Brody.
We'll be live on Bulls channel simulcasting in 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes from now. Can't wait.
Can't wait for the Bulls moves. I'm sure AK is all over it.
Shock Giddy hasn't been signed yet. On a serious note, I thought that would have been done, honestly, yesterday during the mayhem of moves we had. The one team I will give a shout out to, I am shocked the Minnesota Timberwolves were able to keep Naz Reid and Julius Randle. I think Julius Randle, him signing that 3 for $100, was pretty much just him kind of saying, or not him, but the Timberwolves kind of saying, you can't go get that money anywhere else. Might as well sign with us here. And it's an interesting dynamic right now, Harry, where it's like all these restricted free agents, these guys with player options, there is no money to be dealt from other teams. Like, the only team with cap space right now is the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah. Detroit's got like $20 million, but that's not enough to do anything crazy.
Yeah, so I don't know. I did like those moves by the Timberwolves. You're bringing back two guys. I mean, what, $55 million or $58 million combined between Naz and Randle. You were able to move off Cat's contract last year, so I like that move for the Timberwolves. But, the biggest move, and I don't know if we'll top this, the Desmond Bane trade. Obviously him, KD, the two biggest names that were dealt this free agency and this offseason. I don't know, Shams was saying earlier today, big things are going to happen in the NBA tonight, but
that's a silver plant statement.
Just get everybody invested. Here we go. There's going to be a LeBron trade tonight. But I don't know, Harry, how'd you feel about this trade let's start off with the Magic side of things.
Yeah, let me just first say, I think what you're going to see now in all seriousness, and it's pretty obvious based on what's happened, this is now a re-sign your own players and trades league.
Yeah.
Free agency is all about mid-level exception, minor moves on the fringes. You're not changing the direction of your franchise in free agency anymore for the most part. So that's number one. And it started with this one. I mean, the Bane trade, I don't want to say completely came out of nowhere. I think there was kind of some thought, okay, is Memphis really just going to kind of stay status quo? Let's face it, Ja and his decisions and then his injury last year just kind of derailed the direction of the franchise. They were the number 1 or number 2 seed like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yep.
Ja's got the gun incidents, which derails that season. Then the next year he comes back and he tears his ACL. That season's lost. This year they were pretty good, but not great. Ja wasn't quite himself. Jaren Jackson in and out of the lineup. It just they fire Taylor Jenkins. You just kind of felt like they were going to make a switch if they didn't make a run in the playoffs. So I like this move for Orlando. I know they gave up 4 ones and a pick swap, but Desmond Bane provides exactly what they need. They needed floor spacing, three-point shooting, and a secondary playmaker. He provides all that. He can defend 1 through 3s. He's still, I think, just 27, 28 years old. So he's had some injuries as well, but when he's healthy, he's become we know he's a marksman from 3, but he's become a pretty good creator as well.
Yeah,
When he came into the league, he kind of just profiled as like a 3-and-D guy, but he's become more than that now.
And also the Grizzlies, they ran the least amount of pick and rolls in the entire NBA this past season. So the fact that Bane was able to average like 5.5 assists per game without running a lot of pick and rolls, I think that was very impressive. And I know everybody, when the trade broke, everybody's like, how the hell are the Magic giving up, necessarily 5 first-round picks for Desmond Bane? Kind of like what you were saying, Harry. This is a transaction league now. Like, if you want to go get that perfect fit, you're going to have to overpay for him. So is it 1 or 2 first-round picks more than I would have liked to give up? Maybe, but they needed shooting. They needed a secondary creator. He is just that. And also, him and Jalen Suggs will be a great defensive backcourt for Orlando. So I like the move, honestly, from both teams. I think the Grizzlies need to kind of reset a little bit. Now they have all types of draft capital, traded up for Cedric Coward. I like that fit in Memphis. So I don't know. Maybe we could see a Jaren Jackson, Ja Morant trade potentially. I doubt it.
I think they're going to keep those 2 guys, would be my guess.
That's the core they kind of build around. But yeah, and then another big deal, obviously. Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets. Keep it simple like this. The Rockets need an ISO scorer. You got probably one of the best ISO scorers that have ever played in the NBA. I like this move for him. And, the Rockets, Harry and I were kind of saying it before we went live. Biggest contender to the Oklahoma City Thunder as it stands right now?
I think so. I like this fit for Durant, too, because, everybody likes to use the cliche, like, oh, bring in a veteran leader type. Like, that's not Durant. But what he is a 25-point guy per night. They needed an isolation scorer. Watching that Rockets-Warriors series, I felt like Houston was a better team. They just couldn't score.
Yeah.
Well, now you have a guy, especially in crunch time, like, hey, we'll just run the offense through KD.
Yep.
There's ISOs with KD. Get a couple shooters around him. It sounds like they're going to sign Dorian Finney-Smith, who opted out of his deal with the Lakers. The heavy chatters that the Rockets are going to offer him a 4-year deal. You get a guy like that to be a 3-and-D sniper off the bench or in that starting lineup. He's kind of a textbook 3-and-D veteran. He can play a variety of roles. I like the fit. I think that I agree with you that after the Thunder, I think the Rockets are the biggest threat to them. They lock in Jabari Smith as well.
Yep.
So they've got a good blend of ascending young talent, a proven veteran scorer in Kevin Durant. If the Finney-Smith thing happens, that's a good kind of just what's the word I'm looking for? Just kind of a hard-nosed vet who's been in the playoff battles and can play a role for you. So I think they're a team to watch this year for sure, to at least be a threat to make the conference finals.
And if we want to talk legacy here for a little bit, Kevin Durant, probably out of every player in the NBA, maybe like a Steph Curry if he would get another ring next season, but I mean, KD, if he wins a ring with the Rockets, he probably jumps in the top 10 player of all time conversations. I think he's already probably borderline top 15. I'd probably say he's for sure top 20 on most lists, but if he would get another ring with Houston, he's probably got the most to – I'd probably say he has the most to gain in terms of all-time legacy heading into the next season, more than LeBron and a guy like Curry.
He's got a flawed resume just because – he's got 2 titles, and you could argue he was the best player on those Warriors teams, but those were always Steph's teams. Everybody knows that. That's even if Steph wasn't the best player, that's how that's going to be viewed. Then he goes to Brooklyn and Phoenix in the last 5 years. He's been completely irrelevant. So if he could add a title, and with the Rockets, even if he's not like the alpha number 1 guy, you could argue he's the best player on the Rockets.
Yeah.
If he were able to bring them a title, a pretty big franchise that hasn't won a title in a long, long time, I agree with you. I think he's got the most to gain out of all these veteran players who are kind of hanging on at the end of their career. Like, what does another LeBron title do? I mean, unless he wins 2 and ties Jordan, I don't know if number 5 adds that much. I guess if he got his 5th one with a 4th team, like – there's been wild trade stuff out there. If he were to get traded and win a 5th title with a 4th different team, like, okay, that'd be unique. But if he just stuck with the Lakers and won another one, I don't know how much that would actually add. Steph, I mean, I guess number 5 again, though, unless it's number 6. I don't know how much that really adds. But if Durant can win one, not with Steph and the boys with Golden State, I think that would mean a lot for his career because a player of his stature should not play for what's essentially been an irrelevant half decade.
100%. And plus, I'm just excited to see him in the playoffs again. Like, we know the Rockets are good enough, even if KD misses the entire season for whatever reason. The Rockets will still be good enough to be in the postseason. We'll probably for sure get them in the second round, bare minimum, I would assume, for the Rockets. So I'm happy for KD. You also got to assume this is very motivated Kevin Durant. I know he's not motivated by rings. He's talked about it. He just wants to improve his game every single day. And that's also why I don't think he's going to just fall off a cliff and he's just not going to be the same guy. Yes, is he not the same guy he was with the Warriors? 100%. But he's still a very, very damn good basketball player. I almost think he's undervalued a little bit, but I think it's a perfect situation for him in Houston.
I mean, offensively, I actually don't think he's dipped at all. The defense is not what it was. There was a stretch where he actually kind of became like a good rim protector there for a while.
Yeah.
He's not going to provide much of that anymore, but there's advanced numbers that show he was arguably the best ISO scorer in the league last year, which, again, is what the Rockets need. The young guys around him can continue to develop, like Amin Thompson. You've got Şengün down low who can continue to play that presence. He was their best player in that series against Golden State. So I like what they got going on right now. I think Houston's got a good blend of young ascending talent and obviously veteran KD, and it looks like Dorian Finney-Smith as well. So I think those are that's a good kind of mixture of ingredients to make a deep run. Oh, yeah, Steven Adams back as well. How could we forget? Anything else stand out here so far as some of these re-signings have gone in? Because you're seeing a lot of this, Seeps, because with the way the CBA is set up, the way these guys can get their most money is to just re-sign because these other teams don't have cap space.
I mean, Chris Middleton opting into a 1-year, $33 million player
Washington.
option. Yeah, I mean, that – I don't blame Middleton at all. Obviously, you're going to take that, but I almost wonder if you're a guy like Chris Middleton, do you just go sign taxpayer MLE? Go sign $4.5 million. Go be off the bench. Go be a scorer and try to win another ring.
See, he's playing the long game, Seeps, because after the trade deadline, he will get bought out.
He will
have gotten most of this money.
That's a good angle.
And he'll still be on a playoff team in 6 months. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Washington Wizards. Marcus Smart, who's it? Chris Middleton.
When we drop buyout candidates, they're going to have about 6 guys.
It's going to be all Wizards. It's going to be all Wizards. But, I mean, obviously Chris, not the same guy
Wizards
he was.
Weekly.
But, 14 games played this past season with Washington.
He's pretty cooked, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he opted in. Like, I get your idea, but it's like
that's his last chance to really get paid.
There's no chance he's touching $30 million, even if he plays 5 more years. So he'll opt in. If he doesn't get traded at the deadline by a team willing to match salary, he will probably get bought out unless he declines a buyout. So
now a bunch of interesting moves on this next list here. Daniel Gafford get a nice little payday from the Dallas Mavericks.
Still allowed to be traded, by the way. The way that the money came in lower the threshold, because if you sign contracts of a certain number, they can't be traded until like after Christmas or whatever. Gafford could still be traded. So like, for the deep theories out there, could LeBron end up in Dallas?
This would help match that.
That would help.
Contract.
You could throw like him, Clay, PJ Washington, and like Caleb Martin for LeBron. I don't think it's going to happen, but he is tradable still technically. So I think it's a pretty good deal. I mean, I think he's been really good with Dallas. I think his value dips a little bit without Luka because his skill set really flourishes as a lob threat there, but he's been a good player for Dallas, so I think this is a pretty good deal.
And also LeBron opting into that $52 million player option, and then a report coming out 2 minutes after saying they're still focused on winning championships. We understand the Lakers are going to a youth movement. It's just LeBron controls the narrative around his name.
He stole the words out of my mouth.
It's just
he runs the league.
He runs the league. Him
and Rich Paul run the league.
It's incredible. One of a kind. But this was another big trade. Drew Holiday, Anthony Simons. I actually don't hate this move for Portland. I understand you're giving up a young asset in Simons, but I think this was them just trying to get some veterans in that locker room. Like, this is a guy who's won multiple championships. He's a winning player. He is older. I'm not saying – I almost think the off-the-court impact for guys like Scoot Henderson, a bunch of these other young guys – should make this deal worth it. From the Celtics side of things, kind of had to. You didn't want to pay that massive tax bill. I understand that. You're just kind of taking a flyer on Simons. He's on an expiring deal. If he ends up working out, You can extend him. But this move didn't really change anything in the NBA, in my opinion. But I don't know if you got any more thoughts.
I got angles on both sides. I think you're right on Portland. I think it's one of those where it's like, okay, I thought they actually took a pretty good step forward last year. They were more competitive. I think they're looking at this like, can we just like get into the play-in? Like, we've been so irrelevant for a while. We have a bunch of young guys. This guy has been around winning. Can we hover around 500 and be a play-in team? Like, that would be a huge win for them this year.
100%.
So I get that side of it. Now, I don't love his contract. There's a few years left, but maybe they view it like, have him for a year, see how it goes. We can move him next year if we wanted to. From Boston's standpoint, this reminds me a lot of when the Warriors brought in D'Lo in that Durant signing trade, where like, I don't think Boston views Simons as a long-term piece, but I think it's one of those where it's like, okay, he's young, he can score. It's getting something back while shedding tax money. Yeah. Like, we'll take the flyer. If he fits, great. Maybe he's here long-term. In all likelihood, he's not. But in a season that's probably mostly lost, he can at least help them this year. Yeah. Without Tatum and moving Holiday and Porzingis out, he can carry some of that scoring load. So this feels just like a temporary stopgap option to like help get through this upcoming season since Tatum's not going to be around. So I don't mind it from that standpoint, but I'm not going to buy into the Boston views him as a long-term piece theory. Like, if he becomes that great, I don't think that's really their thinking.
I could see Brad Stevens finessing some team at the deadline. Like, if Simons comes out,
two firsts
or something. Like, let's just say Simons comes out, he's averaging like 24 a night, super efficient.
He's gonna get a lot of shots.
Like, I could see Brad being like, okay, now we're gonna sell high on this guy. We'll get more draft capital. We'll kind of reset this and then, go from there. But Simons, I mean, he's a fun player to watch. I'm excited to see him in like an actual organization now compared, to Portland. But talk about more weird trades here. Jordan Poole and the CJ McCollum deal.
Yeah, I thought Jordan Poole played a little better this year. He was more efficient. Now, how valuable is how you play on a 20-win team? It's hard to measure, I think, but thought he played a little better. The Pelicans are in a weird spot because they kind of tried to go all in last year when they brought in Murray, and then he rips his Achilles, and of course, Zion can't stay healthy. Is he a guy that gets traded, Seeps? If he does, maybe. Who gets him? I don't really know. I'm not surprised they moved McCollum out. It felt weird from the beginning when they brought him in. It's like, wait, you're bringing in another aging guard that doesn't play defense. That doesn't really fit what you need. But
and now, New Orleans, the repetition they have, like Derek Queen and Zion, they get mostly some of the similar looks offensively. You're kind of throwing them into that low wing post area, let them go one-on-one. And then also Jordan Poole and Jeremiah Fears, so they also drafted. They both need the ball in their hands. So I don't know if Zion or Poole could get traded. I just – also, if we want to connect this back to the worst draft day trade of all time, the Pelicans giving up next year's first-round pick, Joe Dumars should be fired again. Yeah. Because Zion, he can't stay healthy. Pelicans are in the West. That's probably going to be a top 10 pick. I didn't understand that whatsoever, and now they're going to have to do with Poole, Zion, Fears, Derek Queen.
I would love to just ask Pelicans front office, like, who are you building around?
Yeah, who's the guy?
And if the answer is Zion, you just like, what else do you need to see? Like, obviously, if he's healthy, I still think there's a world he could be a top 20 guy, but you cannot trust him at this point. Like, too many injuries, doesn't stay in shape. Like, for all the flack, like a Luka gets for like his weight fluctuating and this and that. When he's out there, you have a chance to beat anybody. Like, do we know that about Zion? Not really. I don't know what their direction is. Like, they're trying to stay relevant, but their best player can't stay healthy. I
like the idea of Fears and Queen on paper, being like, those are two guys we'll build around. But if those are two guys you're building around, why the hell are you giving up next year's pick?
You know what would be the best case scenario? Is Zion gets healthy, he's playing well, and then they trade him at the deadline. Get his value back. I'm serious. Because his value can't be that high right now.
No.
Get his value back up, ship him out for a couple of ones, maybe a young piece or two, and then just go with this youth movement. Like, that's what they should do, but they're kind of stuck because they know Zion's value isn't that high. Like what does he get if you trade him? Like a heavily protected one and salary filler? Like that would be my guess. I don't think you're getting multiple high draft picks for him.
No, I mean I would assume not. It's just there are a lot of teams in the NBA. It's just zero direction.
Yeah.
Like the Pelicans are a prime example of that. Like they're trying to build for the future with Queen and Fears, and you trade up for Queen, but you still got Zion. You trade for Jordan Poole. Like I have no idea where they're going to go. But one of the dark horse teams, in my opinion, in the Eastern Conference this upcoming year, the Atlanta Hawks. I don't think they could win the East, but would I be shocked if they're in the conference finals? I would not be. I still like Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, one of the most underrated players. And if Kristaps can stay healthy, that's a perfect big man to have next to Trae.
Yeah, if Kristaps is healthy, I think him and Trae, that's one of the best pick and pop games in the NBA. I mean, you want to run a lot of pick and roll, pick and pop with Trae Young. That's what they're going to do a lot. Porzingis can shoot the three ball. He can still post up. He's got the baseline ISO game that he can run as well. It's all about his health thing, whatever this illness situation was that zapped his energy. Who knows if they can get that figured out. Clearly the Hawks felt comfortable enough taking the swing here. Again, for Boston, not much to analyze other than they're shedding that tax bill.
Yep.
Which, listen, everybody who's ripping the Celtics for their approach, it's like, oh, the Celtics are cheap. It's like, no, they know they can't win a title this year. Like
they're not going to pay $40 million.
They can't win a title with their best player out. So why not save almost $200 million and then reinvest in a year? Like I would do the same thing if I was Boston. Porzingis, if you know you can't win this year, you're really going to hold out hope for a year from now for a big who gets hurt all the time. Like I'd ship him out too. Drew Holiday, he's 35 years old. His play diminished severely this year. Sounds like Al Horford could be out. I would ship him out too. Like I think what Boston's doing is pretty smart, to be honest with you. And then you retool around Tatum and Brown and Derek White a year from now. Like that's what a smart team does. And it's also, I will say this, it's easier to operate like this when you have won the title because you have goodwill with the fan base. It's like, okay, like I understand why you're doing this, even if it's a little frustrating that you're conceding next season. But what are they supposed to do? Like when your best player is out for the year before it even starts, you're not going to win a title. It's just not realistic.
Yeah, and even though the East is so wide open this year, I mean, Boston without Tatum, they're just fighting an uphill battle to win it. And, like you're saying, Brad has kind of earned the trust of Celtics fans, being like, hey, I know next year probably not going to be competing, but...
And they'll still be scrappy. Like, they'll probably win 45 games. Like I said, Simons in the short term will help. They'll probably be like a second-round team.
Still got Derek White and Jaylen Brown. Like, in the East, that's a
second-round team. Maybe even a conference finals if they get the right draw, but... I appreciate when organizations understand their situation.
Yes.
Too many teams are delusional.
Yeah.
You see this in the NFL. You see this in the NBA. You see it in all sports. So I think Boston's acknowledging, hey, we're not going to win a title. We'll still compete. Some of these guys we're bringing in will help. Again, the Warriors did the same thing with D'Lo. Like, they were still competitive. They just weren't going to win a title in that situation.
You know what would be a very fun experiment, talking about the Eastern Conference? If we just tried to find... Because how many players make the All-Star team in the East? Is it, I think it's 10?
12?
12? Just trying to find 12 All-Stars in the Eastern Conference might be a little fun. You start getting the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 there. I mean, Derek White might be an all-star, a high-end role player.
Remember, like 18 months ago, it was like the East has finally overtaken the West, and it lasted for like 2 months.
2 months, and then the Spurs got the second pick, Mavs got the first pick. It's like, yeah, this is.
I mean, a couple trades go west. I mean, yeah, it's. I think it's why Giannis hasn't requested a trade because I think he knows if he does, they'll probably ship him out west, and he's probably like. I mean, even though we're not in a great spot, I have a better chance in the East than
in
the West.
East,
so.
It's a joke of the Bucks roster. But Kyrie did end up signing an extension with the Mavs, 3-year, $120 million. It seems
took a little less to allow them to use the taxpayer, which sounds like that's going to go to D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, which that'll be the starting point guard for the Mavs.
They need someone until Kyrie gets back. So I know Coop's not big on the move, but like. I mean, it's either him or Chris Paul, but it sounds like Chris Paul wants to go to the West Coast. So, I mean, your options are pretty thin at that point.
Listen to Mark Cuban, go point guard. Cooper Flagg could be an interesting choice, but it kind of seems like this is the going rate for a high-end maybe not high end, but a true number 2 option around $40 million nowadays. So I like this deal for Dallas. I almost do think, though, people are underreacting to Kyrie, older guard, coming off a torn ACL. Like, I fully expect him to get somewhat back to who he is, but it's still a big question mark. Heading into the season, I mean, obviously Kyrie's still a fantastic player. Like, I really do wish the Mavs team, and they probably wouldn't have Cooper Flagg if Kyrie didn't end up tearing that ACL, but seeing like Flagg, Clay, Kyrie, Davis, and then one of the centers, like, on paper, that's a very, very good starting lineup, and plus you got good depth.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hope is assuming it's D'Angelo Russell, can he just hold it down with the rest of these guys and get Kyrie healthy for the final 20, 25 games and then make a push? I mean, clearly Nico Harrison is a polarizing figure, especially among Mavs fans, but the roster is deep. It's talented. I mean, think about guys they've got coming off the bench. Najee Marshall, one of Klay Thompson or P.J. Washington, one of Derek Lively or Daniel Gafford. You've still got guys like Max Christie in the fold. If Caleb Martin's healthy, I mean, I think that trading Grimes for him aged pretty poorly. But if Caleb Martin's healthy and is like your 10th or 11th guy, I mean, he's a guy who's produced in the playoffs. So I'll say this. They've got one of the deeper teams in the NBA. I don't know how all their headliner players will fit together. That remains to be seen. They don't really have a true like 2-guard other than Clay. Like, they have a lot of like small and power forwards now, so we'll see how Jason Kidd mixes and matches. It sounds like Flagg is basically going to play like the 2. We'll see if that works. But I mean, they certainly have a lot of depth. I mean, that can't be debated.
One deal I do want to talk about here on the next graphic we have. Mark Williams going to the Suns. Harry, I don't know if you saw. So there was a conversation. It was Rich Paul talking to Ishbia, and they were saying, like, hey, who's your top draft target? Like, would you take Malwatch if he's there? And they're like, yeah, 100%. Malwatch is our top guy. Rich responds. He goes, all right, I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure Malwatch is there at number 10. And I think they got a little scared at pick number 8 when it was Brooklyn of them potentially taking Malwatch. And then I think they panicked, traded for Mark Williams. That came out like right after they drafted Malwatch. The Suns went from having 0 centers to now they got, well, I guess technically 3 with Nick Richards also there. But I don't know. That was an interesting conversation.
Well, once again, Rich Paul runs the NBA.
Yes. The fact that he was able to say, yeah, I'll do my best to get Malwatch available at pick number 10.
Is Mark Williams going to magically fail another physical since they did end up with Malwatch? I will say, though, I mean, Malwatch and Williams, that's a pretty good way to reset the center position moving forward.
You actually have a good young core next Phoenix. You got a good young core around Booker.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
somewhat.
Does Jalen Green and Devin Booker fit together? That seems like a tough sell, but they're both also tradable assets long term. So I mean, you could move off one of them.
You know who the Suns remind me of? It's like for anybody, and I say this, I'm sure Harry said, I'm sure everybody's in the chat has said it, where it's like I could run an NBA team. The Suns kind of remind me if it was like one of your buddies playing like 2K franchise mode, where it's like, all right, we're going to go get KD. All right, now we're going to go get Bradley Beal. We're going to have this big 3. All right, then we're going to pivot off all of them, and we're going to reset. It's just, making move after move after move.
The Bradley Beal move was the mistake. And by the way, when they made it, I wasn't a fan of that move specifically, but I did understand the Suns being like, let's go all in because they had made the finals in 21. Durant becomes available. Like, I get it. I just think that was the end of the true Big 3 era. That
was the Suns.
Because it did, especially in this new CBA, you can't have 3 Supermax guys.
No.
Because your roster is going to be horrific.
Yeah.
That's why you're saying now, even like Robins aren't getting the max always now. It's like $40 million, which, I mean.
And that's because like
of money, but
Devin Booker and guys like SGA, they're going to be making $80 million per year.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to happen over the next 2 even this offseason. I mean, SGA could sign that, soon. But I don't know. I just think the difference, like this new CBA, like the difference between a Kyrie, what he's making, and a Devin Booker, there shouldn't be a $40 million difference between those 2 guys. But we'll see.
Well, it's kind of like the QB discussion in the NFL. It's like Tua Tagovailoa shouldn't make the same amount of money as Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's just like these leagues, and the NBA's become such a max contract, vet minimum, mid-level exception league.
Yeah.
Like now you're seeing a little bit more with this new CBA, like the Julius Randle signing for $30 million a year and stuff like that, which is good. There needs to be like a middle contract ground for like a B-level player, because B-level, I think for a while in the NBA, and you saw it with like Scotty Barnes getting a super max. It's like, why is Scotty Barnes getting that much money? Why is Jaylen Brown the highest paid player in the league for a brief period of time? So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that evolves moving forward. Are we bringing in our Okay, super chat, and then when you're ready, Sam, we can bring Bulls in too.
Yeah.
Trace Moustakis.
What a moose.
Do the Bulls know that they live in NBA purgatory, or do they genuinely enjoy being this mid? Shall we wait for the Bulls audience to join us to answer this question? Just initial thoughts. I mean, they should know, Seeps, but they operate like they don't. So
yeah. I mean, 3 straight seasons, the Bulls won 40 games, and then back-to-back years of winning 39 games. You're living in purgatory. The correct answer to this is Jerry Reinsdorf. He wants that extra home game, because then it's a plus on the season. Like, hey, we made however much money you get for one home game. You made plus that this year.
It's a win.
It's a win for him, but Moose, who knows? The Bulls are bidding against themselves for Josh Giddy here, and I could see them throwing Giddy a lot more money than us Bulls fans, would hope for, but we'll see.
All right, Harrison Graham, Patrick Siepman. We bring in our Bulls Report audience. Seeps, the host of the Bulls Report, as we go along with our NBA free agency coverage. Let's circle back to the super chat we just got on our main stream, Seeps, because it is a Bulls question that was asked, that do the Bulls know that they are living in NBA purgatory, or do they enjoy being this mid?
They would have to know. I mean, I would hope they would know they're in NBA purgatory, and I think they actually enjoy it a little bit, Harry. Like, I think Jerry, he loves getting that extra home game here. I don't know. I just think the Bulls lack self-awareness. I think the Bulls, that one graphic's kind of going viral where it's like, oh, the Bulls have gotten 0 first-round picks for Caruso, Levine, DeRozan, and now Lonzo going for Isaac Okoro. I think they value more like, hey, we'll bring in more players who can keep us around that 37-45 win range instead of building for the future. They yet again have no direction whatsoever. It's just a great time to be a Bulls fan, man.
What's the old Belichick mindset, and this is good Belichick before things fell off the rails in New England late, is I'd rather pivot off a guy a year early than a year late. I feel like the Bulls are always a year late.
Yes.
Which cost them draft capital. Like, they held on to Levine and DeRozan too long. Vucevic, they could have traded him. Instead, they actually re-sign him.
The Lonzo Ball is a perfect example. Trade deadline, you could have got a first-round pick from the Memphis Grizzlies, which was 16th overall in the draft. Instead, you wait, and then you get an Isaac Okoro.
Well, not only that, you try to win the feel-good headline story of the year. Like, oh, this guy has been through so much.
Yep.
He's back. We're actually going to extend him. And it's like, look, man, I'm not saying it's not a good story that he's found his way back to the court. You're still running a team at the end of the day.
We're trying to win championships.
Hey, Alonzo, this has been awesome. We're actually going to trade you now. And by the way, we'll trade you to a better team so you can actually have a chance to go compete. Now, ironically, he goes to an even better team than Memphis and Cleveland, so good for Zoe. And none of this is against Alonzo, by the way, but it's just like, again, it's like they swap Giddy and Caruso, can't get a pick. Swap Lonzo Ball and Okoro, can't get a pick. It's just like, what is the point of all this?
I think they're trying to get all the bust from the 2020 NBA draft. Patrick Williams, Isaac Okoro, Jalen Smith, all drafted in the top 10, are not living up to that draft pedigree. They're probably going to sign James Wiseman, I think, to kind of complete that.
That would be phenomenal.
Is center of the future. But, again, the Bulls have no direction. They're just trying to get a bunch of athletic wings that can run with Josh Giddy, and that sounds good on paper. But Bulls fans, be prepared. This team's good enough to win 30-plus games, especially in the Eastern Conference. We'll probably be picking 10, 11, or 12 this time next season.
Killian Hayes available? He went 7th in that draft.
Killian Hayes might be a Bull. Maybe we'll get Anthony Edwards. Maybe that's what the Bulls are trying to do. But I don't know, man. It's just it's purgatory.
It's frustrating for sure. But welcome into our Bulls Report audience, hour 24 until free agency opens and all of the mid-level exceptions get signed. Here's our Super Chat menu. Every 50 subscribers, we'll play a little Bean Boozled. So every 50 subs, we'll do that. It's basically different jelly beans. Some are good, some are bad. We'll rip those for you guys. But really, our main deal of the day is we got a little chat sports swag opportunity available for you guys. Producer Sam, you want to tell the folks what that all entails here?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you win today's raffle, which will happen at the end of today's live show, if I had to guess around 6:37 Central Time, 7:30 to 8 o'clock Eastern Time, the winner of today's raffle will get a T-shirt courtesy of our friends of Fanatics of their favorite NBA team, and a Chat Sports hat and sunglasses sent to you free of charge. We're going to send it and handle the shipping and everything, so you'll just have to send us your address and stuff if you win the giveaway. We'll get that sent right to your front doorstep. So
NBA T-shirt, NBA era Chat Sports hat, Chat Sports sunglasses, $5 to enter. That's a value of, I don't know, probably $50, $60 or so. Probably like $60. Here are just examples of some T-shirts we have available for you guys. $5 to enter. If you send $10, you're going to get 3 tickets, so you get a little bonus there. And then you can get 15 tickets for sending in $50, 6 entries if you send in $20 there. So that is how you can get involved. So feel free to do that. And we'll be here all night, so it should be a lot of fun. Already got 1 or 2 raffle tickets in there so far. I guess just the one with Moustakis. We're just going to hand those over to Moose at the other studio if that ends up holding. But help us out as well. Be the #1 stream tonight. Hit the like button. Continue to light up the live chat. If you want to share the stream with a friend on social media or via text message, hit the share icon. Follow the steps from there. And, of course, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button.
Do have Robert Pavich on the Bulls side of things, getting his $5 in there.
Let's go, Robert. That's what we want to see, Robert.
I kind of want Harry to read this out.
Okay.
Is this a nickname Robert's given to our good old friend, Nikola Vucevic?
Trade Vooch the douche for $20 cash considerations. They might extend him soon.
It would extension? Vooch getting extended is on my bingo card today. I would not be stunned if Vooch signs a 2-year, $40 million extension with the Chicago Bulls. Robert, I would take this deal. Just get Vooch off the team. I'm just sick of watching him. I would cut him. I've made that crystal clear.
So you have 1 or 2 years left.
He's just got 1 year for $20 million. So, Bulls, Jerry, you can afford it. How about that? You traded down 10 picks to get $20 million.
Who will he swap Vooch for? Because he won't get a draft pick for him.
Oh, yeah.
Who's a $20 million player out there that he'll swap him for? Tim Hardaway Jr., perhaps?
Tim Hardaway Jr.? How about Valanciunas? I think Val's only on like 13 or something, but yeah. Vooch, trade rumors live on with him. Probably not going to get dealt, but Vooch for Max Strus coming in the Bulls chat like that. Yeah, we'll take anything for him. If you want him, come on down and get him. But
talk about more of these moves. You mentioned earlier, and I agree with you, the T-Wolves have done a nice job. You keep Naz Reid, Julius Randle as well. I know it's a 5-year deal for Naz. 25-a-year, though, doesn't feel bad, especially with the cap going up. That'll look a lot better toward the end of that contract. So I like keeping those 2 guys. I mean, obviously that means they're almost certainly going to lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but to keep 2 of those 3, I think is a win.
Yeah, no, I like those moves from Minnesota. Curious to see what this means for Gobert, unless they're just saying, like, hey, we'll run it back, and then
I think at least 1 more year he's there. Maybe next year he's a guy you pivot off of.
Maybe
he's sneakily old, though, isn't he?
Sneakily old.
35?
I think maybe they're just thinking like their difference between like the 2024-25 Timberwolves compared to next year's will just be like Anthony Edwards taking another step. Like he went through some postseason runs, still a very young player, could get better. But I like this move. Naz Reid, one of my favorite players also in the NBA just to watch. I mean, a 7-footer with guard-like skills. He's very, very entertaining. Also, like Minnesota Timberwolves fans, this guy's probably the most popular athlete in the city. They are addicted to him. I mean, T-Wolves fans have Naz Reid tattoos on their body. He's a polarizing player, good scorer off the bench. And plus, like, I like the combination of Naz and Randle, because if Randle starts going like CTE mode, he's playing bad ball, you can just easily take him out of the lineup and, plug in Naz. But, I like both these moves for Minnesota. We also got Jingles back on a 1-year, $3.6 million deal. But
Wait, JJ McCarthy's not the most popular athlete in Minnesota?
I think Naz Reid has more pull than JJ McCarthy. Naz Reid is like, out of all those young stars, Ant, Jefferson, McCarthy, like Naz Reid, these guys will go to war for him. But yeah, I think these are both good moves for Minnesota here.
Fan favorite. We'll keep an eye on Alexander Walker. I wonder if Detroit offers him beyond the mid-level, since with the whole situation with Malik Beasley now.
Just give him like 3 for 60 or something.
18, 20 a year, something like that. Davion Mitchell back to the Heat, 2 for 24. He played pretty well. I mean, Bulls fans know, and that was it the play-in game where he went nuclear?
He completely dismantled Kobe White in that play-in game. He went perfect from the field, actually, 7 of 7. But that's a good player. A little more than we thought him getting this offseason, but I like the move there. I mean,
feels like
it's a Heat culture move.
Well, and it feels like he started to become the player people thought he could be coming out of college. Like, we're going to bank on our development system to continue to develop him. Like, that's kind of what that contract felt. I mean, you see it right there, just how much better he played. I mean, he was just out of his mind from 3. I don't think he's going to be a 45% guy, but if he can be 40+% there and continue to evolve as a playmaker, I don't know if he's a starting point guard on a good team, but could he be like a really high-end backup type? We know how good he is defensively. I think he's also one of those guys where even if he's not a good team's primary point guard, you could play him next to that point guard because of how good he is defensively, and he could shoot the ball as well. And
plus, like, we saw him at Baylor. Like, he could create a whole lot for himself and others. So, like you were saying, maybe they hope he can develop into that. I like this move from Miami. He's a really, really good player. Plays the game the right way. Also plays his ass off. Like, he's 110% every time he steps out there.
He's a Heat culture guy.
Heat culture to a T. But now we get into the run of the Brooklyn Nets just signing a bunch of 1-year deals here.
Yeah, if anybody's if we get a super chat about Keon Johnson, we'll circle back here, but we're going to keep it. My nightmare, Drew Timme, still having PTSD over Gonzaga TCU in the tournament a few years ago. By the way, is Garrett Temple like 50? I feel like he's been signing 1-year deals since 2010.
And they've all been with the Raptors.
He was a Spur at one point.
39 years old.
Garrett Temple. He's been on our free agency tracker graphic for 6 years running at least. He's been around. Okay, let's have the LeBron conversation.
Let's do it.
So he opts in $52 million.
Right.
And then right after, reports coming out, Shams, others, that he doesn't know if he's buying into the roster construction of the Lakers moving forward, which kind of leads like, well, then why do you opt in type of thing? Like, are you saying you want out? Do you want to get traded? Could you request a trade? This thing's going to be interesting to watch because I will say this. I mean, with him opting, if he really was like, I want to stay here and win here, probably should have opted out and taken less money to at least open up the full mid-level or something like that. But it sounds like other than adding a center, they're probably not going to do much because they don't have much cap flexibility with LeBron opting in. So I don't really know what he expects here.
I will say the one team I could see trading for LeBron, it would be a return. What about the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Part 3, I could see it.
Part 3 of his time in Cleveland.
Darius Garland and salary match.
Garland, I mean, it could be maybe a 3-team deal. I have no idea, but Bill Simmons tossed out the idea. It was like LeBron goes back to Cleveland, Garland and somebody else goes to Utah, and then it's like the Lakers get like Kessler, a couple of good role players from the Cavs, like Lonzo would be included. Like, I don't hate that idea, and I'll tell you what, in the Eastern Conference, a core of Mobley, even though LeBron is obviously, past his prime, of him and Mitchell, could that get it done in the East? I think they would have a fighter's chance.
This year they would. I mean,
they'll probably be they already are the favorites, but they would have a good chance.
I mean, if they could get him while still keeping, I think you'd want to keep Jared Allen at center in that scenario.
Yeah.
With Boston probably not a big factor this year. I mean, look, the Knicks are very good, but if you're telling me Donovan Mitchell, LeBron James, some of those depth pieces in Cleveland are the Knicks, I'm probably taking the Cavs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I could see it. I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how a trade would come together. I do think a third teamer makes sense because, to me, if you trade LeBron, if you're the Lakers, it's because, okay, we're fully handing the keys to Luka. And I think we saw last year, look, part of it is Luka was coming off injury. He wasn't in the best shape. LeBron's getting older. But let's just face it. Even if they're both at the peak of their powers, their games I don't think you can get the most out of either offensively because they need the ball in their hand to be effective. LeBron's gotten a little better at being off ball. Luka got a little better being off ball once Kyrie came to Dallas, but you don't trade for Luka to have him like not have the ball.
Yeah, you give him the keys to franchise.
So do you just like turn the page if you're the Lakers here and trade LeBron? Now, again, like I don't think you're trading him with the thought of you're going to get like a bunch of picks for him because it's probably he's year to year at this point in his career clearly. But shit, if I'm the Cavs, I'd be trying to make that move.
Just
I'll throw another team. If Giannis wants to stay in Milwaukee, now would LeBron sign up for going to Milwaukee? That's a different story.
Definitely.
But if he was for 1 year, I mean, a Giannis, LeBron, Bucks team. I mean,
I don't care who's around him.
That's the thing. If I'm LeBron, if I want out, I'm going to the East.
Yeah.
Like whether it's the Knicks working something out, the Cavs. I mean, could Orlando have one more kind of swing in it? I don't know if they have the salary that works because you're not going to trade Franz Wagner, I don't think, for him.
So, like, the Lakers in the West next year, I mean, Thunder, Rockets, Timberwolves.
No one loves Luka more than me. I don't think they have enough moves they can even make. They're going to lose Dorian Finney-Smith. That's a big loss. Even if they get
like, how do they get
Brook
to the
Lopez or
finals?
DeAndre Ayton, like, to me, at best, that's like that team Luka got to the conference finals the first time.
What? Yeah.
Like that's the whole thing about this move that made it tricky is in the short term, as long as they're stuck with LeBron's money, I don't know if they can really contend.
Yeah,
because their games don't mesh enough. So
that's
I
why
think the Lakers are stuck in a tough spot here.
I'm sure the Lakers, if you would ask Pelinka, would you offer LeBron a 1 year, $52 million deal right now? They would probably say absolutely the hell not.
Yeah.
We would just let him walk, but who the hell knows? Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams, did get a 3 year, $24 million deal from the Thunder.
Oubre opted in there. That was a team or a player option, I think.
No big moves.
What do you make of the Sixers? You think if they're relatively healthy in a weak East, could they be interesting? I mean,
that's the biggest thing with them, like if they are healthy. But
if you tell me Embiid and George play 60 games, I mean, they're at least a playoff team.
For sure,
like,
they're a playoff team.
I'm not saying I'm high on the Sixers, but like in a bad East, if Embiid is 90% himself and Paul George is at least back to being a consistent 20-7 guy, like
with McCain,
they should at least win 45 games. I mean,
like they got a decent
Maxey
team.
is good. McCain looked awesome before he got hurt.
Edgecombe's a solid defensive guard. Probably should make an impact year one.
I mean, they should be a top. If they're relatively healthy, they should be a top 6 team in the East.
And I like Justin Edwards. He's a stud. Like Drummond.
Drummond's a good backup center.
Like
I always liked him as a backup center. Last year just fell off the rails with the injuries. And they're one of the teams to watch, I think. I mean, they could be anywhere. Is this crazy to say? They could be anywhere from the 3 seed in the East to what they were this year, which is winning 27 games. I think they have the widest variance of any team in the NBA.
And that's the Joel Embiid business. Like, that's what you sign up for every single year. But, yeah, I mean, they'll be an interesting team to watch. I think Paul George is probably their biggest question mark. Like, besides health, it's like, what version of PG are you going to get? We heard some chatter of them trying to move off him. I think that's a negative asset at this point.
Tradable right now. I think that report of they're going to run it back was they flirted with, what could we get for player X, player Z? Oh, not much. Let's just run it back.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I took that. So, Yeah, they're an interesting team. Sam, I don't know if that clock is how we want that to look. We'll get that fixed. Just over an hour until free agency officially opens. Kind of running through some of the moves. Appreciate everybody for tuning in to Chat Sports. Harrison Graham, Patrick Siepman with you on this one. I don't know if I really get the Colin Sexton to Charlotte move, if I'm being honest. I guess, is he just going to be like LaMelo's backup? Is he going to play the 2-guard spot next to LaMelo? I kind of like some of Charlotte's young pieces. I'm not sure Sexton for that team. Like Sexton to me, I thought would go to like a guard-needy veteran team. Like, be a 6-man for some team who needs a backup guard, but that's not where this ended up. And then Nurkic back on the move. He's back to Utah here.
So I was looking up. I was just curious with Nurkic on the move. Who is the Hornets starting center for next season? They got Grant Williams slotted in there. I'm assuming it's going to be Ryan Kalkbrenner. Will probably start
I would
game
think so.
1. But again, the Hornets are an interesting spot. Like LaMelo, Brandon Miller, Kneppel, Miles Bridges, and now you got Colin Sexton, Josh Green, Tajon Salon, the man you drafted last year.
It sounds like he wants to go to a contender, but like Ayton to the Hornets actually makes a lot of sense.
Ayton could make some sense.
He's your starter, Kalkbrenner's your backup. I mean...
Oh, Bulls fans, my apologies. Taj Gibson might be the starting center for the Hornets. Still kicking
50.
it. It's incredible. They picked up McNeely. I thought they had a pretty good draft. I don't know. There's just a lot of teams in the NBA where it's like, what is your plan? Like, I want to know these meetings these guys have. Like, what are you planning on doing? It just doesn't make sense. I think this guy right here, Sexton.
Here's a report coming in from Michael Scotto, by the way. We'll continue to track like new information that comes in that the Clippers, Lakers, and Spurs among the teams expected to pursue veteran center Clint Capella. Sounds like he's probably going to shift into a backup center role moving forward. Although if it's the Lakers, he might start for them.
He might have to play 30 minutes a night.
Yeah, you've got that. Kevin O'Connor says Ty Jerome to the Grizzlies is emerging as a strong possibility. Some reports from earlier that it sounds like Russ to the Knicks is happening. Russell Westbrook. This came out about an hour ago, and now Mark Stein says that Ian Begley just added to their report that there is going to be mutual interest between the Knicks and Westbrook. And these are a lot of the phrasings you used to hear when picks were tipped in the NBA draft.
Right, yeah.
They're zeroing in on it's to avoid tampering, even though they all tamper. It sounds like Russ to the Knicks is happening, and that's certainly a fascinating fit. Russ back in a big market.
Josh Hart and Russell Westbrook, a couple of 6'4" guards where their best attribute is playing hard.
Just being scrappy.
Yeah, being scrappy. If the Knicks still had Tibbs, I could really see Tibbs being all over a guy like Russ, but I don't know. It's also weird. The Knicks are entering free agency without a head coach.
I saw a report a little bit ago. Mike Brown, it sounds like, has emerged as the favorite, which Mike Brown's a good coach, and he's more of an offensive guy, so I guess that's fine. But you're just not going to convince me when the Knicks fired Tibbs that someone would have said, hey, you're going to end up with Mike Brown, that they still would have done it. I just don't know if I believe that.
If they think that's going to be the difference between a Eastern Conference Finals loss in 6 games compared to them making the NBA championship.
To me, they're a similar caliber coach. Like, they're both good coaches. They're not
good
elite,
coaches.
Though. Like, they're tier 2 level coaches. Tibbs defensive guy, Brown offensive guy.
Literally, yeah,
they're
same guy.
always going to be in the mix to have jobs. Like, if Tibbs wants to coach again next cycle, he'll probably get a job.
100%.
Same thing with Mike Brown, but it's like, there's a reason these guys bounce around because they're not good enough to win a title unless they need a lot to go their way. And hell, the Knicks have had a lot go their way in this playoff run, and they still couldn't get over the hump. So again, I don't blame them from pivoting. It just didn't feel like they had an awesome plan. It felt like they're like, well, this has just run its course. We got to make a change here.
Let's go request interviews from every active head coach, and if that doesn't work out, we'll go Mike Brown.
If for some reason these teams don't let us, which of course they wouldn't, we'll just hire Mike Brown. Hit that subscribe button. We appreciate everybody tuning in to our Chat Sports NBA free agency coverage. We crossed 412,000 subs during the NBA draft. trying to get to 413. Would love to get there as soon as possible. So if you're enjoying our coverage, if you want to stay on top of 2025 NBA free agency, we are the channel for you. And subscriber-only chat mode is on. So if you want to be a part of the live chat, you got to hit that subscribe button.
We actually got a $5 super chat on Bulls a little bit ago from Tito. Saying, just joining, boys. 2 things. Any Bulls news so far? And HG, no Bears now today.
No live today, Tito, but I put 2 videos out. Got to help out with NBA free agency, but
no Bulls news so far.
The Giddy thing being quiet is a little puzzling.
Yeah, a little puzzling. I'm shocked that wasn't done already, unless they really are going to let him go test the market.
Is Reinsdorf trying to be cheap of like, oh, let's see what offer he gets?
Yeah, and this is going to be the same thing when Levine, he was restricted free agent, got a massive offer from the Kings. Bulls just had to obviously match that. Ended up being a terrible contract. But Tito, I love the hashtag, don't support the crap Bulls anymore.
That's fact.
Stop going to games, please.
By the way, is there a qualifying offer out there for Giddy?
It's $11 million.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's no world where he would have to take that.
Yeah, it would be
right?
a 1-year, $11 million.
I guess if the Bulls never offered no other team, but I can't imagine it would come to that. I mean, if he did that, there's no chance he would return after this season.
I mean, the Bulls going to Senge in round 1. I thought that guaranteed. They're leaning into this Josh Giddy running gun. And honestly, I think the Pacers are going to be the blame for the Bulls remaining in purgatory because I know what they're thinking right now. Oh, we got a playmaking guard, 6'6", 6'7", Josh Giddy. He's our Halliburton. We got our young wings. Buzelis will be Siakam. Vooch will somehow turn into Myles Turner. Like the Pacers making the championship was terrible news for Bulls fans. As also more news on the Knicks showing interest in Jordan Clarkson right now. So there's a new update there on the Knicks side
I'll
of
say
things.
that. I don't think you would bring in both him and Russ, would you?
No,
that feels redundant to me. Maybe he's a backup plan if Westbrook doesn't work out.
Apparently Clarkson had no trade market whatsoever. Utah was trying to shop him. Couldn't find a suitor. Which kind of makes sense. I think Clarkson's just he's an AAU hooper. Like if you saw Clarkson, Harry, at like a local LA Fitness, you're like, oh, this guy's top 25. Pick. Yeah. But
a lot of CTE ball in Houston. They got rid of one of their CTE hoopers. A couple minor deals here as well. Nothing that really stands out. Overall, these all happened yesterday. As you're seeing a lot of player option, team options be exercised.
I do want to talk about the Harden one though. Him opting out of the player option, but it ended up signing this 2-year, $81 million deal. If I'm the Clippers, did you go back and watch Game 7 at all against the Denver Nuggets? Like, I don't understand this. Maybe this is something where it's like we have to because we're already in the James Harden business, but why? I just don't understand.
I don't know why
this.
Teams continue to fall for this guy. Clearly, he's a good player. Why is he making $40 million in the year of 2025?
It makes no sense to me.
He's going to help a lot in the regular season. He's actually pretty durable, even though he's never been a guy who's been in fantastic shape.
Yes.
He's a great playmaker. But in the playoffs, for every good game he has, he's going to have at least one bad game, if not 2.
Yep.
I don't know. This feels like the Clippers are just trying to stay relevant, and you can't lose him for nothing. But it's like
they got the new stadium. I'm sure that played a part in it.
It's just who's giving him $41 million?
And Harden actually, he had a very good year last year.
He's good. He's a good player.
I thought he was fantastic. But again, postseason comes around, and it's so funny. I mentioned the Game 7, he was terrible. But also that same Game 6 in that series, he was awesome. But still.
It's bipolar in the postseason.
When the moment's the brightest and the moment's the biggest, you can't rely on this guy. And I wonder if, let me actually look this up. What is, Kawhi Leonard's contract?
I was going to say, too, it's at what point do you just punt on this Kawhi thing? They extended him last year. Because remember, that was the whole Paul George thing. It was just give me the Kawhi deal. I'm good. And they wouldn't do it, which that was actually a good move because 1 year into the Sixers deal, it looks bad, but it's just.
Kawhi's got 2 for 100 left. I wonder if,
they're on the same timeline, so I guess that makes sense.
This is our 2-year run again with Harden and Kawhi.
Won the final hurrah with these two guys, and, it probably won't work, but we don't want to punt right now, so we'll just try it. But they got no shot. I mean, all we heard this year leading into the playoffs, Clippers are the biggest challenge to OKC. Clipper, and they lost in the first round.
The first round to Denver.
We got to stop falling for the Clippers.
I wonder if they're like, if Aaron Gordon doesn't have that crazy tip in, we're in the second round playing OKC. I don't know, but Harry, you mentioned it earlier when we were live about talking about like kind of teams in the NBA lacking self-awareness. I wish more teams were kind of just like, hey, a guy like James Harden, we can't win with him. We're just going to move off. He'll be a free agent. Because if James Harden enters free agency, let's just say he had a team option instead of player option, and he was out there, I bet you Harden gets like a 1 or 2 year deal for like $15, $20 million. And then I think that would maybe force the NBA to maybe change a couple of their rules.
I mean, there's no cap space. So
there's no cap space. No team has money.
So if you're the Clippers, why not just like play hardball with the guy? Just be like, all right, we're just going to let you hit the market because you want $41 million per year. I saw someone say he took less, by the way, and I'm like, hang on a second.
Who was giving him more?
Exactly. You are worth what a team is willing to spend you. So I guess he is worth $41 million because the Clippers gave him that. But if they don't, who does?
Yeah.
The Pistons have $20 million in cap space. And the Nets have like $40 million. So I guess the Nets could have. But are they going to bring him back? The answer is no.
The Nets got 7 point guards.
So the only way someone would have paid him that money is if it was via a sign-in trade.
Yeah.
What team is giving him that type of money? It's either a really bad team that just wants to be relevant.
But even then, I don't know if they want to get in the James Harden
35-year-old
business.
James Harden?
Like, is that putting butts in seats?
Like, if I was the Clippers, I would have been like 2 for 50 player option on the second year, take it or leave it.
And also, like you say that number, 2 for 50. That's still $25 million.
Yeah, that's still more than teams can pay.
Like, that's T. Higgins money in the NFL. Like, that's why I get so frustrated with a couple of these NBA players where I'm like, that's why I respected Jalen Brunson, like taking that discount, like doing everything you can in this new CBA to just give your team, just give your team the ability to go sign, a guy on the MLE for $14 million.
And that's a guy in his prime, not 35-year-old. That's why when I see the headline of or even Kyrie, don't get me wrong, like he could have asked for more and the Mavs were kind of backed into a corner. Cool, like now they can use the taxpayers, but it's like, okay, you gave him 3 years at $40 million per year. He's going to miss most of the first year.
Yeah.
He's in his early mid-30s. Like, okay, we're acting like the guy took $20 million less or something. He took like $5 million less a year. Like, let's not give these guys too much credit.
He's still making $40 million
to miss most of the first season, by the way.
Yeah. Like, that's why when these SGA Devin Booker contracts, I actually think SGA is one of those guys. I could see him, Thunder front office, Jalen Williams and Chet sitting down, having a conversation, be like, how can we make this work? Like, I'll take, if SGA takes a discount of $20 million less, he's still making $60 million. Yeah. Like, if Jalen Williams takes a discount from 50 to 40, still making 40. Same with Chet. So I'll be curious to see how the Thunder, that young core, plays it. It seems like they have great have a great mindset on how they should attack their NBA careers, where it's all about winning, really care less about money. But Harden deal was that was something, man. That was something.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be what they always are. They'll win 47 games, and Kawhi will miss a lot of games, and they'll lose in the first round. It's just that's just what they do.
There will be a first round exit to the Houston Rockets in the 7-2 matchup next season. You can pencil that in.
Bobby Portis, is that the full mid-level that Milwaukee? Or did they just re-sign him?
That should be the full mid-level, 3 for 44.
He'll probably have a pretty big role on that team. I mean, after Giannis, it's kind of just a bunch of role players. So,
hey, Bulls fans, we love Bobby Portis. Never forget when he punched Nikola Mirotic at practice and broke his face that one day. That was a hell of a story. Bring back Bobby. But another big deal that went down yesterday, Jabari Smith getting a 5-year, $122 million deal from Houston. I think, yes, this is probably a little more than what you would have wanted, but kind of like what we were saying for Naz Reid, a couple of years from now, if he ends up being a legit starter, this is probably a damn good contract. So I like this. Houston just getting these deals done early. Their GM has had a hell of a run over the last 3 seasons. They've drafted very well, got a bunch of young talent. Now you got Kevin Durant, and you got the second best odds to win the championship while still having a huge future ahead of you.
Yeah, I like this deal. He's probably not worth $25 million at this exact time, but he's also, 22 years old?
Yeah.
Like, he's a guy who can knock down shots from the perimeter. He can defend 1 through 5.
Yeah.
In some cases, he could switch out onto the perimeter. I don't know what his ceiling is. Like, is he ever a star? Probably not, but can he be like a vital piece on a title team? I think that's absolutely in the cards for him.
And could he learn from KD these next 2 years and eventually be like a 20-a-game guy when he's on years 3, 4, and 5 of this contract?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Maybe. And even if he's just like a little better than what he is now moving forward, like that type of player in the NBA gets $20 million a year. Like that
6'10", you're a 3-and-D 6'10" wing. You're going to get paid a lot.
You're going to get a lot of money. So, and yeah, I like the 5-year deal because, again, by the time it's year 3, year 4, year 5, I mean, how much has the CBA gone up? I mean, the salary cap? Probably pretty significantly.
And let's also say this doesn't work out. Now you got a contract at $20 million a year. That's very easy to trade.
That's the sweet spot. That, like, $17 to $22 million contracts. Those are pretty easy to trade. So salary filler stuff. So yeah, I didn't mind that deal whatsoever. A couple more coming in. Zaire Williams re-upping with the Nets. Joe Ingles is like 50.
Still getting paid.
Still getting some money there. And then a couple that came in just in the last couple of hours. Day'Ron Sharpe back to Brooklyn, and then Nick Batum. How is he getting 2-year deals?
Fourth quarter yelling, why the F Batum in?
How old is Nico Batum at this point? He's got to be pushing 40 at this point.
I think Batum, he's just hoping he can still play for the 28 Olympics. I think that's going to be his true.
The best moment of his career was when he pinned that Slovenian guard trying to win that semifinal game a few years back. But
he's 36. I mean,
I like Batum. Good role
player.
Still good. Shoot space 4, shoot the ball, shoot the pass. Still getting paid. Shout out to the Clippers, man. Let's keep all the guys past their prime.
As we're still 52 minutes away from NBA free agency. If you guys could, make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. Help us get this video and the stream out to more and more NBA and Bulls fans. We'd really appreciate it. Quick, easy way to help us out. Just hit that thumbs up icon. And if you guys have liked the video, just give us a me down below in the comments section. We'll give you guys some shout outs.
By the way, this is a brutal take by Bomani Jones, who says he would not give up Kuminga for the current version of LeBron. Even if you only have LeBron 1 year, you're telling me you wouldn't move Kuminga to make that happen?
And also, the Warriors would be the best watch in all of sports, potentially.
Literally the last 15 or 12 years of TV ratings players on the same team. I think, I'm not joking, I think all 82 of their games would be on national television.
100%. That would be, I would watch every game.
Honestly, I'd be all for LeBron going to Golden State.
Maybe that's the big move that's coming, is LeBron to Golden State. And that's how the NBA
finally play
saves
together.
Yeah. Save TV ratings. Put LeBron and
Steph on the same team. They bring Chris Paul back, too. He wants to go back to the West Coast.
Yeah, if you guys could, let's break today's chat rate record. If you guys could, type me down below in the comments section. We'll give you guys some shout-outs. Got Time Man, the Buckeye, Van Man, Kitus in the building saying Josh Giddy's about to get paid. URI in the house. Thesis saying Batum is ancient. Oh, yeah.
Who else we got here? I got Patrick, Pokemon, Danny Lewis, Jonathan, Jalen, Bahama. We got, let's see here. Someone says Cornette to the Spurs. Yeah, it sounds like that's something that's probably going to happen. Let's see. Time Man, the Buckeye, Planet Pug. Super chat coming in. We'll get to Gwendolyn here in a second. Seeps, you got any more over there?
Yeah, we got Jerry, Kitus, Wootage, Van Man, Time Man, the Buckeye. We appreciate all of the real ones for tuning in as we are 50 minutes away from NBA free agency. I wish it hit the same like the past couple of years, but we can thank CJ McCollum. If you guys have any takes on the new CBA and NBA, just go tweet at CJ McCollum. He's active on Twitter, and he likes to respond to a lot of people. So,
yeah, this CBA stinks.
It stinks.
Here's my thing. I get what they were trying to do. A little bit of like, let's try to prevent guys leaving and free. I get it, but it's also like, here a couple things. One, this whole apron thing and poison pill, like, make your sport digestible for the casual fan.
Yep.
Like, when people who study your sport and work it have questions about how all this works, you've got a consumer problem.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's number one. Number two, whether you like it or not, and I get you're trying to change this narrative of not being just a transactional league. That's kind of what you are. Like,
lean into that.
What draws more interest is, trades, which there are a lot of trades still. Could this guy leave in free agency? There's no juice for free agency.
No.
Like, Sieps and I were up here and we're breaking down what's happening, what could happen. Like, I'd be lying if I said I'm just, my hairs are standing up with excitement with what could happen, because the only crazy stuff that could happen is via trade, and it feels like those have already happened. So you've made your sport too difficult to digest in terms of how all this salary stuff works. And now what was supposed to be your bread and butter, NBA free agency, basically doesn't exist anymore. So it's not great. I would imagine when the CBA's up again, they're going to alter this.
Yeah.
That would be my guess, but less is more is what I would say.
And you know what's dead? When DeAndre Ayton was just bought out 2 days ago, and he's a top 5 free agent target for most teams. Like, there's really no way you can make your team that much better this year during free agency. You kind of have to get lucky with who you draft. Like, think about the Pistons. Would they be anywhere if Cade Cunningham wasn't on their team? No, they would be irrelevant. Still yet against him. But the Thunder with SGA, like, you got to build through the draft, but then also you got the lottery. So then it's like, okay, so then the teams that are going to change the most for the future this past draft, Spurs and Mavs, like, they were already pretty much set up. I just don't like it. It's not fun anymore. But hey, thanks to CJ McCollum for getting that done.
That's good, CJ. Gwendolyn, you get a raffle ticket for our Chat Sports swag pack. $5 gets you a chance to win an NBA t-shirt for your favorite team, a Chat Sports hat, and a pair of Chat Sports sunglasses. We'll talk more about that in a second. It says, I should not ban FaZe Nikola Topic. I am so mad. It's okay, Gwendolyn.
She's referring to back to the NBA draft where she was very active. Shout out Gwendolyn on the Super Chat front. Big Nikola Topic fan. Maybe the biggest out there.
First player in NBA history to win a title without playing for that team.
Exactly. I mean, he's setting records already in his career. A lot of NBA fans are going to learn who he is next season because he did miss all of this last season with the torn ACL. And he's going to make the Thunder even scarier. And that's a great thought for the rest of the league.
Yeah. I mean, the Thunder, I know we've kind of fallen into this trap the last few years. Oh, the Nuggets are going to go on a dynastic run. The Celtics, things can change quickly. The Thunder are pretty equipped, especially if a couple guys take a little less on extensions like Seeps talked about earlier. Just to circle back to the deal we were talking about, $5 gets you one raffle ticket to win a Chat Sports swag pack, T-shirt, hat, sunglasses. The more you pay, kind of the exponential growth of how many raffle entries you get 3 tickets for $10, 6 entries for $20, and then 15 for $50. So if you want to get in on that action, that is how you can do so.
We are also 3 subs away from our first Bean Boozle of the day, and I just realized that I
don't
didn't
even know
grab
what those
it.
are, but yeah, I can do it first if we get 3 more subs.
Here, I can go grab that real quick, Sam. Let's go run to the bathroom.
All right, Seep's gonna hop off real quick and get the Bean Boozle. Hit that subscribe button every 50 subs. We are doing just that. I'll take us through some of the top free agents in the meantime as we get you ready for NBA free agency to open. We are about 45 minutes away. Myles Turner is our top guy. Most expect him to re-sign with Indiana, but we'll see where that goes. Jonathan Kuminga, who's restricted, he's been rumored as a potential sign-and-trade player, so keep an eye on that. We'll certainly have that covered. Josh Giddy, we're live on the Bulls report, and it doesn't work on in here. Josh Giddy, like I mentioned, I wish he was Goody. Restricted free agent. We'll see if the Bulls re-sign him. We'll see if they let him sign an offer sheet. DeAndre Ayton, can't officially sign with the team till Wednesday because his release didn't go through till today, and he doesn't clear waivers till Wednesday. So he could kind of hold up certain aspects of free agency. So keep an eye on that. By the way, news on him just a few minutes ago. He forfeited $10 million of his $35.6 million contract for this season. So he gets 25, forfeited $10 million to become a free agent. Obviously, polarizing player, former number 1 overall pick in the Luka Doncic draft. Still put up good numbers last year, averaged a double-double, but Portland's got some younger centers. They drafted Donovan Clingham last year. Probably want to give him a bigger role. So we'll see where he ends up. There's been some Lakers buzz as they need a center, and I'm sure a lot of other teams will express interest. Quentin Grimes restricted as well. He played really well with the Sixers after getting traded by Dallas. Had a couple 35, 40-point games for Philly, so sounds like he could command a pretty strong contract. He is also restricted, so we'll see if the Sixers let him sign an offer sheet somewhere or if they just end up re-signing him. But you see the numbers there. He averaged 22 points per game with Philadelphia after the trade deadline, so played pretty darn well. Patrick Siepman back in here as we go through our top free agents here. Anyone stand out on this group? Obviously, Nick Alexander-Walker is a player that is expected to draw a lot of interest for teams' mid-level exceptions, and maybe even the Pistons are willing to extend that number a little bit.
I could see the Pistons maybe getting aggressive, giving them 3 for $60. But one guy I'm very intrigued here on this list, Cam Thomas. This is a guy who scored 24 a night.
He's a bucket.
Young player, but I could also see him possibly getting maybe the taxpayer MLE where it's $4 or $5 million. And I wonder if that would raise some red flags with the NBA where it's we just had this guy back-to-back seasons, put up pretty damn good numbers, walking bucket, can score from all 3 levels, but he really doesn't have a place here in the NBA. So I'm curious to see how much he gets and also what type of team is going to be in the Cam Thomas business. I don't think the Pistons could be interested in him. I really have no idea.
The Nets just drafted a ton of guards, so do they want to bring him back? I mean, maybe.
Maybe. I would probably say no. I'm going to guess he's on a new team, but I'm curious to see how much he gets. Also, a guy like Ty Jerome. I understand he was terrible in the second-round series versus the Indiana Pacers, but throughout the whole season, anytime I tossed on the Cavs, he was playing good hoops. This past year, 12.5 a night, 44% from 3, 2.5 rebounds, and 3.4 assists. He's still a solid player. He was big in their rotation, a good scorer off the bench. So curious where guys like that go. But, Dorian Finney-Smith, number 11 on our list. I got to assume that might be one of the first deals we see come across here. I think maybe the Houston Rockets. You're saying the Detroit Pistons potentially. But, DFS, again, one of the better 3-and-D players in the NBA. Those guys will always have a place in this league, especially if you have a superstar player on your roster. Besides Houston, I don't really know who else is tossing them.
The Lakers are holding out hope, but I think he's a Rocket because I don't think he's opting out unless he's got pretty good intel that a team is offering him what he wants. The report is that Houston's going to give him a 4-year deal. I would guess that's anywhere from $10 to $13 million per year. So maybe he gets 4 for 48, 4 for 50. He's 32 years old, so he cashes in one last time probably on a long-term deal. Obviously played a lot of time in Dallas, so knows the Lone Star State well, and that's a pretty good get if you're the Rockets. I mean, you trade for Durant, you sign Dorian Finney-Smith if they can get that thing locked in. So I think that's one of the few pieces that are out here that I think could really actually impact the team in a positive way. Tyus Jones has been linked to a few teams. The Knicks have been in the mix there. Al Horford with the Warriors as they're looking to add a veteran big man perhaps. Another deal that could happen pretty early, Seeps. D'Angelo Russell to the Mavs on the taxpayers mid-level. It basically sounds like that's a done deal already. They need a guard to help fill the void while Kyrie Irving recovers from his ACL injury. It sounds like they are out of the Spencer Dinwiddie business. They feel like D'Angelo Russell could be an upgrade. So sounds like that is who they are going to bring in to fill that void.
If I were the Mavs, I would have a long conversation. D'Lo or Chris Paul? Who would I rather target? I would.
It's fair.
Maybe go Chris Paul over him just because, you're bringing a young guy, Cooper Flagg. You just say, hey, CP3, you just got to man the ship, play 20, 25 minutes a night till Kyrie gets back, and then obviously go into a more of a condensed role. But, yeah, D'Lo, make some sense for Dallas here. I don't know, man. I still remember those times when D was with the Brooklyn Nets and they were making the playoffs, and I was like, finally, it's all coming together for D'Angelo Russell. Obviously, it ended up not being the case. Still a pretty solid player, though. I mean,
couple theories on why they would go D'Lo over Chris Paul. Number one, if that report is true that Chris Paul wants to go to the West Coast, well, there's nothing they can do. His family's out in L.A., so if the Clippers want to bring him back, there's actually been some Phoenix buzz that they could bring him back as well. So that's number one. Number two, they could feel that once Kyrie is healthy, D'Lo could kind of, since he can play kind of the 1 and the 2, and so can Kyrie, there could be certain lineup combinations where they play together. You're probably not playing Chris Paul and Kyrie together.
No, probably
very
not.
much at all. Now, you probably wouldn't want to do D'Lo and Kyrie together either, but he's just got more position flex where he can play the 1 and the 2, whereas Chris Paul is strictly just a point guard at this point.
Yeah. I will give Chris Paul credit. I think one of the most under-talked about storylines last year was him playing all 82 games.
Oh, my God. It's incredible.
So much respect for him for doing that, because considering once Wemby was ruled out for the year with the blood clot situation in his shoulder, like, I thought Chris Paul would maybe shut it down, give him credit, play the remainder of the season, help develop those guys. Like, he is a perfect adult to have in the building for any NBA team. But
if he wanted to come to Dallas, I would pick him over D'Lo if I was the Mavericks. But I
wonder what other West Coast teams CP3 could be looking at, like where he could also maybe contend, like LA, like the Lakers. Probably
he's wanted to play for the Lakers forever. Does he just sign to be Luka's backup, vet minimum?
Don't hate it.
Him and LeBron have wanted to play together forever. He's played with Golden State. Could a reunion there be possible? Who knows? Okay, a few more here to discuss.
Bruce Brown.
Remember the Bruce Brown sweepstakes a couple years ago? He doesn't feel. Does Denver bring him back?
I think
they should.
They should consider it at least. But you know what? The Bruce Brown contract, when he signed 2 for, I think it was like 52 with Indiana.
Or 2 for 44 or something like that.
I'm done signing role players that played next to Nikola Jokic. Like, I think no matter who it is, they'll have their
KCP awful in Orlando.
KCP awful in Orlando. Like, I don't know. I would just be very wary of that. But Bruce Brown will probably get some attention. Then you got guys like Jordan Clarkson, who just was bought out. Dennis Schroeder, Malcolm Brogdon.
A lot of Schroeder Kings buzz.
To the Kings, yeah. Malik Beasley, I wonder how long this is going to drag out, or if anybody would sign him.
I mean, he was in line. Most people kind of just expected Detroit to use most of their cap space on him. I don't know how you can sign him right now, and I don't think you can sign him to any significant money. Like, it might just be one of those where he has to play his investigation out, and he signs for like the vet minimum in like a month because if he gets cleared. So yeah, he could be in a tough spot moving forward. In terms of the type of money he could get. So, yeah, I do think that does create some intrigue for free agency here because now Detroit's got options of like what they want to do with their cap space because, I mean, I don't think they could be in the Beasley bit. Like, you can't just invest your money in him and just hope the investigation works out like that. They're on the up and up. Like, if they have any doubts about Beasley, I think you got to use that money elsewhere, whether it's Nick Alexander-Walker or a couple of players.
I don't know why guys in the NBA do that. You're making so much money. Like, how much are you really gambling on these games? So, like, make it like where you have that rush. You know what I mean? Because like Harry and I will put $10, $20 on a parlay that pays out $200-$300. We'll feel that rush. Like, is Malik Beasley feeling that from tossing a $10
if you don't have
away?
enough rush for being a good if you don't have enough rush for being a good NBA player, I don't know what to tell you.
Your mind's in the wrong spot, but
it's an addiction, man. 1-800-GAMBLER. Who is the best player available in free agency?
Oh God, is it Myles?
Is he available?
Yeah, is even Myles Turner available?
Chris Haynes says the Kings are trying to get Russ as well. Is Westbrook at this point just like, how many teams can I play for?
He's trying to get the jersey collection. He's trying to fill
Nate
it up.
Robinson, he's trying to Nate Robinson this thing.
Bulls legend right there.
Yeah.
Or is DeAndre Ayton? Like, is he the best free agent out there? I'd probably say it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. In terms of a guy who can like actually impact winning, probably say him. I mean, if the Bulls somehow don't re-sign Josh Giddy, he'll be number one very fast. But Again,
So
who's
do
paying
the Bulls
Giddy?
have cap space if they don't sign Giddy, or are they already in the tax?
No, the Bulls will never be in the tax.
Well, not the tax, but in the.
Yeah, they pretty much just have the MOE to give.
Okay. They'll never be in
Jerry will never pay a tax bill in his life.
Yeah, that's facts.
But yeah,
Well, I was just gonna
though.
say, like, if they, I would sign Alexander Walker if I was the Bulls. Like, I don't think he'll go there, but like, if you didn't want to pay Giddy big money, I would just get Alexander Walker signed up.
Yeah, I was thinking about Nikhil for the Bulls. I just think the Bulls just roll that money over to 2026. Like, don't screw yourself cap wise.
Yeah.
Like,
that's what they should do. I'm just saying, if you're gonna pick one, I'd rather have NAW than Josh Giddy.
I mean,
especially if he's cheaper.
From the Bulls side of things, like, they would 100% choose Giddy, but
just in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, 100% Nikhil Alexander Walker. 3-and-D wing, like.
Update from Shams Charania, by the way. Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the Knicks and has emerged as a strong candidate. I would guess if that second meeting goes well, he signs on the spot. So
it's big news.
They're the same tier, I would say. All things equal,
Tomato,
especially with how that team is.
So what's the point then?
With how that team's built, I'd probably would have kept Tibbs over going after Mike Brown.
I think their mindset would be like, we're just going to lean into offense. Both our best players are just offensive masterminds in Cat and Brunson. Let's just lean into that.
I guess I just wonder, like, does Josh Hart have value on a Mike Brown team?
I was actually talking about that with Marsh. Like, is he playing 35 minutes a night?
Like, what's his role? Like, he feels like a guy that will get traded before the deadline. Because, like, we're going to be 20 games in. It's like Mike Brown doesn't know how to use this guy.
Hart's averaging 9, 5, and 5 on 30 minutes a game.
26 minutes a game.
Yeah. There was buzz about the Bulls still being in the Kuminga business. Apparently a Vooch for Kuminga sign and trade could be on the table. I guess if the Bulls are just trying to get every athletic wing that can't shoot, it would be cool.
Go sign Russ. He can't shoot.
Go sign Russ. Why not? But yeah, Mike Brown. Again, doesn't really move a needle for me. Like, I feel like all these moves in the NBA
feel the same. It'll look different, but like I don't view them as a team that can win a title.
Oh.
By going from Tibbs to Mike Brown.
I also still thought it was weird the Kings let him go. Kings are in a rough spot.
They looked unreal a couple years ago, and then they traded both their point guards. They're just talk about a poorly run team.
They won 7-game series against the Warriors. We're like, is this the new Warriors?
They
like
were
with the
running
Kings?
and gunning with them.
They look
awesome
good.
Series.
But I guess the Knicks, that's going to be their guy. I know Timberwolves fans will be happy that they're not going to poach Mike Nori as Bulls guy on the Bulls chat saying, Harrison, we would trade you for we'll trade you Cooper Flag for AKME.
Yeah. Nico might say yes. You never know. All right, we have some draft hats available still, and what's cool about the draft hats this year is you can wear these all the time. It's not like there's a draft logo that makes it out of season or whatever. Shop today, chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Producer Sam's going to get that link in the live chat for you guys. It's already in there, it looks like. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. We'll get it in the Bulls chat as well. You can find the Bulls version in there. Also, Sixers, Mavs, all 30 teams, they're all available. Pretty crisp look this year, so go check them out. You can wear these year long. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Go check them out today. All right, we got about 30 minutes until the start of NBA free agency here. Obviously, a storyline seeps that could linger out there is, does LeBron, force the Lakers' hand and try to, force a trade or force them to make some kind of big move?
For us, Harry, I hope he does.
I hope he does,
I hope he does.
Because there's not much going on right now other than kind of mid-level type of signings. But he opted into his player option. Then shortly after, there was a report that he's not super confident in the direction of the roster, and there is a scenario where he could want to play elsewhere this year. So we'll see.
Can I say something without everybody getting really pissed off right now? I can't wait till he retires.
Oh, I'm the same. He's become Rodgers for me
a little bit.
I'm just I'm over it. And look, the difference is LeBron is still a top 15-ish guy.
Yes,
Rodgers probably is not that in the NFL, but it's like I'm tired of this guy.
I want to win a ship, but you go opt into a $52 million player option. It's like
it's just everything is forced.
Everything's forced.
Everything he does is. It's like Rodgers last week. When I retire, I'll be out of the limelight. Dude, like you wanted to be the Jeopardy host while being an NFL quarterback at the same time. Like it's like
he's about to be the vice president for John F.
Yeah, you were gonna be what's his RFK's running mate. You're on McAfee once a week, the most watched show on ESPN. Like, all right, man. Like
Rodgers is like that girl that deletes Instagram for a day and is like, "Hey, I'm off social media," and then the next day she's posting. It's like
zero. It's like LeBron used to do, zero dark 30.
Yeah. No, I'm just sick of the LeBron conversation. He's a tremendous player. He's the second greatest player of all time. Nothing but respect for him. I think for the NBA, it would be better for him once he's gone because like he's still the face of the league.
It would force the NBA to be like, oh shit. We actually can't lean on him and Steph forever.
Yeah, like we actually got to talk about SGA, like these other guys, because eventually we're going to get to a point like Giannis, Jokic. These guys are getting older. They're going to be out of the league in 5, 6, 7 years from now. Like we didn't really get to appreciate their prime as much. And I'm saying all this, and I mean the numbers look like
he's still very good. I mean it's to your point though, it's like. I mean, there was Sham said earlier, like he could evaluate his future for the next several weeks. It's like, speaking of the Rodgers thing, I mean, it's just going to drag out until like August, September. Like,
I'm just kind of over it. I think the NBA they should have started shifting away from them a couple years ago, and now it's like almost like they're trying to force the issue with like a guy like Anthony Edwards, where they're trying to do whatever they can to make him the face of the league. And Ant is an awesome player, but
he's not ready for that.
He's not ready for that yet. I'm sure Wemby and Cooper Flag, they're going to put a lot of marketing into both those guys, but I'm just kind of sick of them. Sick of LeBron.
If the NBA really wants to lean into LeBron toward the end here, they should try to get him traded either back to the Cavs or to the Warriors.
Those are the only two. Yeah,
like
100%.
If you could do the that storyline either way would be massive. I just feel like the Lakers, they already made their future move. Like, lean into building around Luka. This year could be rough if they trade LeBron. But I think honestly, the Lakers behind closed doors wish LeBron opted out of this contract.
100%. Yeah.
And they could either negotiate a lesser deal or, hell, even just let him walk. Like, I don't think that would have been the worst case scenario for LA. So, do you guys think he ends his career in LA? Yes or no? I would guess he probably ends up staying there, but I think it would be if he really wants to be a part of the headlines, he should request a trade.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be a way to control the news cycle.
I can see it now. LeBron is really focused on winning that 5th championship. Yada yada yada. There'll be some press release on that, but
live poll, by the way, go vote on this on our main Chat Sports stream.
It's Alabama saying nah, Jordan saying yes. I am happy, though, for Bulls fans. The LeBron-MJ debate kind of ended, which is good.
I think that had to end, right?
It had to end.
That had its fun little
in
moment
the
spotlight.
Somehow. Him and Ernestine will talk about it.
Oh, my God.
Skip will actually shift to being a LeBron guy after he retires.
Is
That's
LeBron on Ernestine's
hall pass list?
Yeah. That's probably why he hates him so much.
That was probably
the truth comes out.
LeBron and Ernestine had a relationship. Oh, man. The fact that we're talking about that 25 minutes away from free agency says it all, man. Says it all about the current state. James Harden was the next one here. He re-signed with the Clippers on a 2-year, $81.5 million deal.
I'm told he took a discount, Seeps.
Yeah, took a massive discount.
$41 million per year at his age 35-year-old season.
I think the Clippers got a new stadium. They're cool with being first-round exits in the Western Conference. Like, that's
what they are? They're kind of just a better version of the Bulls, where it's like
they're
always in the playoffs, but deep down they have to know by now, like, we're not threatening to win a title.
They're the Western Conference Bulls. Like, they actually have 2 marketable stars. Like, they're a way better team than the Bulls, but still in, like,
their
the conference.
Their ceiling is the second round.
Ceiling is second round, yeah.
Bull ceiling is the first round.
Bull ceiling is winning.
Getting through the play-in.
It's winning one playoff game for the Bulls. It's losing in 5 in the first. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't love this move for LA. Kind of had to, but again, like I would have said to the Clippers, like once he said no to that, but he wouldn't have said no to the player option if he wasn't getting this 2-year deal. I would have said, hey, go test the open market, see what you can get.
No one can pay him that.
No one can pay him this.
I wonder if he becomes a trade deadline guy, whether it's this year or next year. Just like, all right, Kawhi's hurt again. This isn't working. Like, does some team just trade for him? Like,
Milwaukee.
Yeah,
I could see Milwaukee.
That's not a bad call, to be honest.
One of those teams, man.
Milwaukee, I mean, would Orlando consider it? Would you trade like Suggs and salary matchers? Have him play pure point for that team?
Probably say no if I was Orlando.
I would too, but
it's just throwing stuff out there.
Another offensive player if they're trying to lean into that now.
But point being, it's crazy that you have a guy that really has no market, but he just signed a 2-year, $80 million deal. Like, the NBA is in a weird spot.
I will say it is pretty fascinating that his numbers, pretty big uptick from last year to this year. Now, wasn't quite as efficient, but, I mean, 23-9. Played 7-9 games. I will say this about Harden. For a guy who's never been in tip-top shape, he plays a lot. Like, he does not miss a lot of time. He likes to play. He's not one of these load management guys. So I will give him credit for that. And I'll give him credit, too. It felt like after the end of that Houston thing and the Brooklyn thing, it's like, this guy's just going to – he's kind of just done.
He's done.
He's not though. So I'll give him credit. Like he's evolved his game over time. He's really leaned into being more of a pure point guard, where he's going to average 8 to 10 assists per game, while shooting the 3 ball as well. He doesn't get downhill as well as he used to, but he's a very good regular season player.
Very good.
And there's value in today's NBA of durability. Playing most of 82 games, still being like a 20-8 guy. But if you're trying to win a title and he's a centerpiece of that, you're always going to be left wanting more.
In this kind of highlight era we live in sports, like I promise you, Harry, how old is PJ?
2.
2? I bet you when he's old enough to start watching NBA highlight videos on YouTube, he's going to be like, Dad, was James Harden the top 10 player of all time? Like, seriously, like his highlights. Russ, James Harden, these guys are going to age very well. And then he's going to look up, talk about Harden playing a lot of games. He'd be like, God, he's top 20 in scoring of all time, top 20 in assists. Like, you have all these accolades.
First of all, you say that as if he won't be signing another 2-year deal with the Sixers by then, or with the Clippers by then.
It's just going to keep on being one for ones. It's going to be a 2-year deal, player option, just over and over and over again.
I would love to be James Harden's agent.
Just making a lot of money, man.
A lot of money, man. A lot of money. Timberwolves, I think they're the early winners of free agency. And
I agree.
If we get enough action tonight, we'll do some winners and losers from kind of some moves pre-day one through day one as well. I think to lock in 2 of the 3 of Nasri, Julius Randle, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker before free agency even opens, I think that's a win for Minnesota with the way today's CBA is set up.
Yeah.
And say what you want about Julius Randle, man. He was pretty damn consistent in the playoffs. He had a few tough games in the Western Conference Finals, but in the first 2 rounds, he was excellent. When Ant would have bad games, he would kind of pick up the slack. Yeah. He seems to fit in better in kind of an under-the-radar type of city.
Yeah.
Clearly, he could not handle New York in the bright lights, but I thought he was pretty good last year. And, when that trade happened with him for Cat, basically that swap, it felt like one of those lose-lose trades that maybe is a win-win trade. I mean, obviously the Knicks got to the conference finals for the first time ever. I know Cat's polarizing there, but was pretty damn good for New York if you add it all up in the end. And Julius finally was able to be a more reliable playoff performer. So,
and also
I like that move, and obviously you keep Naz Reid as well.
And that's also why you traded Cat. Like, his contract's ridiculous. He's been making $62 million in 2 years from now. You would have been able to keep Naz Reid or Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Like, T-Wolves don't make that deal. They're letting both those guys walk, and you're just kind of hoping Cat and Ant figure it out.
Well, and it's a good point, too, of, like, would you rather have Randle and Naz Reid or just Karl Anthony Towns?
I'd probably rather have Randle and Naz Reid.
And both of them are tradable contracts.
If
you do want to pivot, you can. So I think that ended up being a win for them. And I don't think it's necessarily been a loss for the Knicks either.
No.
Because Cat was, I know that Knicks fans can be driven crazy by the way he plays, but it's pretty damn good for them. Like
pretty good.
He fit in pretty well. I thought he handled the pressure of New York better than people thought he would.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for his 5-minute spurt in Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Knicks probably get swept in that series. So, and also that deal, it's crazy. It went down a week before training camp, and it completely changed just the whole landscape
when was
of the
that?
NBA.
August, September?
I think it was like the first week of September.
Kind of out of
when
nowhere.
that Cat trade went down. So, clearly Minnesota want to move off that contract, was able to bring in Nas or re-sign Nas and, keep Julius Randle here. So that's a win-win trade for both teams.
All right, less than 20 minutes until free agency opens and D'Angelo Russell signs with the Mavericks. But let's get some more likes on here. Let's reach 50% like rate. We got about 1,200 people watching and less than 300 likes. So let's get those numbers up. We would greatly, greatly appreciate it. If you're enjoying our content, if you want more NBA free agency coverage, we'll be here for the next couple of days. So like the video. Also go if you're watching on our Bulls stream, same deal. Not sure what the numbers are looking like over there, Seeps. But
we got 215 people watching, 80 likes. So if you guys could help us out, it's the thumbs up icon. If we could get to 100, that would be fantastic. Also, if you guys have liked the video, just drop a me down below in the comment section. We'll give you guys some shout outs for helping out the show.
I appreciate all of that as we're 18 minutes and counting. Let me check the old Twitter feed and see if there's anything new here.
Now, the biggest moves would be Russ to the Knicks and D'Lo to the Mavs. That could happen
I will
here when it
predict
opens.
right now that within the first 10 minutes of free agency opening, the Mavericks will sign D'Angelo Russell and the Rockets will sign Dorian Finney-Smith. I think those two happen in fact, I think those tweets are scheduled by Shams already.
Yeah.
I think both of those are done deals. When you get hit with the Dorian Finney-Smith surprisingly is opting out, that is, there's been tampering. A team has guaranteed that they're going to give him more money than the current team will. So, yeah, that's the lock of the century. So you've got that coming. Bobby Marks has this note that the cap in 2026-27 is projected to increase 7%. The maximum allowed is 10%. So everyone who says business isn't booming in the NBA, it's still steady growth. Man. You lock in that TV money, it doesn't really matter how much people actually end up watching afterward. At least early on in those contracts. Now you get to the later part of them.
Your draft coverage could be terrible, and it does not matter. For
you can have Colin Cowherd drafted in the lottery, and you're still booming. So
you guys could also let us know, what do you think the first move is going to be during free agency?
Yeah, let's predict that.
I like the call of D'Lo to the Mavs. What tweet will be fired off first, though? DFS or D'Lo?
I think it's one of those two. Maybe Russ and the Knicks, but I could see him kind of playing it out a little bit.
I think he will.
Seeing what else is out there. Because when you get to that stage in your career, it's like you really want to be particular in where you go and what your role is going to be. But
go play in the Garden.
Chris Paul could wait it out too. Like which West Coast team emerges as an ideal suitor. So yeah, those are a few. I would say like Myles Turner, but like they can re-sign him now. So like do him and Josh Giddy, does that drag out a little bit?
Who knows why Giddy hasn't been.
Also, does the center market get put on hold a little bit because DeAndre Ayton can't sign with teams until Wednesday because he has to clear waivers first?
The center market in the NBA, it kind of reminds me of that running back market in the NFL right now where it's like you got guys like Saquon, Derrick Henry, McCaffrey. They're getting paid pretty good still, kind of like Jokic, some of these top centers. But then there's like a huge drop-off.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we're going to see, like remember when the Bulls re-signed Vooch, it was like he's getting 20. Myles Turner's getting 20. Even last year, like Valanciunas getting 13. I think we're going to see the center market really start to dry up, except for like the top-end guys. They'll still be making a ton of money. But we'll see how it plays out here. We're 15 minutes
guys like
away.
Brooke Lopez, they're probably
he was getting paid
for like the taxpayers or something. I don't think they're going to get huge money. So we'll get some shout-outs here. First signing of free agency. Predict it for us. Someone says Pistons should go after Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Yeah, we've thrown
That'd be a
that
good
one
call.
out there. I don't think that happens early, though, because I think he's going to see kind of what his options
I
are.
wonder if he could play it out for a couple of days.
At least a couple hours, I would think. I mean, I think he's...
Kind of hope he gets more than the MLE, and then if he doesn't,
I will
he
say,
signs
though,
that.
like, with not a lot of cap space out there, you don't want to wait too long, because what if teams just move
Dries
on
up.
and
Yeah.
your money dries up? So I think he's going to see if the Pistons are willing to exceed the mid-level, and then if not, he will just... Whatever teams offer him the mid-level, he'll just pick the one that he likes the best.
Also, if you're Detroit, too, like, if you do give him more than the MLE, that's a very tradable contract as well. Like, if you give him 3 for $60, you could pair that 20 up with, a couple of other contracts, a bunch of picks, maybe try to get that second star next to Cade.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Yeah, I mean, like, who knows? Like, if a year from now, like, Giannis really does free up, you could go after him. You could go after whoever. So teams love having those $18, $20 million contracts because you can use those to match salary in these big trades. All right, from now until the top of the hour, which would be 6 o'clock Eastern time, you see the timer right there. That's when free agency opens. You can get 2x the raffle entry. So normally a $5 super chat gets you 1 raffle ticket for a chance to win our Chat Sports swag pack, which includes an NBA t-shirt for your favorite team. There are a ton available, a Chat Sports hat, and a pair of Chat Sports sunglasses. It's about a value of, say, $60, $70, $5 for a chance to win. And right now you get 2 times the raffle entry. $10 gets you 3 raffle tickets. And then $20 gets you 6, $50 gets you 15. So the more you spend, the more raffle tickets you get, and we'll do the raffle at the end of the stream. So 2 for the price of 1 for the next 13 minutes and change. So if you want to get in on that action, whether you're watching on Chat Sports or the Bulls Report, you can do so. Here are a few examples of some T-shirts. A lot of Nike shirts available as well, so you know you're getting that high-quality stuff thanks to our friends over at Fanatics. So go ahead and take advantage of that if you want to. $5 gets you in for 2 tickets. So there you go.
Help us
All
out.
right, Sieb. So with a little uptick in the audience here, guys coming and going, who among these top free agents stands out? I mean, obviously, DeAndre Ayton, we got to wait until Wednesday, so we'll see how that plays out. But clearly, Giddy with the Bulls is a polarizing topic right now.
Yeah, interesting that he hasn't signed yet with the Bulls. I'm assuming maybe they're just going to let him test the market and then maybe use that as a negotiating tactic. Be like, hey, we told you can't get $30 million elsewhere. Come sign with us for $25 million. But I definitely think Ayton's going to be the guy that probably ends up going to the Lakers as a center next to Luka. We're also assuming Myles Turner will return to Indiana. I can't really see any reason why they wouldn't. I mean, he's been there for 10 years now. Been one of the faces of the franchise. I would assume he returns. But the Kuminga sign and trade, where will he go? I have no idea. Apparently the Bulls are still in. Apparently the Miami Heat are still in. If I had to call it, I think he would end up in Miami out of those two. I think with the Bulls drafting Essengay in the first round, probably out on him, but I don't know.
Apparently he wants $30 million per year.
It's just crazy.
I don't know who would want to pay him that. Also, just to go back to the Myles Turner thing, is there a world where Indiana, like, if he wants $30+ million per year, where they're just like, well, we're not going to have Halliburton next year. So that's kind of 1 year wasted, because without him, they really have no shot to compete for a title. Would they consider some kind of sign and trade? I mean, he's been like their guy forever, so I don't think they would go that route. But I do just wonder if his price tag just exceeds what they're willing to pay, if they would at least have those conversations. Because they haven't re-signed him yet. I mean, a lot of these other guys, Julius Randle, Nasri, like these guys are re-upping, so maybe Indiana's kind of just playing this out a little bit to see what happens.
And this guy has been the NBA trade rumor guy. Like every single deadline, every single
offseason. 4
offseason.
off seasons in a row.
I think if you had to take a total of all the Chat Sports videos that have been done on NBA trade rumors, Myles Turner might be number 1 over the last 6 years.
Before Bradley Beal actually got traded,
Beal was
he was the GOAT. Okay, but Turner's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out Jay Crowder, role player trade merchant. We'll see where Turner ends up. Sam, when you're ready over there, I'm actually going to hop off just real quick before free agency starts. If Seeps wants to take a look at some of these other available free agents.
We can keep ripping the
that.
top free agents here.
I will be right back, so stay tuned. I'll be back before free agency opens.
Yeah, here are the top 5 guys. Quentin Grimes is going to be interesting. Apparently, he wants 4 years, $100 million. Not sure if the Sixers will give that to him, but I'm also not sure if he could get that on the open market. Now, when he was traded from Dallas to Philadelphia, he was unreal. Almost shooting 8 3-pointers a game and shooting that at 37%. One of the best natural shooters of the basketball we have in the league. And also, if you guys remember, Quentin Grimes was a 5-star point guard coming out of high school. We saw him with the ball in his hands a lot more at Philadelphia. Saw the playmaking bag. I actually remember NBA 2K put out a tweet saying he's a 85 overall now, so he's definitely upped his game. But 22 a night, 4.5 assists. Curious to see how much he gets. Again, DeAndre Ayton cannot sign until Wednesday. Assuming he's going to go to the Lakers, getting a lot of reports on that. And then still question marks with Josh Giddy. Why hasn't he been signed by the Chicago Bulls? Who the hell knows? But one guy I'm also curious about is Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome had an awesome season with the Cavs. He was up there for 6th Man of the Year. He was a finalist for that award. I mean, this past season, averaging 12.5 points per game, 2.5 boards, 3.4 assists a night, shot 44% from downtown this past season. I understand he was not good against Indiana Pacers in that second round, but I still think this guy has value. Sam Miko saying that the Memphis Grizzlies could be big on this guy, so maybe he gets that MLE. Maybe gets a little more than that. I would probably have to guess the MLB would be perfect for Ty Jerome, but it's another guy you could have off the bench. He can run that second unit. He was great in the pick and roll this past season. He does a fantastic job of navigating that, finding open shooters, throwing the lob to, whether that was Jared Allen this past season or just getting to his own push shot. And, the uptick we saw, I mean, especially from how he started his career. He was getting good tick for the Warriors back in the 2022 year, but I mean, the Cavs were a 64-win team, and this was a guy who was playing 20 minutes a night for him, being very, very effective. So curious to see how much he gets. And then we kind of kicking along here. Dorian Finney-Smith, assuming he's going to go to the Houston Rockets on an MLE deal. It was interesting he opted out of that $15.6 million player option. I'm assuming he had a handshake deal with another team. That's why he opted out on that. And also, he probably wants more years on that contract, give him more stability, and he can really hunker down there in Houston. So I would love that pickup for the Rockets. The Rockets are, I think, the biggest contender to the Oklahoma City Thunder, not just in the West, but the entire NBA. I loved all the moves they have made so far. I mean, the Kevin Durant trade, just keep it simple like this. They needed ISO scoring, and they brought in the best ISO scorer possibly in NBA history. Kevin Durant, still had the most points per isolation this past season in the NBA, can still get it done. I like the Steven Adams deal as well. More physicality for that team. Fred VanVleet, 2 for 50. You'll take that. Jayshawn Tate, still a very good defender. I've loved all the moves, and also the flexibility you get now with Jabari Smith on a 5-year, $122 million deal. If he ends up being a legit 4th, 5th option on a title team, that contract looks like a steal. And then if it doesn't, let's say he doesn't play too well during the first couple of years of that contract, you can just go trade him. They still have a ton of draft picks. He could be another big piece for another move. So I like that. But also, I'm a believer in Jabari Smith. 6'10". He's going to learn a lot from Kevin Durant as well. I could see him maybe on years 3, 4, and 5 of that contract being like a legit 20-a-game guy in the NBA. But then you got a bunch of veterans here. Like a guy like Tyus Jones. Al Horford is apparently getting a lot of buzz from the Golden State Warriors, which from the Warriors side of things, I think that would be a home run pickup. A guy you can still play 5 out, a good locker room guy, veteran championship experience. So I'd like that for Golden State. D'Angelo Russell, we're hearing he's probably going to sign with the Mavs here in about 7 minutes. So stay tuned for that. Probably get a 2-year, $8 million deal. And then you also got a guy like Chris Paul. Wants to stay on the West Coast. I'll give CP3 credit. Played in all 82 games this past season. And especially when Wemby went out for the rest of the season with that blood clot thing, I thought it was pretty impressive that he decided to stick it out and he played in the rest of the games. But I'm curious, maybe CP3 wants to go back to the Clippers potentially. Maybe it's the Lakers. We've known he's been wanting to play for the Lakers for a very long time. His family's on the West Coast. I'm assuming he's going to stay over there. Maybe the Phoenix Suns as well. They still have a need for a true point guard, especially if Tyus Jones ends up leaving. But he's another guy. And then Bruce Brown, we were kind of joking about this earlier, but NBA teams don't pay role players that played next to Nikola Jokic. Bruce Brown signed that 2-year deal with the Pacers, ended up being a bad contract. KCP signed that 3-year deal with the Magic, ended up being a bad contract. Jokic just makes these role players, look like way better than they actually are. But Bruce Brown still has value. Like, very strong defender, good at the point of attack. Not really too sure who would be interested in him. Maybe a team like the Memphis Grizzlies as well. They love defensive-minded guards, especially next to Ja Morant here. But I'm curious to see where Bruce Brown's going to go as we're just under now, 5 minutes away from free agency started. Super, super excited. Can't wait for this. But, Brucey Brown, he was one of the better role players for that Nuggets team. He was awesome from beyond the arc, that playoff run. Obviously didn't end up living up to the hype when he went to Indiana. But we'll see where he ends up going. As I think we crossed over 50 subs gained here. We do have the Bean Boozled on deck. You want to take the first one?
Oh, okay.
Brett, you want to take it?
All right,
We'll take it. We got a fresh batch here, too.
Executive producer Brett Scott gonna rip the first Bean Boozled. So, fresh batch, huh?
Fresh batch.
Fresh batch, so extra stinky?
Yes.
So I just pick one.
No,
right?
I'm gonna spin
I
it.
don't know the difference? Oh, you spin it.
Spin it.
Okay.
I didn't even hear what you just said.
Alrighty, here we go. We got
Let's see what he ends up with here.
berry blue or toothpaste. I feel like that's
I don't
actually.
see either of those.
We got no blues. We're spinning again.
So it's not a fresh batch.
I guess it's not. What's that? Pomegranate or old bandage?
Oh, God. Bandage.
That-
Bandage is bad.
That might be
I don't know.
terrible.
Is it this one?
I think. Yeah. That red one.
All right, here we go.
Let's see that. Keep hitting that subscribe button.
Oh, it's a bad one.
It's old bandage.
Very bad. That's very bad.
Hey, every 50 subs,
Oh, God.
we'll start it off. Oh,
All right, there you go. Starting out hot. Shout out your favorite team
smell
as we
bad.
got 3 minutes to go. We'll give you guys about 20 seconds, and then I'm going to look down at the chat, and the first one I see is who we are going to discuss. And Seeps, I don't know about you. Free agency's almost here. Nothing gets me fired up like a Nikhil Alexander Walker sweepstakes.
I
It's
cannot
This
wait.
is what we live for. This
Cannot
is
wait.
I mean, Adam Silver couldn't have and C.J. McCollum couldn't have drawn it up any better.
I'm just saying it's going to be some craziness tonight. So
That's a Silver plant. We'll see what happens. We'll see if LeBron truly that'd be something if he
that
requested
would be
a trade.
awesome.
That's what we need. All
What
right,
about a little
5,
Zion?
4, 3, 2, 1. I see the Spurs from Geo Marvel.
Alrighty.
76-60. Shout out to Geo for
I'll throw
repping his team.
I'll throw something out here for the Spurs.
Okay, I like it.
What if we get a De'Aaron Fox trade this summer?
I think that's more of a deadline move if him and what's his name don't
Harper.
work well. I think you got to at least see if they can work.
See if that backcourt
Because
can
when you
work
traded
together.
for Fox, it was like, this is our guy to pair with Wemby. I don't think you bail on that after 20 games or whatever it was.
Yeah, unless they get a good look at Harper in the first week of him being in San Antonio, then they just tried to peel off that. But
I mean, if some team just gave you some crazy offer, sure, but I'm at least playing that out for the first 40 or 50 games.
yeah, just see if it can somehow work. But Spurs are in a great spot, man. I mean, you got Wemby, Harper, Fox, Castle, Vassell. I mean, they're going to be – if I was the NBA, and we talk about ratings being down, a Flag versus Wemby Western Conference Finals matchup for like 5 straight years would be awesome.
That'd be fun. That would be fun. Yeah. We got a $50 super chat from Gwendolyn, who was, I think, the MVP during the draft.
Let's go.
Bringing the heat. If the first free agent signing is James Wiseman, that means the NBA is broken.
The Bulls will sign James
If
Wiseman.
that's the first signing, I will walk off set.
The Bulls are trying to get all the busts from the 2020 NBA draft.
If Wiseman is the first signing, I'm walking off set. That is a Graham guarantee. I can promise you that. But
that'll be awesome.
I'll walk back in, but I will walk off if that ends up happening. Speaking of which, 30 seconds away.
There we
Predict
go.
who is it going to be? Who will sign first? Spam the live chat right now. Who will be the next player to sign and the first to sign with free agency officially open? Official prediction?
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Okay, I'll go
That'll
D'Lo
be my
then.
guy.
Those are my top two. D'Lo to the Mavs on the taxpayer. He's got Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets. I think these tweets are scheduled out. We're going to find out if we're right in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. NBA free agency is officially open. "2025 NBA free agency is officially here, and we are covering it all on Chat Sports Live on YouTube. He's Patrick Siepman. I am Harrison Graham. Deals can officially be struck with free agents for new teams. Obviously, a lot of re-signings and player options and all that stuff is taken place in the last 24 hours or so. Seeps, you predicted Dorian Finney-Smith to the Rockets would be the first signing. I predicted D'Angelo Russell to the Mavs. We're 17 seconds in and no shams bombs.
No bombs.
So, I'm a little disappointed here.
Wild card here.
We do have a note from Michael Scotto. Josh Okogie and the Hornets have agreed to push back his non-guaranteed salary to July 15th. So welcome to free agency.
Blockbuster right here.
Shout out your favorite team.
I know.
Let us know where you guys are tuning in from. Jake Fisher has the bell emoji tweeted out, so we must be here. But let us know who you're repping, and we'll get some shout-outs going.
I could also see Ty Jerome to the Grizzlies being one of the early moves.
Yeah, it's been heavily rumored. That's been heavily rumored. Come on, insiders. We didn't talk for 2 hours just for nothing to happen in the first minute. That's
we broke it all down here for nothing.
That is not what we signed up for. Now, the conspiracy theorist in me would be like, well, they got to wait till 6:05 to avoid tampering charges. So, that could be part of it as well.
Officially
all right,
free
I'll get some shout-outs here. Max is a Lakers fan, so is Eli. Brew Crew going with the Bucks. Ty Man is a Cavs fan. Joey is Timberwolves. Aiden says Lakers. Edwin, Cavs. Malachi, Lakes. Pokemon says Nets. We got a Rockets fan and Aiden. Sixers. If you want to just give some Bulls shout-outs, I know they're all going to be mostly Bulls fans, but if you want to show your chat some love over there.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Rice. He wants a Zion Bulls trade today.
That would be classic.
That
Bulls.
would be awesome.
At least that'd be entertaining.
Oh, it would be a fun team. A lot of Ken P saying, I need my Bulls to get Kuminga. A lot of reports about Kobe White, maybe Nikola Vucevic being involved in a sign-and trade there. Bulls just getting all the athletic wings that can't shoot. Anthony Vargas in the building. Robert Pavich. Shout out to you, bro. And DC and NWO Entertainment all in the house. Shout out to you guys for tuning in.
Shout out. You guys are some real ones as we continue to roll along here. Nothing yet.
I'm stunned right now.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, here we go.
Scotto again with news that doesn't matter. The Jazz have guaranteed $3.68 million non-guaranteed salary for Svi Mikhailuk. Shout out to Kansas Jayhawks. All right, we'll go from the most recent moves back until something actually happens here. Nick Batum re-upping with the Clippers on a 2-year, $11.65 million deal. Day'Ron Sharpe, same deal with the Nets for $12 million on a 2-year deal. Joe Ingles. How long is Joe Ingles going to play, Seeps?
I think Jingles is just the locker room glue for the Minnesota Timberwolves now. Trying to win a championship, and they thought Jingles was a key part of that. But he got the 1-year, $3.63 million deal. But the biggest deal on here, Jabari Smith getting 5-year, $122 million from the Houston Rockets. Harry and I both like this deal. For Houston, gives them flexibility in the future, and also you're banking on one of your one guys hopefully outperforming that contract here in a couple of seasons. So I like that move for Houston. And then Bobby Portis getting a deal with the Milwaukee Bucks. That's Giannis's guy for 3 years, $44 million. And then James Harden opted out of the player option, but then just re-signed with the Clippers for a 2-year, $81.5 million deal. I don't really understand this from the Clipper side of things. I understand you got a new stadium. You want to stay competitive in the West, but your max ceiling here is a first-round playoff exit. Like, maybe you get the round 2 if all things go well, but I don't know. $81 million for James Harden right now over 2 seasons is a lot, and I think they might just continuously run back the 1-for-1, where it's like Harden opts out of the player option, then he goes and re-signs another 2-year deal. It's been the same exact thing over and over again, but Harry,
yeah, I think sometimes teams, and I understand it in some situations and others I don't. I think sometimes teams just fall into we know we're at least good. So why not just why risk it all by just letting a guy like this walk?
Yeah.
But you also kind of know, like, what is the goal? Is the goal to be a consistent playoff team, or is the goal to ultimately win a championship? I would hope the latter, but at the same time, this is the Clippers we're talking about. This isn't the Lakers. This isn't the Celtics. So, there's value in a guy like James Harden, even if you kind of know this current version of James Harden isn't getting you to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Clippers, Ty Lue, just go throw on the Game 7 tape. The guy was refusing to look at the basket.
NBA Central should be embarrassed for doing the breaking tweet for Svi Mikhailuk. I mean, we have to be better. We just absolutely have to be better.
That's hilarious.
All right, keep it rolling since no signings just yet have come in. These are all team options here coming up on these one-year deals. On this front, nothing that really stands out there. Julius Randle was a big one, obviously. Sieps, 3 years, $100 million to stay with the Timberwolves. We've covered that ad nauseum, but if you're just joining us for the Timberwolves to keep him and Naz Reid, I think that's about the best outcome you could have hoped for. Yeah. They're going to lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but I think 2 out of 3 was probably always the goal.
You're either going to keep Cat, pay him $55 million per year, or you're going to re-sign Naz and Julius Randle and pay those guys $55 a year. So I think that trade worked out for both teams, the Timberwolves and the Knicks. But curious to see if the Timberwolves have anything else planned. Tim Conley's been very, very aggressive since he's taken over as the Timberwolves president of basketball operations. So maybe they'll let this play out. Maybe Randall gets dealt at the deadline. That's a very tradable contract. So I like the moves for Minnesota. The Colin Sexton trade, we talked about that. Doesn't make sense. The Hornets don't have a center, which is pretty funny. Ryan Kalkbrenner will probably end up being their starting 5-man there. But Nurkic heads to the Utah Jazz. And I think the Jazz, they got Kessler, Markkanen, Nurkic. They got a bunch of big white guys on their team now, but they don't really understand this.
We have a report from Chris Haynes saying that the Kings have arranged meetings via Zoom to talk with both Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. They would like to acquire both, but have other point guard options to speak with. So sounds like Russ is going to have some options. The Knicks have reportedly been interested. I'll be interested to see if Denver looks to bring him back, but it kind of feels like that's probably not going to happen at this point in time. So, the Kings just, you look back, they're one of those. You look back and think, what were they thinking? I mean, when they traded Halliburton, I first kind of thought, that's the guy I would have kept out of him and De'Aaron Fox. But if you're going to keep Fox, don't you keep him? They then traded him 2 years later. So they have just mismanaged things for a while now. And Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook help you in the short term, but they're not exactly long-term viable.
They're gonna live in that play-in tournament in the Western Conference for the next couple of years. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine.
Bulls East or Bulls West, baby.
I think both those guys will probably have the most points ever scored in the play-in tournament in NBA history, DeRozan and LaVine, when it's all said and done. We are getting new reports here on Chris Paul. Apparently, Chris Paul plans to decide between the Suns and the Clippers for his next
reunions
team.
For both. Went to the finals with the Suns in 2021, and I think he'd be a pretty good mentor for Jalen Green, by the way. So that's interesting. And then the Clippers, obviously, where he spent. When it's all said and done, is that where he's most known for? I know he hasn't been with the team for more than like 6 or 7 years at a time.
Maybe, Phoenix taking them to a championship. He's got some good.
I mean, weirdly enough, he was with New Orleans maybe the longest. I'd have to go look,
Probably.
But he was there for a long time to start his career. But yeah, Suns and Clippers per Chris Haynes. That's who Chris Paul is deciding between. It looks like so. He was the guy the Mavericks were reportedly interested in, but it sounds like they're going to sign D'Angelo Russell. Was my prediction for the first signing, which could still happen because we're 9 minutes in and there hadn't been a signing yet.
Who do you think's older, Jalen Green's girlfriend or Chris Paul?
Oh man, Jalen Green's is Jalen Green still dating Larsa Pippen?
Yeah, no, Drea.
Is that who he was? No, that was Malik Beasley.
Yeah,
and he's got all kinds of issues right now.
So Drea's 40 years old, and Chris Paul is
39, I believe.
Just turned 40.
Wow, same
So
age.
There you go.
Jalen Green's got a type.
Well, fun question.
Jake Fisher also adds that the Kings are also going to meet with Malcolm Brogdon and that the Wizards would be willing to help facilitate a sign and trade with Brogdon. So sounds like the Kings are looking to add to that backcourt.
Yeah, they're trying to keep that 9th seed held down in the West.
10 minutes into free agency, and it's all about the Sacramento Kings.
I think the biggest loser of NBA free agency, if we're doing winners and losers, it's us. It's the consumer.
No question. I mean, that was probably going to be the case regardless, but
this is incredible.
10 minutes in, we got nothing. So we can still ask this question. Who will sign next? Who will sign first post-free agency opening? Let us know. Predict it for us.
Josh Hart tweeting out at 6:01, and I ain't seen one deal saying what happened to the game I love.
Yeah. I miss when free agency used to open literally at midnight, and I would stay up as like a high schooler.
Yep.
That was back when Woj and Shams were at the Vertical via Yahoo.
Oh, my God.
That was 10, 11 years ago. That was the Hassan Whiteside sweepstakes.
The Hassan Whiteside. Name a random NBA player. That name's going to go crazy.
Oh, we can play that game to kill some time. At this rate, we're gonna have to do something.
Or will anybody sign today? Will we get one sign? Over under 3.5.
Hey, this is a new era. This is going to be like Major League Baseball. There's really no free agency period. So for those wondering, why is free agency irrelevant's a strong word, but less relevant? Well, the new CBA is set up. It's designed to emphasize keeping homegrown talent by re-signing them, and basically the only way to acquire big external talent, given the two apron seeps, is by trading and matching salaries. So moving forward, you're not going to see Kevin Durant sign with the Warriors in free agency. Like that's over with. If you want Kevin Durant, you have to trade for him, just like the Rockets did. So,
and it will be better in future years, but specifically this year, the only team with legit cap space is the Brooklyn Nets, and they have $35 million. Now you still got teams like the Pistons. They got about 20 now after the Beasley stuff, but just nobody really has cap space. And a lot of these teams, like we've seen it with a lot of these, like guys who had a player option, declined that, but they signed an extension. Is they want long-term stability with that team, and they also realize they can't go and test the open market because nobody's going to be paying them. Like Naz Reid, probably a $30 million player, but who's going to give him $30 million? Like the Minnesota Timberwolves, they could give him a 5-year, $125 million deal. He'll take that instead of like, even if the Nets wanted him for 3 for 90 or something.
That's also a tradable contract, even if they, he's not going to be there all 5 years. So, I'm reading Marshall Green on Twitter. Adam Silver killed the NBA offseason. Him and CJ McCollum. This shit's dead, man.
And plus, we just got to get a decision on these restricted free agents still. Like, we're still waiting on Giddy. We're still waiting on Kuminga. And these could also drag out.
I would love to pull up, like, our 2021 or something day one stream. How many players have signed by the 13-minute? It's got to be I would argue double digits.
Yeah.
I would argue double digits. This is sad, man. How about this, Seeps? You ready for a take?
Go for it.
I'll give you a take for you NFL fans out there as well. I think the biggest sports news of the day has already happened.
It was Jalen Ramsey
getting
traded, yeah.
But I think I'm declaring it over. It is over. The Jalen Ramsey, Mika Fitzpatrick, Jonnu Smith trade, nothing will top that today.
We got SportsCenter with Kevin Nagandi coming up next on ESPN.
He's got it covered. He's got it covered. I'm sure Shams will be on the set.
Oh, man.
I mean, the fact that the last tweet in my tweet deck is Jake Fisher, Malcolm Brogdon is just an embarrassment to the league. All right, hit that subscribe button because unlike ESPN, we're actually here covering this, even though there seemingly isn't anything to cover. But when something happens, we'll be ready for it. Seeps and I are on the edge of our seats, just like you guys are.
Can't wait.
Hit that subscribe button, and we got you guys covered. NBA free agency. We covered both rounds of the NBA draft. If enough action happens tonight, we'll do day one tracker, winners and losers. At this point, that feels like a stretch, but time will tell. Regardless, we will be here for all of you. So hit that subscribe button. We're 15 subs away from our next 100 milestone there. Let's get to 412, 400. We would greatly appreciate it. And how about this, Seeps? New audience chat driver. Can we just boo Adam Silver for a second?
I love it.
Boo!
not the draft, but boom. Get the booze in the comments section.
What happened to the best transaction league?
15 minutes in, we got nothing.
The biggest move of the offseason happened before the draft. Kevin Durant.
Happened before Game 7 of the finals.
Yeah, on the day of Game 7.
On the day. Incredible.
Unbelievable.
Oh, here we go. We got news.
We got news?
Jaren Jackson.
Oh, an extension. That doesn't count. It's not a new signing, though.
Not a new signing. He's going to get a 5-year, $240 million extension from the Memphis Grizzlies.
50. What's that? 48 a year.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say all the trade rumors around his name just ended up dying.
They're going to keep that pairing together. Man, oh man. So Jaren Jackson Jr., who's been with the Grizzlies for a while, DPOY in 2023, he gets a massive, massive extension. Renegotiation and extension, Shams calls it. So maybe they're just like, it's not like whatever he has left plus 5. Maybe it's a new 5-year deal, period. But
listen, I'm a Jaren Jackson guy. Thing that drives me crazy is him averaging 5.5 rebounds a game for the last 2 seasons. You're the big man. You're the standalone big guy for the Memphis Grizzlies. But a great defender, very versatile defender, one of the best in the NBA. Memphis kind of had to do this. I thought there was a chance maybe they would try to blow it up completely and trade either Jaren Jackson or Ja Morant, but that's clearly going to be the duo they roll with. Trade up for Cedric Coward, or also known as Colin Cowherd. He'll be the 2 guard here from Memphis, but Ja
he's calling until further notice.
Yeah. But yeah, Jaren Jackson, that's going to be their core that they tried to build around. They have a ton of draft picks now from that Bane trade, so maybe they tried to go target a 3rd star to get next to Ja and Jaren Jackson, but I mean, the Grizzlies, like, they had a pretty good year last year. They're, I think it was 3 games off the 3 seed
I feel
in
like
the West.
A play-in team.
They'll probably be a play-in team.
KCP, I think, will play better there than he did in Orlando because Ja can actually create open looks. Orlando didn't really have a playmaking point guard, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that ages. Jaren Jackson has had some injury history, but the last 4 years, Seeps has played 78, 63, 66, and 74 games. So for a big, that's pretty good. Good rim protector, can space out to the 3-point line offensively. So I don't mind it. It's a lot of money, obviously, but, you know, again, that's how the new CBA is designed. If you have a good player, you're probably going to end up keeping them. So that is that. So still not a new external signing, but a new deal for Jaren Jackson Jr. as he stays.
Yeah, keep on booing
so we'll
him.
keep booing Silver and the boys.
Or CJ McCollum.
Who's his
CJ
top
McCollum.
lieutenant? Mark Tatum.
Mark Tatum.
He can get booed as well.
Fun fact, 2021, first one was 40 seconds in, Lonzo Ball.
Okay, so
Wow.
the first signing in 2021 happened within the first minute. Lonzo Ball to the Bulls. It always circles back to the Bulls.
It always circles back to the Bulls.
Always
man.
circles. What was that, 4 for 80?
Lonzo, 85.
85, 21 a year. Good time. Cavs legend.
Yeah, Cavs legend, Lonzo Ball.
Tim Hardaway, 4 for 72. I remember that one.
God, like those deals are just flying. Like
4 signings in the first 4 minutes. We have 0 in the first 18 minutes.
do have a super chat on the Bulls side of things. The kid is an L7 weenie.
Adam Silver? Agreed.
Who's your guess for the Bulls first over Harrison FG?
FGB is probably what he meant. What do you mean by
Bulls first
move? Is that what he meant?
I think, probably move there. I probably just extended Josh Giddy. It's probably all they have to do. I doubt the Bulls
do they have a taxpayer mid-level slot?
They got all of them. They got the MLE.
Full mid-level?
Or, just got the full mid-level, not the tax. But
who's the guy that you've mentioned for that slot?
I talked about Nickeil Alexander-Walker a lot. He's probably the top guy. I guess now Dorian Finney-Smith, but I don't think the Bulls should use it this year. Have that roll over the next season. You're not going to win many games.
Yeah.
Might as
if
well.
If you were going to use it, like it would be for like a young guy that you could keep for a while.
Keep for a little bit, but I don't know. There's going to be better free agents next year. The Bulls could actually have a chance to have a good amount of cap space heading into the 26 offseason as we are getting more news here. The Grizzlies are staying active. But it's a re-signing, Harry. Santi Aldama.
3
years, $52.5 million.
Russillo's boy.
That is Russillo's boy.
He tried to fight
he's better
Desmond
than Jabari
Bane
Smith.
that one time, so they traded my guy D-Bane out.
Grizzlies active this offseason.
Yeah, Memphis keeping us alive here. $17.5 million per year for Aldama. Can space the floor, shoot the ball, versatile wing.
As we do have Gwendolyn Plays coming back with a 20. Love this theory. My theory is NBA waiting for the Knicks hiring a coach.
I don't hate that. Let's not let these moves fly off until the Knicks, until Jason Kidd agrees to leave Dallas. Yeah,
one of those two. Pretty funny though that the Knicks are going through the NBA draft and free agency without a head coach.
It's going to be
one of a kind.
Mike Brown's their coach.
Yeah, Mike Brown's going to get hired.
Unless he shows up to that second meeting drunk, he will be hired.
As we do have a $20 super chat on the Bulls side of things. Hollywood. We'll get to that here in a second.
Let's go, Ollie.
Santi Aldama.
Chance to win a Chat Sports swag pack. Let's go.
Aldama's a good player. Is he worth $50 million? Not sure. But Memphis, that's their core they're going to build around. Aldama.
Listen, when you have a chance to give Santi Aldama $52.5 million on a 3-year deal, you just have to take advantage. I
remember Marsh kept calling this guy Aldama.
I didn't realize he was 6'11".
Yeah, he's got good size.
He was like 6'8".
Aldama, shout out.
That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Hey, look at his career numbers. He's improved as a shooter. Wasn't really a part of his game earlier in his career, so he's able to do that. Yeah, it's sad that he can out-rebound Jaren Jackson, but that is part of what he provides.
She actually might.
Yeah.
5.5 and 6.5 a game.
Yeah, a lot of toughness there in Memphis. Not the grit and grind, I know. Ollywood, a 20. Is this on Bulls?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Pat and Harry, FGB also means F greedy billionaires, like the ones that start with the Rhines and end in Dorf.
Yeah, Reinsdorf, he's a bum, Ollywood.
Thank God the Bulls got cash considerations to trade back 10 spots in the draft. But saying can't follow Bulls and Bears news and rumors without P and H. Hit that subscribe button if you love Bulls.
Love it, Ollywood.
Appreciate you, dog.
We appreciate you. You get 6 raffle entries for a chance to win a Chat Sports swag pack. So we'll load you up, Ollywood, if you end up winning. Stick around for the end of the stream. By the way, if anyone that's entered the raffle for some reason can't wait till the end of the night, just when you get a chance, pull the stream back up because it'll stay on YouTube. And if you were the one who won, just hit us up on social media. We'll get you taken care of.
It's Marcus coming in here on the Bulls side of things saying FGB and the Vikings. Bulls seems like they're just running around in circles. Everyone takes advantage of our front office. That's the truth, man. I also told all Bulls fans during the draft, they're fired up for week 1. They know I'm a Vikes guy.
It's going to be electric.
And they are very fired up for that. That's going to be a fun Monday night game. But, yeah.
One of us is not going to want to come into work on Tuesday.
Oh, no. That's it. Harry and I might need to separate our desk.
I might declare the season over if they lose in J.J. McCarthy's first start. But,
other teams,
it's going to be fun.
10 weeks from today.
Not even 3 months.
Yeah, 10 weeks. But, yeah. People love to take advantage of the Bulls. It's been going on for the last couple of years. Hopefully they get back to...
Hey, they extended AK and Billy D. They're good to go.
Shadow extensions. Nobody knew about these. Apparently these were done 2 months ago, and it just got reported about 2 weeks ago. AK and ME
my sources told me they were done after they lost in the play-in by 30 to
but
Miami.
They got the home play-in game. That's the key.
Jerry wants
that
extra home game, man. Listen, he's very synonymous with another Jerry that runs a team.
Which Jerry's worse? Well, Reinsdorf or Jones?
Oh, the Bulls are always in the play-in.
Yeah.
Come on, what are we talking about here? I mean they're in it every year. Your boy, who's worse, Nico Harrison or Hitler? It is close. I'm kidding.
If I was in a room with Nico, Hitler, and Bin Laden, and I had a gun with 2 bullets, I would shoot Nico twice.
That was Sam Brown who said
Scott.
that, by the way.
It's
clearly Hitler. Coop isn't in here, so I'll answer rationally.
I will say, Nico, funniest part after the draft is him saying, it was a quote of
Nico still can't get out of his own way. He said, "Fortune favors the brave."
What did you do that
He's an idiot.
If Kyrie doesn't get hurt, they got no chance for Cooper Flag. It makes no sense.
Hey, fortune favors the brave, man. That's
Yeah.
what he said. If Nico says it, it must be true. But the answer is Hitler. We're not crazy here, but
Just don't
that
ask.
doesn't mean that Nico.
Don't ask Mavs fans.
Yeah, don't. Coop. He might have answered that differently. I'm kidding. Don't want to speak for him.
I am shocked we haven't gotten a signing yet.
I mean,
We're 25 minutes in.
at what point do we have to call it? If
All
there's
right.
no signing by 6, I'm
What are we doing?
I'm out of here.
This is insane.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Harry, you want to hold it down here real quick? I'm going to go run to the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, how many times will each of us hit the bathroom before a signing?
Will we have more bathroom breaks
this is
or
number
signings?
2 for you. I've gone once, so I'd say the over/under is 4.5. I mean, we're moving along here. All right, every 50 subscribers, we'll play the Bean Boozled game. If you're a regular around here, you know that means we've got these jelly beans. Some of them taste yummy. Some of them taste horrible. You don't know until you bite into it. So we've got that going for you. But really the deal of the night is our Chat Sports swag pack. So for just $5, you get one raffle ticket for a chance to win an NBA t-shirt of your choice. We got all 30 teams available. A Chat Sports hat, and a Chat Sports set of sunglasses. It's a value of at least 60, maybe 75, 80 bucks for all that. Only $5 for a chance to win. If you want increased odds of winning, $10 gets you 3 tickets, 20 gets you 6, and then 50 gets you 15 tickets. So you've got that as well. So feel free to get in on all of that action. But the only moves that have happened since 6 o'clock Eastern has come and gone is Jaren Jackson Jr. has re-upped with the Memphis Grizzlies, and Santi Aldama has as well. This is brutal, man. I can't lie. This is tough. I mean, I only got so much Grizzlies in me, but obviously they've had a busy offseason, starting with trading out Desmond Bane in a package that returned Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, and 4 first-round picks. They're keeping Jaren Jackson, so that lends one to believe that they're going to continue to build around him and Ja Morant. Aldama's become a nice little role player as well, but yeah, I don't know how I view this team heading into next year. They feel like a play-in type of team. They'll be in that 7 to 10 mix. They need Ja to get back to what he was pre-injury and waving guns at clubs incidents. Ja, if he can get back to that level, he's still a very good player, very explosive, but he has not lived up to his potential overall. So that's obviously a focal point for them moving forward. If he can do that, they'll have a chance. If not, they'll kind of be stuck in the middle of the Western Conference. So that's kind of where Memphis sits. I think you can put to rest any rumors, though, that he's going to get traded. I don't think you extend Jaren Jackson for that much money and pivot off of Ja Morant. So I expect him to be in Memphis moving forward as we welcome Patrick Siepman back to
Nothing
the
new.
Chat Sports News Desk. You didn't miss anything, just
Nothing new.
more Santi Aldama talk. Yeah, the Memphis Grizzlies and a couple of meetings with the Kings. That's the first half hour of
all we got.
NBA free agency. So welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen.
We're here. This is the new NBA, thanks to CJ McCollum and Adam Silver. But yeah,
Hashtag blessed. This was the news a little bit earlier. The Kings have meetings set up with Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Jake Fisher added that Malcolm Brogdon could enter that fray as well via sign and trade. So
Is Russ-
Sacramento looking to add to that backcourt.
is Russ ending his career in Sacramento? I highly doubt that.
Well, this isn't his last year. He'll play. He's going to play
He's gonna
until
bounce around?
the wheels fall off.
Yeah. Just keep collecting jerseys.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a cool collection when it's all said and done.
I will say, if I was a role player at the end of my career, I'd be trying to play with as many different teams as possible. Oh, here's some news. Shams on Sports Center says Giannis open to options outside of the what did it say? The Knicks?
The Bucks.
The Bucks?
Outside the Bucks.
I was like, that doesn't make sense. I'm an idiot. Yeah, Bucks. There we go. Okay.
There's some juice.
You ready for my Giannis? You ready for my Giannis? Yeah, this is he had to back up his "it's gonna get crazy tonight" on McAfee earlier.
You know what? Chat Sports NBA insider Patrick Siepman is also reporting that Giannis is open to options outside of the Bucks.
Until there's a headline if he's requested a trade, there's really nothing to discuss because the Bucks are not going to trade him without a trade request.
Yeah,
they'd be insane to. I will say this. I do think there is a part of Giannis that would like to play elsewhere, but he does not want to request a trade.
No,
he doesn't want that label,
no.
which I don't blame him because that impacts a legacy when you start doing that. Like, you look at a guy like James Harden now. He's requested like 4 trades.
Yeah.
You know? That becomes who you are after a while, and I don't think Giannis wants that. There it is.
Boom.
Dorian Finney-Smith, 4 years, $53 million with the Houston Rockets. This was heavily reported and rumored leading up to free agency. That has now been locked in as
what a move.
I think the Houston Rockets, Seeps, they're number 2 in my Western Conference power rankings, and maybe overall NBA power rankings heading into next season behind the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder.
I agree. The Rockets, they have had a tremendous offseason. Their run over the last 3 years has been awesome. I mean, Amen Thompson should take a massive leap yet again. You get another great 3-and-D player around a superstar in Kevin Durant. You're able to bring back Steven Adams. Sengun's on a good deal. Fred VanVleet now is on a good deal. This Rockets team is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And we were kind of talking about it earlier. Kevin Durant now, probably some of the most approved this year in the NBA. Like, he has the chance to possibly become a top 10 player of all time.
I'll say this, Seeps. Let me just add to the discussion of this kicking off free agency. That tweet went out at 5:30. Dare I say scheduled?
Was that
30 minutes after free agency opened? Just let's get the tampering out of the way. We'll throw in a couple Grizzlies re-signings. You know, how about a little Kings report from Chris Haynes as they are looking at some guards? Yeah, here's another one. Here they come. Paul Reed, 2 years, $11 million, back to the Detroit Pistons. The scheduled tweets are starting to leak in. That's all I'm saying.
Good move for the Rockets, though. We knew Finney-Smith
like this move.
We knew he was going to get a good 4-year deal after he said no to that player option of $15.6 million with the Lakers.
Luka in shambles.
I wonder who. I mean, he'll probably just come off the bench for him. They're probably going to run VanVleet at the 1, Thompson at the 2, Jabari at the 3, and then Katie and Sengun.
Them and Jabari 3 and 4. It doesn't really matter. And then Sengun at the 5.
Yeah.
Dodo will come off the bench
with like Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd. Like, they got a.
Do you think they're in the business for a backup? Who's their backup point guard right now?
I'm assuming they're probably hoping. Yeah, they're assuming Reed would step up with that role, but they still don't really have like a true point. Yeah. Like, I still view VanVleet as more of a scoring guard, which also VanVleet was awesome in the playoffs last year.
Honestly, I know Chris Paul wants to go west, but he would be great for them.
Chris Paul
be
would be
backup point.
Fantastic. Return to Houston.
But it doesn't sound like that's in the cards. But I like what the Rockets are doing, man. I would, if they could add one more ball handler,
more guy.
I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah,
heading into the season. So
keep
an eye on the vet minimum market to see if they add one in that regard. But I mean, I think they're a big winner this offseason, no question about it. You get
Definitely.
KD and I don't feel like they gave up like a crazy amount for him.
Yeah.
VanVleet opts out and re-signs on a cheaper deal. Steven Adams is a good role player. You lock in Jabari Smith.
Love that deal.
Dodo's back. Or you sign Dodo, I mean. So I think they're a big winner, man. I'm pretty bullish. I'm a Udoka guy. I think he's a good coach.
Great coach, yeah.
I feel good about their direction. The Grizzlies, again, they have stolen free agency. Cam Spencer, big fan of his work. 2-year, $4.5 million
UConn legend
contract. Yeah, they're gonna hire Jay Wright to return. So there you go.
I like that.
Cam Spencer back in the fold.
So we're getting Jeff Bartlett on the Bulls side of things. $5 super chat. We'll give you some love
Jeff?
here in a second. Cam Spencer back with the Grizzlies. Adams and KD back together. That's also a good point.
Couple super chats we'll roll in here just to kind of break up the action here. Gwendolyn, in the NBA, while teams can negotiate with free agency starting at 6 Eastern, players cannot officially sign. Yada yada yada. Yeah, the moratorium period, unless you're DeAndre Jordan, Mavs, Clippers 8 years ago, it doesn't really matter. But yes, deals. I mean, trades that happen before the draft can't become official till July 6th. So, you know, I wouldn't put too much stock into that. Occasionally, something happens where a deal gets backed out of, but pretty rare. Appreciate you nonetheless, Gwendolyn. You've been balling out with us the last week or so. So we greatly, greatly appreciate the 20, and you get 6 more raffle entries. Jeff.
What up, Jeff?
On the Bulls reports.
Don't fear. I'm here.
Oh, we never had concerns, Jeff.
Bought the Bulls draft hat. Love it. Appreciate you for doing that. I actually think they look awesome this year. Like you were kind of saying,
this year.
You can wear them during any time of the season.
Yeah.
So I think they're pretty sweet. And you're saying Blackhawks jersey next? Yeah, use the link. I actually put that in the live chat.
/2025 draft hat. Is it hat or hats? Draft hats. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats.
Yeah.
And,
also, if you use this link, you can get a Blackhawks jersey.
Yeah,
get a
that'll get
Connor
you to
Bedard.
the website, and you can just redirect yourself from there.
I love the text on these. The text is pretty sweet.
Good look.
I think these are pretty fresh.
It's good look. I like it.
That's probably the best thing the NBA has done.
It's their biggest win in a long time.
The draft
There's
hats.
No question about it. No question about it. So there's the link. There's some different examples. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Like Siep said, you can wear these year-round. It's not like it's got a draft emblem on it, so you can rock these during the season, whatever. So get yourself a new lid today. Okay, so as you go through the top free agents, our 11th ranked free agent is off the board as Dorian Finney-Smith signs. Bobby Marks does confirm that this is part of the non-tax mid-level, which that was reported would be the case with the Rockets. So he gets locked in there. Still waiting on a lot of guys. We'll see what happens here. Myles Turner, most expect to re-up with Indiana. Same with Josh Giddy. He is restricted. So is Jonathan Kuminga. So sign and trade potential for those guys. So keep an eye on that. DeAndre Ayton Seeps can't officially be signed until Wednesday because he has to clear waivers first. No one's going to pick up his $38 million, but have to go through the transactional period, so that won't become available till Wednesday. Quentin Grimes, another restricted free agent there. Nick Alexander-Walker, who we have as our 8th free agent, he's a name to watch, I think, as the hours and potentially, I guess, days go on here.
Especially for teams trying to, contend if they view him as that missing piece, like those 3-and-D wings, 6'6", 6'10" wingspan, can knock down the 3 ball at a high clip. Great defender. I mean, we saw that in the postseason. Also, one thing about NAW, last year in the playoffs, we saw him creating a lot more with the ball in his hand, which was very positive. Didn't really do that for the first part of his career. So I think he's developed very nicely. He'll probably get the MLE from some contending team. Watch out for the Detroit Pistons. I think they could be a team that could offer him more than that. But we'll see how that ends up playing out. And then we also got guys like, Cam Thomas, Ty Jerome, Brooke Lopez, and Tyus Jones on this list.
38 minutes in, Seeps. We got one external contract. That's not the pace I'm looking for.
No, it is not.
I got to be honest. That is not the pace I'm looking for. You know what we could do? I mean, if it gets really slow, do we just do a Lakers cut? Dorian leaving? I mean, we're dragging here. Yeah, shout out your favorite team in the live chat, and we'll give you guys 20, 30 seconds. And first one I see, once I pull the chat up, we'll pick that and pick that person and talk about that team. But if you got questions about your team, want to represent your team, spam it in the live chat right now. As if you're just joining us, you have not missed much. The Grizzlies have extended Jaren Jackson Jr. and Santi Aldama. They also signed Cam Spencer to a 2-year deal, and Dorian Finney-Smith 4-year, $53 million with the Rockets. Shams just coming in saying that the Grizzlies and Cole Anthony are working toward a resolution that would allow Memphis to create the necessary cap space to renegotiate Jaren Jackson while giving Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination. So Cole Anthony is not going to stick with the Grizzlies. So that's news.
That is news.
Do you think are they gonna are they trading him? Are they buying him out?
Sure, they're going to try to trade him. I'm assuming they're going to want like Scottie Pippen Jr. to maybe be the backup guard there for Ja.
He's developed nicely.
He has. He's been a lot better than I thought he was going to be. But, yeah, looks like Cole Anthony could be on the move. I was a fan of Cole Anthony when he was with the Magic. He plays his tail off 110% every single time he steps out there. A little bit of an undersized guard, but he controls the pace pretty damn well. I wonder if this is like maybe the Dallas Mavericks get involved here. Maybe that could be a potential.
The tough part about
destination.
Cole Anthony is he's built like a small point guard. He's really more of a two guard.
Right. Yeah.
He's like a 6'2" two guard. So, but he's a scrappy defender, decent enough shooter, 35% from three last year, but only 3 rebounds, 2.9 assists. So he doesn't create a ton. But he can defend. He can space the floor a bit. So you kind of look at his numbers, though. It's kind of been a decline in terms of volume scoring there. So we'll see where he ends up next. But sounds like Memphis is pivoting off, and part of that, I guess it's an apron situation with Jaren Jackson. They don't want to get stuck in the second apron probably. So they're going to find a way to pivot off Cole Anthony. Gwendolyn, another 5, says, I already have the Knicks one from opening draft night. Well, Gwendolyn, if you win this raffle, you can get a Knicks T-shirt.
Yeah.
So how about that? Another raffle ticket for you, Gwendolyn. We appreciate the 5. We appreciate everybody hanging out. And I know you've been shouting out your team. I see the Pacers in the live chat. Obviously, Myles Turner watch. Tough spot with Halliburton likely set to miss the year. Do they try to add a ball handler to help fill that void for this upcoming season? We'll see on that front. But obviously, Myles Turner is what, Pacers fans should be waiting for to see what happens there, what type of contract that is.
Picked up Cam Jones in the second round. I'm sure they view him, TJ McConnell as guys that can kind of man the ship while Halliburton's out. But I don't know how the Pacers will view this year. Is it kind of like a house money year? Like we're obviously still going to try to compete. Maybe they try to develop a guy like Benedict Mathurin, like have his usage rate skyrocket.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
But yeah, interesting spot for the Pacers. I also is a completely different conversation. I still think Tyrese Halliburton made the right decision trying to play. I understand the result was obviously worst case scenario, but you were 2 wins away from winning a title.
I mean,
you got to do it.
Yeah, and also he would never admit this as a competitor. These athletes, I mean, they're the competitive nature in them is just we can't even comprehend.
Yeah,
but I do think there's got to be something deep down. Like, okay, I play for the Indiana Pacers. Am I going to get back to this stage?
Yeah,
probably not. No. Odds are against me for any team I play with, much less a small market team.
Yep.
So yeah, that was a no-brainer. Now, if he got diagnosed with a calf strain in the second round, that's a different story. But when the finish line is in sight, I commend him. I wouldn't have ripped him if he didn't do it, but I do think it was the right move to give it a go.
Yeah.
Some notes from Bobby Marks now that they've lost Dorian Finney-Smith. The Lakers now have access to the full non-taxpayer mid-level. That's $14.1 million, and the $5.1 million biannual exception. If they use either, though, they're hard capped at the first apron. So you would think they would try to use the full 14.1 if one or the other hard caps them at the first apron. So be interesting to see what that pivot point is. I mean, clearly they didn't want to give Finney-Smith a 4-year deal. I mean, I think if they would have, he would have stayed there. But
maybe they try to get a Tyus Jones off the bench. I mean, that's a guy that played backup point.
I mean, they obviously have to get a center. They have to get a center. Are they thinking a guy like Brook Lopez or DeAndre Ayton is going to cost a lot of the mid-level? I mean, maybe that's part of letting Finney-Smith go is it just didn't work in the calculus of their cap situation. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. And yeah, Shams does confirm that this means that Cole Anthony he's going to be available. So keep an eye on him.
There's some juice there.
All right, continue to shout out your favorite team. We'll play that game one more time as we continue to circulate the news, which isn't much right now, but you're seeing some things start to trickle in. I'll pick someone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next up is Oklahoma City.
Ooh.
Nice Gary. Doesn't feel like they're going to be very active here unless I think extensions. Like
Extensions are the
you
main
lock up
conversation.
SGA. They already extended Jalen Williams, the lesser of the Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
3 years, $24 million. Ajay Mitchell in there as well. AJ Mitchell, excuse me. But yeah,
I love their draft pick of Thomas Sorber.
I
even
like
though
that pick too. Yeah,
he probably won't see the floor for the first. I mean, definitely not next year, but even the first 2 years with Hartenstein still got 2 years left of that deal. But I promise you, everybody's going to forget who Thomas Sorber was. Hartenstein's going to leave, and it's like, oh, there's your starting center of the future. But still have a ton of draft picks. I'm curious to see how Chet, Jalen Williams, and SGA are going to handle these extensions. I could see them all taking slight discounts to keep the core around. Will they end up doing that? I have no idea, but like SGA, he's supposed to get $80 million per year. What if he just says, I'll just take $60 million per year, which is obviously still a boatload of money, keep some of these other guys around, but I think it's just extension talks with OKC, and then
their core's in place.
Don't really know if they'll be in the trade market whatsoever, but I mean, it was a hell of a season last year. SGA, unreal playoff run. He was awesome. Chet, Jalen Williams definitely came into their own throughout the whole thing, and now
we have a Lakers signing.
Do we really?
Cut you off, so now
No,
we definitely
go for it.
we could combo that if y'all want. Jake LaRavia, 2 years, $12 million with the Lakers.
Wow.
LaRavia had a strong finish after joining the Kings last season. Sham says he was a draft pick out for Memphis a couple years ago out of Wake Forest, first round pick.
Still 23 years old.
Still young. Profiles is kind of a 3/4 that can space the floor. Shot 42% from three last year. Early in his career, he wasn't shooting the ball that well, but last year in his third season, put it all together, especially with Sacramento as well. So that is interesting. I mean, if you're building a team around Luka and LeBron, in theory, it's
floor spacers.
It's floor spacers, guys who can shoot the three ball, catch and shoot. So he can play that role. Probably coming off the bench. He'll be able to replace what Finney-Smith provided offensively. Defensively, not so much. But I'm curious where this fits into their cap constraints. Is this part of – Chris Haynes says Sacramento. We got a source off. Chris Haynes says Jake LaRavia to the Kings.
Hold your horses.
Hold your horses, everybody. If it is the Lakers, I'm curious if that would be part of the mid-level or if that would be the biannual, because the biannual is just under $6 million per year. I think that's just over the biannual.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see and figure out which team signed him first. It's a likelihood. I mean, we'll wait and see. LaRavia is going. He's either re-signing with the Kings or he's going to the Lakers.
And you know what? He obviously doesn't take as many threes per game that DFS will. I mean, this has him about 1.5 per game, or 2 per game with the Kings when he got shipped over there. But 38.5% when he was with Sacramento, pretty solid. Shaky free throw shooter, has always been around 75% on his career, but should just be a good role player, give you a solid 15, 20 minutes a night. You need shooting around Luka. Interesting move. I wonder if this is going to change LeBron's thoughts on the Lakers.
When I think needle mover, I think Jake LaRavia.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
No
clarification yet, so Shams or Chris Haynes, someone is getting canceled by Sam Brown. So stay tuned. Imagine if that was Jordan Schultz, Sam. Who did? Chris Haynes. We'll see you, buddy. We will see you.
Yep, with the Lakers.
He is a Laker. All right, well, if y'all do we want to break this one down with DFS? Do we have people out there that can hop on this? All right, so since things are pretty slow, we're going to break down this LaRavia signing and the Dorian Finney-Smith exit to Houston a little further. We do have a Lakers channel here at Chat Sports. If you're a Lakers fan, search Lakers Report on YouTube. You'll find that. And we'll have this all covered and everything else over there as well, youtube.com/LakersTV. But since they have made a signing and they lost a key free agent, we will break this down in further detail here in just a few moments. So stay tuned for that. We'll also see if we can figure out which part of their cap this fills. I'm not sure if it's mid-level or not. We did get another 50 from Gwendolyn. We'll work that on screen. Shout out Gwendolyn. I'll go ahead and read it. We have to get a new link for our Super Chats. He says, Daron Holmes confirmed to play in 2025 Summer League for Denver. Are you breaking that news, Gwendolyn? I haven't seen that enter my Twitter feed, but
she might be a better insider than Haynes right now.
Yeah, Haynes, that's tough luck. First signing that comes in, second signing that comes in, we're 0 for 1 with this. It's not great.
Still better than the draft coverage on ESPN.
Colin Cowherd, good stuff. All right, Gwendolyn, just to flash this on screen for you. Appreciate that. Our early MVP by far is Gwendolyn Plays. Appreciate the 50. A bunch more raffle tickets.
Dayton legend here, Durant.
Just increasing the likelihood of taking home that Chat Sports swag pack. All right. We will get into the news as Jake LaRavia in, Dorian Finney-Smith out for the Lakers as they look to figure out plans with Luka Doncic. We can even work in a little LeBron talk if we want in this cut, Sam, if you want to do that toward the end. But we'll break down the Lakers news, and then we'll circle back to anything else happening as NBA free agency is slowly, but yes, underway. All right, NBA free agency is underway, and the Lakers are somewhat active. Harrison Grant, Patrick Siepman here, as it's been a slow start to free agency overall, but the Lakers have been involved in a couple of notable moves. First, they officially lose Dorian Finney-Smith, Seeps, as in the last 48 hours, this was a growing concern for LA because he opted out of his $15.6 million player option. It was heavily reported that the Rockets were willing to offer him a 4-year deal and the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. That has happened as he gets 4 years and $53 million from Houston. So the Lakers and a good buddy of Luka Doncic, they lose a key role player.
Yeah, I think this is a big loss for the Lake Show. DFS, one of the better 3-and-D guys in the NBA. I think this is a great pickup for the Houston Rockets, and I think Dorian Finney-Smith probably wanted a longer-term deal. Obviously, you could have opted in for the $15 million, got more money annually, but he wanted that 4-year contract. Houston was willing to offer that to him. And I think that's a solid contract for him. Got good size, can defend on the perimeter, good point of attack defender, and plus when you have a superstar like Kevin Durant, Amin Thompson, you got to have spacing around those guys, and that's exactly what he will bring to Houston. But also a huge loss for the Lakers, Harry. Like, you need these guys around Luka, and you lose one of the better ones in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, Luka can't be happy with this. I mean, him and Finney-Smith are very close, dating back to their time in Dallas. They went to 2 conference finals together, 1 NBA finals together. He fits great with Luka because he's a good catch-and-shoot guy. He helps Luka on the defensive end, too, because of his defensive capabilities. So this is a massive loss. Here in a few moments, we'll get to the player the Lakers signed, but I don't think that you're off to a good start here if you're Los Angeles. I mean, you got LeBron who's opted in. We'll work him into the conversation as well. You've traded for Luka, and everybody gave Rob Pelinka credit for winning that trade, and I do think long-term he did, but what are they going to look like for 2025-26? Because this was one of your key role players to help go on a playoff run, and he's out the door. So I don't know if the Lakers weren't willing to pay him a multi-year deal on the mid-level. Like, to me, that's a pretty easy contract to give a player of that caliber.
Yeah,
like, you know what he brings to the table.
I mean, Luka, 26. Like, you want to start competing here relatively pretty soon. Like, we all agree they won this trade, but I mean, are you just going to waste this next upcoming season with LeBron and Luka, and you lose a guy like DFS? I don't really know what their plans are to fill out the rest of their team. We'll get to their recent signing here in a second, but I'll ask you guys this. How big of a loss is Dorian Finney-Smith for the Los Angeles Lakers? If I had to scale it 1 through 10, probably give it an 8 or a 9. I think this is pretty extreme. This is like the perfect archetype of player you would want next to Luka best buddies with him. So I'll go 8 or 9. What about you, Harry?
Yeah, I'd give it a pretty high rating as well, probably 8.5, because in a free agency market that's all about players in this kind of money range with the mid-level, you could have just given him this same deal, and I imagine he would have stayed. Now, maybe it'll come out that he wanted to come back to Texas and no state income tax. Who knows? But I do think that if they offered him this same type of deal, he likely would have stayed. And clearly they weren't willing to do that. Maybe that's because of their pursuit for a center, which you clearly need on this team, especially in a Luka-driven offense. But do not downplay this loss. I think this is a significant one. Now, they do sign Jake LaRavia, 2 years, $12 million, who got drafted by Memphis a few years ago, who got traded to Sacramento this past year and played pretty well for them. Kind of a, preferably a power forward. I don't think he's athletic enough to play 3, especially defensively for extended minutes. But a guy who can space the floor. Siepes finally started to shoot the ball pretty well last year, 40% guy for the year, north of 40% overall. So you get him on a relatively affordable deal. I'm not sure exactly if this comes from the biannual or the full mid-level. If it's part of the full mid-level, then they still have about $8 million in that bucket to spend, whether it's on a Brook Lopez, a DeAndre Ayton, whatever the case may be. I think LaRavia helps replace some of Finney-Smith's offensive production, but not defensively. He's not a plus defender.
A massive hit defensively. Like, are you going to run him next to LeBron, Luka, Austin Reeves? I mean, you got 4 negative defenders out there on the court, especially at the time LeBron is in his NBA career. And also, is just as a Maxi Kleber clone? Like, very similar players. Like
Kleber, in theory, is a good defensive player. At least he was.
He's got better size on him, but like just being that 3-4, stretch the floor. I like this move, but there has to be more moves to come. Like, this can't be all the Lakers do this offseason. It's like, all right, this is a group we're rolling out with. We're going to try to compete in the West, which the West has gotten significantly better already this offseason. I mean, where do the Lakers even rank right now in the Western Conference?
Yeah, I mean, they feel like somewhere between 5 at the best, 10 at the worst. I mean, they're probably a play-in caliber team at this exact moment. Now, if they get a legitimate center that can play well with Luka, could they become a dominant offensive type of team? But again, I think defensively they're probably going to struggle. LeBron at times can still defend, but he can't give you that every single night at his age. Jake LaRavia, I do think playing with Luka, you will probably see an uptick in his volume and efficiency compared to the rest of his career from three-point range. So I do think offensively his archetype fits well with Luka, and I think at that price tag, that's a pretty fair deal as well, $6 million per year. But I would say so far that you're at a net negative early on here, losing Finney-Smith and adding Jake LaRavia. So we know for a fact they're going to get a center. It's a matter of which one they get, and we'll see what happens there. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We'll talk a little LeBron on the back end here and just kind of explore his present and future here. But we got you guys covered throughout NBA free agency. If the Lakers make moves, we'll have it covered, whether it's myself, Siepes, Jeffrey Cooperstein, whoever's available in the office. We will bring you guys that news and reaction, so do not miss out, and appreciate the recent support on the videos as well. Okay, let's talk LeBron. So he opts into the deal, and then shortly after that, report comes out that he's not sure if he trusts the direction of the roster, and if he's going to keep playing at this age, he wants to have a chance to compete for a championship. He's not sure if the Lakers can provide that, and listen, they don't have a ton of flexibility here. He may not be wrong, but it's also why opt in then?
Yeah, you can easily, LeBron's made more than enough money, has that $1 billion deal from Nike. If this is true, just opt out of that, re-sign for a 2-year, $30 million deal, give your team a ton more flexibility. I just think this was typical LeBron controlling the narrative. I'm going to opt into that player option. But also, I need to see the Lakers and what they do this offseason. They got to get a better roster around, myself, Luka, and Austin Reeves. But you also have kind of handicapped them where you can't make a lot of moves now. You're kind of now just sitting there hoping that DeAndre Ayton or one of these centers will take that mid-level exception deal, which is still a question mark. But I would not be, or I would be shocked if he ends up getting traded. I don't think that's on the table. Some people have tossed out a couple different trade ideas, but I don't know. I just think this was there's a typical LeBron move. Like you opt in, then you get a statement out there that you're not happy with the roster. Not really putting too much more into that.
Bobby Marks does have the note that the first apron hard cap triggered $14 million below. Now, again, this is what makes the NBA difficult for consumers because they have all these aprons. What does that mean? I assume if they're $14 million below, they can still sign someone up to that number before getting the second apron. So could they still go get like a DeAndre Ayton for like $10 million a year or something like that?
Maybe Brooke Lopez could be out there. I mean, I don't really know too many other options. They're not done.
I mean, there's no way this is what they're trotting out there opening night, this current roster, with only the moves of LeBron opting in, Jake LaRavia, and Jordan Goodwin. So stay tuned. More to come. We'll see what cap maneuvering that Rob Pelinka has in mind and who they're going to keep an eye on as NBA free agency rolls along. And I do wonder if the Ayton emergence does that kind of stall the center market a little bit because we know the Lakers are going to be intrigued with adding a center because we saw that Jackson Hayes is not going to cut it, especially in a Luka-driven offense. I mean, you need to have an effective center. There's been Clint Capella buzz. I mean, there's guys out there, so we'll see where it ends up going. But keep an eye on that center spot for LA and keep an eye on LeBron. If new developments occur, we will have that covered as well. Do you guys believe that LeBron will end his career in Los Angeles? Type Y for yes, he will, or type N for no, he will not. All right, we're live on Chat Sports and the Bulls Report. And Seeps, the Bulls have made a move.
Yeah.
Trey Jones, 3 years, $24 million. Was this on the radar?
Yeah, this was expected. A lot of people thought it was maybe going to be 2 for 15, but he's getting 3 for 24 here. Trey Jones was awesome when he was picked up by the Bulls in that Zach LaVine trade. I had his stats from earlier. He averaged, it was like 12 a night, 5 assists. He was very efficient from the field and from beyond the arc. He shot, 57% from the field, 50% from three when he was with the Chicago Bulls. I like this move. You need a backup point guard now that Lonzo was gone. But that's the big news for the Chicago Bulls. 3-year, $24 million deal to return to Chicago. He had that great relationship with Billy Donovan, so we all kind of assumed this was going to get done after they traded Lonzo Ball for Isaac Okoro. So your guard rotation now, Ayo and Trey Jones off the bench, Kobe White and Josh Giddy in the starting lineup, and then the wings, Okoro, Williams, Buzelis, and Asenge. So
hello, plan.
You said what?
Back.
Play-in's back. Yeah. This is a 39-win roster if I've ever seen one, so I had one for Giddy. I'm gonna need a new one for this.
Do you want to wait this out a bit and see if more comes, or you want to just jump on this? What are you thinking?
I think we just jump on this.
Also, do you want to go solo or do you want a two-man? I'm cool.
We could two-man this.
Yes, D'Angelo Russell to the Mavericks, 2 years, $13 million. As we knew that was coming, so I thought it was gonna be like 2.
Okay.
It's the full taxpayers, whatever it is, which I think is $6.5 million. So there it is, D'Angelo Russell to the Mavericks, the worst kept secret over the last week or so. So he will be the starting point guard while Kyrie Irving is out, and will shift to a reserve role when Kyrie returns. So you've got that coming in as that is the news right now. But obviously Dallas is they needed somebody to be the primary ball handler while Kyrie is out. They're not planning on next season. Obviously, you bring in Cooper Flagg. They'll use him some as a point forward in that role. But, Klay Thompson, P.J. Washington, Anthony Davis, these are not ball handling offensive generators. So D'Lo, this is a great opportunity for him to kind of hit the reset button on his career, still relatively young. And I think Dallas leaned D'Lo over a guy like Chris Paul perhaps for a couple of reasons. One, younger, in theory, more durable. Two, when Kyrie does return, D'Lo can play off ball. Chris Paul really can't. Like, he's not someone you're gonna play off ball. So there can be certain lineup combinations where both Russell and D'Angelo Russell and Kyrie Irving are on the floor at the same time. Now, D'Lo did not have a great year last year, splitting his time with the Lakers and Brooklyn. The efficiency fell off a cliff. They're hoping that gets back up to a more respectable number than it was in the years prior. And in theory, you would think it could because he's playing with some good players. And so D'Lo to Dallas on a 2-year, $13 million deal. Expected, but now official, Seeps.
Yeah, this was a good move from Mavs. You obviously need a guy to man the ship while Kyrie is still recovering from that torn ACL.
Stein is saying, by the way, 2 years, nearly $12 million.
Nearly 12
I would
million.
lean
So
Stein on this one with
Yeah.
it being a Mavs move, but keep that in mind. We'll see if that's clarified. But regardless of what it is, it's the taxpayers mid-level. Whatever that number adds up to, that's what it is.
So Mavs will probably roll out starting 5 to start the year. D'Lo, Clay, Flag.
One of Clay or
Davis.
Washington with Flag, AD, and either Gafford or Lively.
Gafford or Lively.
I think they'll start. My gut tells me they'll bring. I don't know who will come off the bench. I don't know. Honestly, I might bring Clay off the bench because if you go with a D'Lo Clay backcourt,
That's bad
you're going to
defensive
get
backcourt.
cooked. Now you have good wings and bigs to help defensively,
yeah.
but if you go Washington there, that's a
You could
pretty
have great size, too.
got great
D'Lo's
size
still 6'5".
now. Quicker guard play could give you trouble.
Yeah.
But they're going to be the biggest team in the league, I think, in terms of just what they trot out there 2 through 5.
That's why I wonder if – and also I'm assuming the Mavs will run a little point guard Cooper Flag lineup.
They're
maybe
going
to start the year.
They'll give him some opportunities to kind of sink or swim as the main offensive generator. So that'll be interesting. But D'Lo is signed up. We knew this was coming, and now it is official. Is there any? We do have. Do we want to hit all these supers first? I know Gwendolyn has one. Okay. Michael Porter Jr. trade. There we go. Denver sending Michael Porter and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. So that's a real move.
That's a real move. That is a massive move for Denver.
Wow. So they're going more defense and durability there because Porter's always going to have the back concern.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. I always love 2032 first-round pick. Bronny will be a 10-year vet by then. All right. That's pretty notable. Sham said big moves were coming. That qualifies.
Yeah. I think that qualifies.
That qualifies, I would say, especially given what's been reported. So
That's a very good move for Denver.
I like that.
I like
for
that.
Denver.
Cam Johnson's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he's much better defensively.
He's going to have a great year or two here with Nikola Jokic.
The
amount of
problem with
open
Porter,
shots
too, is he has too many of these, 3 for 17 games, and when he's not hitting shots, he's just – at least Johnson's going to consistently defend.
Yeah.
So I like that move as well. All right. We're back.
That's a good pick for Brooklyn to get to. 2032 unprotected.
Jokic will be 50 by then.
Yeah.
Well, 35, but 50 for him, basically. I like it. I like that move for both teams, honestly. Do not mind it at all. So Cam Johnson to Denver, Michael Porter Jr. to Brooklyn. Who? If you had to pick one, who do you think won that trade?
Oh, geez. I mean, obviously short term Denver did, but I mean, I could see this being a steal for the Nets where it's like, oh, how do the Nets have 2 top 10 picks in 2032? It's like, oh, remember that Michael Porter trade?
We talked about this on draft night, me and someone else. If I'm Brooklyn, I'm trading anybody that I can get for future picks, and I'm just trying to be like the next Thunder.
Yeah.
Just load up on picks. Who's the center? I forget his name.
Claxton.
Sia.
Yeah.
Trade
get
him.
more draft capital.
Get all these guys out of there that you can get for picks. Another deal coming in, Ty Jerome. I mean, the Grizzlies, I'll tell you what. 3 years, $28 million with the Memphis Grizzlies. That's a nice little pickup for them. So they help replace Bane shooting a little bit there with that pickup. There are the trade details. Let us know who won. DEN for Denver, BKN for Brooklyn.
I think both teams won. I think it's a great move for both teams.
Yeah, I think it's a good trade for both.
Michael Porter Jr. is going to go average 25 a night.
Oh, he's going to play CT.
He's going to put up a lot of bad shots.
That is for sure. Let me check, by the way. I want to get a little Michael Porter contract detail. So he's got...
It's a doozy.
Spotrac is being overused. That's why it's not loading for me right now. So give me a second here. He signed a 5-year $180 a couple years ago. So he's got only 2 years left. $38.3 million this year, $40.8 next year. Whereas Cam Johnson, let's see how much time he's got left on his contract with Denver now. I think he's got either 2 or 3 years left on
He
his.
had 2 years left. Also, Porter was awful in the playoffs this past season.
Oh, he had a lot of duds. Denver had to make a move.
They had to make a move, and I think this was a fantastic move for him.
Johnson's also got 2 years left, $21 million, $23 million. So Brooklyn now, so they ship out $21 million, they take on 38, so they had $37 million. They're down to about 20.
20, yeah.
So
Interesting.
So there's really no like major slots left for any free agent that could, exceed more than the mid-level really. So all right, there you go.
And then Ty Jerome get a nice little deal from Memphis, 3 for $28 here.
I like that deal for the Grizzlies.
I do too. The scoring guard off the bench, he is just that. So I think that's a good deal as well.
All right, we got a little movement. We took the first hour off, but
We're back.
maybe that's just maybe they just thought it was
6 o'clock.
7.
Yeah,
7
7.
Eastern.
Yeah. So 6.
Yeah. The fax machine was there was a typo.
Are we going to rip this Trey Jones? I'd say if we can just rip it.
Let's just rip it.
Yeah,
real
we can
quick.
just rip it.
I
then.
feel like we things have slowed down. We've caught up on the big moves
Yeah.
now. All right. Do you want to just 2-man it so it's
Yeah.
easier to get to 8?
Definitely.
Okay. All right, real quick, Bulls audience, we're going to react to this Trey Jones. We could talk a little Josh Giddy, too, if you want.
Let's do Giddy and Kobe White on the back end.
Okay. And then we will get back to all of the action. Stick around. If new moves come in, Sam, you can tracker those as B-roll, just so people who are watching live outside of Bulls coverage can stay on top of that.
Yeah.
And if something major happens, we'll even mention it in the cut. That's fine as well. But all right, Bulls
Trey Jones.
get Trey Jones back.
Trey Jones.
I can just kind of point guard facilitate this if you want, and you
Yeah.
can just do most of the talking. All right, here we go. Trey Jones back to the Bulls. We'll get you caught up on the latest on Josh Giddy as well. The Chicago Bulls have made a move in NBA free agency. Seeps hosted the Bulls Report.
Trey Jones.
Trey Jones to Chicago.
We thought this was coming after the Lonzo Ball, Isaac Okoro trade. The Bulls had a dire need at the backup point guard position. Trey Jones filled in very nicely this past season after the Zach LaVine trade. We thought this was probably going to be a 2-year deal for Trey, but he ended up getting 3 years, $24 million, a fantastic, just true point guard off the bench. I love this move for the Bulls. And also with him, when he came to Chicago, he was shooting 57% from the field, 50% from downtown, playing around 29 minutes a night. So he was a high volume guy. I thought this was a expected move for Chicago. But now your guard rotation for the future, you got 2 young guards off the bench, Trey Jones, Ayo Dosunmu, and now still in the starting lineup, you got Josh Giddy, Kobe White. Could a Kobe White trade still happen? I think it's unlikely unless it's for a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga. I think that's the only way this deal gets done. But, Trey Jones, he was fantastic for Chicago when he came in that Zach LaVine deal. Now, a lot of us thought the main piece of the pie of that trade was just the Bulls getting the protections off that pick from the San Antonio Spurs, where obviously now they had full control when they drafted Noah Senge, or else that pick would have been going to San Antonio. But a 3-year, $24 million deal for a high-end backup point guard, not really no complaints there.
Yeah, that's kind of what the market is for a player like him. Only 25 years old, shot the ball really well from 3. I'd like to see him increase the volume there. 1.2 threes per game with Chicago. Let's double that. Let's get 2.5 3 assists or 3 shots per game from downtown. And listen, we always, and I know you've done this a lot, the Bulls' direction seems to be confusing at times, but young players that are ascending and are cheap, it's kind of hard to argue with the move like this. A move like this is not the reason why the Bulls are where they are. Like, this is actually a good value signing, and with more opportunity with Chicago, he proved he was worthy of this contract. And
still the big question mark with the Bulls, and Mark Eversley and our tourists have talked about, is like, how do you find that guy? This is also a tradable contract. Who's a young player, maybe if somebody else becomes disgruntled with their organization, they could package Trey Jones, Kobe White, multiple first-round picks, and go try to get that other guy. But also the Bulls are kind of banking on a guy like Modest Buzelis taking that next step. Hopefully Senge ends up working out. Maybe Josh Giddy becomes an all-star in the Eastern Conference. But I'll ask you guys, grade the signing of Trey Jones for me. I'd probably give this an A- for the Bulls. Got a low-risk move here. You needed a backup point guard, familiar with Billy Donovan, obviously. So I'll probably give it an A-. Harry, if you got a grade here?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a B+ A- grade. Cheap contract, very tradable. Had a career, kind of broke out with the Bulls last year. They're expecting that to carry over, clearly, to give him this 3-year commitment. So I like the move, and I think Bulls fans should too, even if admittedly there hasn't been a lot to trust with this front office recently. I think this is a move you can get behind.
I guess the only negative is, like, does this keep the Bulls in the play-in tournament? Like, that's probably the only downside.
There's another home game for Jerry.
For Jerry. He's got to get that 42nd home game every single year. But, Trey's been consistent throughout his NBA career. He's always been fairly healthy besides this past season with the Bulls. And I think he is a guy who's going to man the ship for the second unit. You're going to have a lot of young and athletic wings, like a Senge with that second group. So having a point guard that can actually control the game when Josh Giddy is off the court, I like it. He'll probably be joined. Like, that second unit for the Bulls is probably going to be like either a Senge or Patrick Williams. You got a Coro, Io, and then either like Jalen Smith or Zach Collins. But I still like having that true point, get guys in right positions there. Now, why haven't we gotten reports about a Josh Giddy extension just yet? That's kind of where I'm just baffled that we haven't gotten this news, because free agency, we are an hour and 15 minutes into it. Haven't really heard anything. I'm assuming the Bulls, they're negotiating against themselves right now. There is nobody else that can pay Josh Giddy, especially after the Brooklyn Nets news. They traded for Michael Porter Jr. Their cap space necessarily just got cut in half, and they were really one of the only teams that could give Giddy $30 million per year. Harry, I don't know if you look too much into it. Is there a contract that you think's ideal for the Bulls and Josh Giddy?
I think you'd love to get him on like a 3 for $75. I don't think that's super realistic. Although, again, with the new CBA, who can really offer more? The answer now actually is nobody, because Brooklyn just made that trade to swap Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr. If you're watching live on Chat Sports, more to come on that. But I think it's also one of those, and the Bulls can only blame themselves, when you make this move to switch Caruso for Giddy, and Giddy plays pretty well for you, what are you going to do? Punt on that? I think you have to sign him. Now, again, you'd rather have him at 20 to 25 than 30 to 35. He hadn't signed yet, so maybe the Bulls are playing hardball and basically saying, good luck finding more elsewhere, because it would take some wild sign and trade for us to agree to for that to be the case. But again, if you could get him at that 25 mil clip, I think that would be pretty good. I will say this about Josh Giddy, Seeps. He does play a fun brand of basketball.
Definitely
you can
does.
increase the tempo with him. In theory, he should be better defensively. He's got good size. He's got decent foot quickness, so maybe that can still grow. That and his shooting, if there can be an uptick there, you could be looking at a fringe all-star here. It's been very inconsistent.
Post all-star break for Giddy in 19 games, he averaged 21 a night, 11 rebounds, 9.3 assists, and from the three, he was 45%.
If you can get more of that consistently, that's a good player.
Now, that's a huge question mark, and still, I've been asking this question a whole lot on the Bulls Report recently. Can you win a championship, or can you even contend for a championship, when your point guard can't defend or knock down open threes consistent enough? I still don't know that with Giddy, and I still think the Bulls front office is looking at the Indiana Pacers. They had a playmaking, big point guard with a bunch of athletes running up and down the floor. That's what that Ascengate pick was. They're hoping he can be another one of those guys. Modest Buzelis are probably hoping he can be like the Pascal Siakam. Now, can you go find that Myles Turner once the Vooch era is finally over with the Bulls? Who knows? But I think this was just this is a deal. It's, not a matter of if it will get done. I think it's just when and how much.
Yeah, I mean, he's restricted. The Bulls have control. So, maybe they just see what transpires over the first day or two. There's not really a rush.
No.
You don't want to get yourself into a Zach LaVine situation. But again, no one can sign him to some crazy offer sheet because the cap space isn't there. So they don't have to jump into something crazy here. So again, I think this is kind of a wait and see game. I'd be shocked if he wasn't on their team. I think he'll be back.
The only way I could see it if there's like a sign and trade that nobody is reporting, nobody's talked about, and we just don't see it yet. But again, I feel like that's unlikely. And, Harry, you're talking about like that Caruso trade. What's the one thing the Bulls front office can kind of hang their hat on? Like the one positive move they have made over the last 3 years would probably be giving up Alex Caruso for a guy like Josh Giddy. Are you just going to let that guy walk out the door?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. But if we get any more updates on that, we will have a video for you guys ASAP. So hit that subscribe button. Don't miss a thing around your favorite basketball team. Hopefully times are eventually changing for us Bulls fans. I'm sick of purgatory. I'm sick of the play-in tournament. And we'll wait and see if anything else changes. But hit that subscribe button on your way out. We'll see you guys next time. Go Bulls.
All right, let's circle back to some news that has flown in. I think we got to talk more about the Nuggets, Sieps. I think they're a big winner here. So they just traded Michael Porter Jr. and a first in 2032 to the Nets for Cam Johnson. Not only do they get a better defensive player, Sieps, they also shed $17 million.
$17 million.
And so what that did is it opened up basically the full non-taxpayer mid-level per Bobby Marks, which is $14.1 million. Well, now what they've done is they have brought back Bruce Brown.
I didn't even see that.
Was a key cog in their title run a couple of years ago. Don't know the details on that. I don't know if this is a big chunk of that mid-level or if this is more of like a vet min deal. I'm not sure, but if they can turn Michael Porter Jr. into Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, and maybe one other contributor,
that's a hell of a deal.
You're feeling pretty good because what has hurt the Nuggets the last couple of years? Just no depth.
No depth whatsoever.
Once they go to their bench, they're in major trouble. So even if Bruce Brown isn't what he quite was in that playoff run, if he's 80-85% of that, he knows how to play with Jokic. He's kind of a grinder type of player. I like bringing him back, and I think Johnson is just a more reliable player than MPJ.
I mean, Cam Johnson this past season, almost 19 points a night, shooting 39% from downtown, putting up a ton of threes as well.
Terrific defender, too.
Yeah, great defender. Now you look at like the Nuggets rotation, like you still got the best player in the world in Jokic, Jamal Murray, Bruce Brown mixed in.
You see his career year there was with the Nuggets. His efficiency went down without playing away from Jokic. So if you're banking on that coming back up a little bit. Christian Brown improved a ton last year.
Yeah.
So I like what the Nuggets have done here early on in day one of free agency. You mentioned Cam Johnson splits last year. And just look at the consistency, too. He is a knockdown three-point shooter.
Yep.
I mean, he is very consistent. I mean, if he can give you, 15 points per game as a third or fourth option, defend the way he does, it's a pretty big win. I think if you're a Nuggets fan, you can feel pretty good about what you're doing. A couple other notes, by the way. D'Angelo Russell's second year of that 2-year deal is a player option. No surprise, because if his role just tanks after Kyrie returns, he could opt out. That wouldn't shock me. Also, Kevon Looney has signed a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Pelicans. Kevin Porter re-ups with the Bucks, 2 years, $11 million. We mentioned Ty Jerome, 3 years, $28 million. So some more news and signings coming in here as hour 2 of free agency, a lot busier than hour 1.
So the Pelicans, again, Joe Dumars.
I don't get the Looney move.
You just drafted Yves Missi last year. You traded an unprotected 2026 first rounder for Derek Queen, and now you're signing Kevon Looney
to a 2-year deal.
A 2-year deal. The Atlanta Hawks, you'll have a top 5 pick next year, and it won't be yours. It will be the New Orleans Pelicans. Like, I have no idea what direction they're going. I don't know if they're going to keep Poole and Zion. Don't understand this really.
I mean, look, like
Looney's
a veteran that brings championship pedigree, but like he's over the hill. Like, I don't know about this one, man. Like, it just, you know what this is? This is unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. And also, if you're Kevon Looney, now maybe they just offered way more than any other team would.
This is the only deal
you're a career role player. You haven't made as much money as some of these other guys. I get it, but it's like you're toward the end. Like, you want to lock yourself in for 2 years with the Pelicans?
Yeah,
that's tough. I don't know about that, but again, you know, he might have been looking at like mid-level or like vet minimum type of deals elsewhere. So $16 million isn't anything to scoff at, but
it's an interesting move.
Those are the latest signings there. We did get a super chat again from Gwendolyn, almost getting us over $200. Shout out Gwendolyn, tonight's MVP. We appreciate it. Saying that I already have a lot of shirts. I can fit all shirts in my dresser, but I'm looking for at Fanatics right now. If you end up winning, Gwendolyn, we'll hook you up. Don't worry. We will hook you up, Gwendolyn. We will hook you up. Smitty just said he's going to crash out. Not sure what that's all about, but I need that. I need that in my life. All right, shout out your city. Let us know where you guys are tuning in from, and we'll get some shout outs here as Bobby Marks with some financial notes on the Nets. Seeps $17 million below the cap. That includes the Cam Thomas $12.1 million free agent hold. So if he signs elsewhere, they're almost back up to $30 million.
To 30.
So
I don't know who else they would be holding out for. Like the free agent they're going to give, unless they just keep on rolling that over.
Well, see, I would say would they make a run at a guy like Giddy? But they just drafted 12 point guards.
Yeah, and they drafted the Giddy clone and Demon. So
yeah. All right, where are you guys tuning in from? We got Desmond in Philadelphia, Gio in San Antonio, Scottish in Greenfield, Indiana, George in Chicago, Jacksonville from RD, St. Louis from James. We got Jonathan in Charlotte. Appreciate you guys tuning in. What do you got on the Bulls report?
We got Madison, Wisconsin, Chicago from Anthony, Robert in Louisiana. A bunch of FGBs just continuously rolling in. I love it.
They're loyal, if nothing else.
Dondre saying Boston. Ben Seaton in Springfield, Illinois. Shout out to you. Pushing weight saying it's going to be Kobe White for Kuminga soon. Wait for it.
Luke Cornett seeps 4 years, $41 million with San Antonio.
Okay, nice.
Is that their mid-level? I would guess so.
Yeah, at least a big chunk of it.
Most of it. They'll still have about $4 million left to maybe bring in a small sign, maybe someone to replace Chris Paul, assuming they lose him. But
Celtics going to lose Horford and Cornett here.
Yeah. Is Horford technically under contract still? Like, would that be a trade situation?
I'm pretty sure he's unrestricted.
Shouldn't he be one of our top free agents if that's the case? With how brutal this crop is. Let's see. Al Horford is, yeah, he is a free agent. We should have had him on the list. Oh, he is? Oh, okay. I'm just an idiot.
Apparently, Atlanta and Detroit are big on Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Well, you know what I was thinking is when that note from Marks came in that Denver almost has their full mid-level, he would be perfect for
he
them.
would be awesome.
He can handle a little bit, but they need perimeter defenders.
Yeah.
Now, with Bruce Brown coming back, assuming that's not the vet minimum, that probably takes them out of play for NAW, but that would have been a dream. If you could turn Michael Porter Jr. into Cam Johnson and NAW, that creates a big three in the West, I think, if that would have happened. With, I'll throw Minnesota in there still, but OKC, Houston, Minnesota, and Denver. Denver might be in there anyway now with these moves. But
yeah. I think they're probably third. At least on my list.
Minnesota 4.
Maybe it's just too much Jokic love, but I think they've had a.
Jokic by himself almost beat the who was OKC?
The Thunder.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon on one leg. Michael Porter Jr. is unplayable. Jamal Murray was hit or miss, and they still took him to 7.
Yeah.
I will say Nickeil Alexander-Walker for the Atlanta Hawks would fit right into what they do. Get these young, athletic wing defenders, Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels. I would like it.
Yeah, then Luke Cornett, we just mentioned, going to San Antonio, 4 years, $41 million. Really developed nicely in Boston. Became a good role player, gives them more size. I think they wanted kind of a bigger center next to Wemby to allow him to kind of roam the perimeter a little bit more. So
God, you can run Cornette 7'2", Wemby 7'4".
Yeah,
you got some great size.
I like this pickup for San Antonio, even if it feels like a lot of money. He can protect the rim a little bit. He can rebound as well. They can play him with Wemby. He can be a backup. So they've got some kind of lineup versatility there, bringing him into the fold. If you're just joining us, subscribe. We're here throughout NBA free agency. Day one is about 90 minutes old, and I ain't gonna lie, Seeps, we came out of the gate slow, but we've picked things up here thanks to that trade between Brooklyn and Denver. We'll see where things go from here. We can probably recap all the moves that have happened in the last 90 minutes. We'll do that here in a second, but we'll stick around as long as moves are happening. At the end of the night, we'll do some day one winners and losers and go from there. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Subscribe. We would appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Okay, I want to be boozled every 50 subscribers. So
keep hitting that sub button.
I'm sure I'll gag. Let me grab the trash can.
No Giddy.
Okay. Okay. Just blindly pick one here. Oh, this is trouble. This is either strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish.
Oh God.
So trash can's ready. All right.
As the Houston Rockets continue to make moves here, Clint Capella, 3-year, $21.5 million deal.
Back to Houston.
Wow.
Who's back of the week?
Capella, Steven Adams, and Alperen Şengün.
That's kind of weird, actually.
It is a little weird.
Şengün going to play some 4? But then what happens with Durant and Jabari Smith?
Both 7-footers. I actually crazy size now here in Houston.
They have 3. That is weird.
Yeah, 3 true centers who should all get.
I mean, they're
good rotational.
They're not trading Şengün, are they?
No.
Surely not.
Unless Giannis becomes available.
Oh God. Dead fish.
That's not strawberry banana.
No, dead fish.
Wow,
that's weird.
3-year
I like
deal.
Capella, but that still feels weird.
Definitely feels weird.
It's the lemonade stand.
Ah, Jesus.
It's the lemonade stand from The Office.
Yeah.
If you have $10 to run your lemonade stand and you only use $8, next year you're only going to get $8 because they think that's how much it costs to run your lemonade stand.
Might as well use 10.
If you got money to spend the money.
Yeah, that's an interesting move for Houston here.
Something's not adding up here. Şengün, Steven Adams, and Capella? Is Capella just not going to play much? Or Steven Adams? Because they already paid Adams.
This team is ridiculously deep now. Like, they legit have 13 guys, I think, that can get serious minutes.
The Rockets and the Mavs are the 2 biggest teams in the NBA in terms of size.
Size? Yeah.
I mean they're going to have, like, 4s playing the 2.
Like,
Durant's going to play shooting guard.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Unless, like...
I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah,
that's an interesting one. I mean, Capella's he's not going to play the minutes he used to, but like.
It has to be 10, 15 minutes a night.
Yeah, it's not a nothing burger either. Like, I would expect him to play.
Where do all Boban's minutes go?
He's been. He's sipping macchiatos somewhere. All right, Gwendolyn just continues to bring the heat. Gwendolyn.
Hey.
Woo! Saying bots took over the chat. Gwendolyn. That happens, unfortunately. But we know we can rely on you. We appreciate it, Gwendolyn. And we'll try to drown out the bots. And, type me to block the bots. That sometimes works. Feel free to do that. But we appreciate you, Gwendolyn. And
as we
people like you,
I'll take a
keep
shot
the
for
lights on
Gwendolyn
around
right
here.
now.
Appreciate it.
She's earned it.
That dead fish is just not going away, by the way.
You don't want to wash it down? I'll do a beer bong race. We're going.
Oh, by the way, what's his name?
The Pistons have used their MLE.
Oh yeah, Karis LeVert.
2-year, $29 million deal with Detroit.
Okay. Well, also, what's Young Masuk? Is that his name? He says with Kevon Looney gone, all signs point to Al Horford with the Warriors.
Okay.
So that's just a matter of time. But Karis LeVert to Detroit. So that probably that takes them out of the NAW sweepstakes.
So Atlanta is left. Maybe a team like Miami.
I mean, Brooklyn could still pay him if they
Brooklyn,
wanted
yeah,
to.
very well could.
Miami, the Bulls could still pay him.
Bulls could. Hope they don't, but I don't know.
Depending on that Bruce Brown deal,
Yeah,
the Nuggets could still, in theory. If the Nuggets got NAW, that would be significant.
It would be legit.
That would be significant. Could a sign and trade take place if money dries up? That's a possibility, perhaps. But yeah, Karis LeVert, I've always liked him, Seeps. He can handle the rock. He can play multiple positions. Decent defender.
It's a great ISO scorer.
I thought he had a good year last year. Goes to Detroit. Look, Detroit, I kind of like what they're doing in the sense of, you know, the new CBA benefits a team like them because they wouldn't have been able to lure a max free agent like a Kevin Durant or something like that if someone like that ever hit free agency. But just keep loading up your team with, you know, reasonable contracts, and when the right opportunity comes, be ready to trade.
So
like
you got
that. That's what they just keep loading up around Cade, and you know, they took a step forward last year. They were pretty damn close to winning that series against the Knicks. They blew a couple of those games. Otherwise, they probably win that series. So I think they're on the right trajectory. I think they're having a smart, patient approach to their roster building, and just be ready for an opportunity. I mean, when one of these stars wants out or becomes available, like, they should have enough assets now to go get that guy.
Like, if the Thunder can't pay Chet for whatever reason, maybe you can trade for him. Like, somebody will become available. So, yeah, a $14 million contract per year, that's very tradable. I like Karis LeVert a lot, and also I like the patient approach. Like, they could have seen the East being wide open this year. Let's go all in, screw themselves over for the future, but
their current core is going to be a playoff team next year and probably in a decent position to win a series if they get the right matchup.
Should be. I mean, especially if Cade keeps on developing the way
I think they can get into that 4 or 5 series this year and play a team like, I don't know,
maybe Orlando.
Like
I mean, they could,
or a diminished Indiana or Boston.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you'd have a chance to pull that off. Oh man.
Oh.
$100 super chat coming in from Gwendolyn. Boom! Shout out to Gwendolyn.
Shout out.
Had to go clean my room more. Gwendolyn, at this point, no explanations required. You're just a legend. So let's get a Gwendolyn chant going in the chat. We would greatly, greatly appreciate that. So shout out to Gwendolyn.
Holding it down.
You know. It doesn't even feel like a raffle at this point. This is just the Gwendolyn show.
You think they're doing a LeBron trade right here?
Oh, yeah. NBA trade machine. Let's go. Let's see what they're cooking
up.
Oh,
yeah. That's a LeBron
Darius
deal.
Garland, DeAndre Hunter, Jared Allen, and Max Strus.
For LeBron.
See, I would want to keep Jared Allen if I'm getting LeBron. You need a rim protector.
Yeah, unless you're running Mobley at the 5.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, this is a little 3-team
now they're
deal.
cooking it. No, they're doing a separate one with Dallas is what they're doing.
Oh, wow.
Gwendolyn, we're going to email you, get you taken care of because you've been a real one. So appreciate that. And Sam, are you doing a beer bong over there? Look at this guy.
Let's go.
Unbelievable.
That was the promise.
And by the way, we've now stalled out again. So
I'm back to hating Adam Silver with everything I am.
I mean, we're running trade machine for LeBron less than 2 hours into free agency opening. What are we doing?
There we go.
I will say, if he gets traded, I think I want it to be the Warriors.
Yeah, 100%. To see Curry and
Steph
LeBron,
and LeBron playing together would be pretty fun. I don't know if that would be good for our Warriors channel. History would say no, but maybe with
LeBron
Steph,
and Curry,
awesome.
Yeah.
Watch parties would be electric.
It's a Jimmy.
All
LeBron
right, shout out Gwendolyn, Sammy Chugs.
Let's go.
Sammy chugs a lot. Oh my God!
Oh,
splashed everywhere.
It got
really?
over here.
Because my forehead is soaked.
Flip it over.
Jesus.
He's hammered off one beer.
All right, just out loud producing here. Do we want to do tracker and winners and losers tonight, or do we pick one? I think we pick one.
Yeah, I think winners.
Do we want to run this until 7, and if nothing new, maybe we rip one? Okay, let me hop off real quick then, and I'll come back. And if nothing major happens in the next 20 minutes or so, we'll kind of do some day one reaction here. So stay tuned.
Yeah, we still got the same deals going on right now. I haven't done the Bean Boozled just yet. So if you guys have not hit that sub button, please do so, and we can crack open these. But also, we still got the raffle. $5 gets you 1 ticket, plus we talk about your team. And if you send in 10, get you 3. And then $20 gets you 6 tickets there. But, yeah, we can hit all the moves today. Oh, geez. Hey, you want to check the headline of the Bulls video that was just published, if you could? Thanks. Nah, it's just Bulls Trey Jones. But, yeah, we can recap all the moves so far. After Gwendolyn coming in yet again. I think I might just have to do Bean Boozled for Gwendolyn right here. All righty. All right, I'm going to, you know what? There's a lot of black ones in here. We'll do that. It's in the doc. I think it's just at the bottom. All right. This one we're doing toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Yeah.
Gwendolyn, you win. You've won.
Gwendolyn, this is for you. Cheers.
We're going to figure it out, but you've won. Oh, please be bad. Please be bad.
Delicious.
Oh.
Delicious. Toasted marshmallow. That was actually very good.
Damn it.
Gwendolyn, I appreciate you. Oh, dude, those things are sticky, though. I'll tell you what. Yeah. Yeah, we're sending you an email right now, Gwendolyn, to get your contact info. So we really do appreciate your support. Oh, you got it? Okay. Yeah, but here are the moves that started off free agency. Jaren Jackson getting a 5-year, $240 million extension with the Memphis Grizzlies. Then they brought back Aldama on a 3-year, $52.5 million deal. So Memphis, they have a young core they want to build around. Ja Morant, Jaren Jackson, Mixon and Aldama. Drafted Cedric Coward, like those fits there. Still got Zach Edey, Scottie Pippen off the bench. So Memphis, they're a solid team this past year, but...
Well, Zach Edey's set to miss the start of the season, if I remember correctly, with that ankle injury. Plus, dirty Purdue boy got caught speeding, going 46 over, and so now he might be facing some punishment there.
Going 1-on-1. Him and Shedeur, same day, same hour, actually. They're both pulled over. But I think the biggest signing of today would be Dorian Finney-Smith for the Houston Rockets, at least at what has the most impact. Perfect 3-and-D player, the add around Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun. I think this was, I mean, if you're Houston, if you're just looking at their roster top to bottom, they could legitimately run a 13-man rotation. Like Van Fleet, Amin Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Alperen Sengun. That would probably be your starting 5. And then you got guys like Steven Adams off the bench, Jayshawn Tate. You still got Jeff Green kicking it there. Reed Shepherd now. Cam Whitmore still involved. Tari Eason. Like Clint Capella now, which was a bit of a shocking move by Houston. Now they got 3 centers, like also 3 true centers. So I don't know what that means, if Steven Adams is expendable then, or maybe Capella could be expendable, but and you lose Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, which, you know, those are definitely key losses, but you're replacing Jalen Green, an ISO scorer, with one of the best ISO scorers of all time, and Kevin Durant. And then Amin Thompson should take on a way bigger role with Dylan Brooks out of that 2 spot. I have liked everything they have done. I think they're the biggest contender to the Thunder, not only, you know, just in the Western Conference, but, you know, the whole NBA. And, you know, more moves here. Paul Reed getting a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. No shocker there. Cam Spencer getting a $4.5 million deal over 2 years. And then Jake LaRavia getting 2 years, $12 million. So the Lakers trying to fill that void that DFS will be leaving. I don't know. We'll see if that's just enough. I would expect the Lakers to at least get in the market for like a DeAndre Ayton or one of these other guys, one of these centers. But more moves here. Trey Jones and D'Angelo Russell, some guards. Trey Jones, he was awesome for the Bulls during the second half of the season. After that Zach LaVine trade, we really saw his game take a leap. He did miss the rest of the season due to injury, but when he was out there playing for the Bulls, very efficient player, and he'll be the man that's just, manning that second unit. You're going to have a lot of raw players. Isaac Okoro, Noah Senge off the bench. You want to have a point guard that can just get him in the right spots, and Trey Jones is just that. Crazy efficiency in 25 minutes a game with the Bulls during the second half of the year, average 11.5 points per game. Him and Billy Donovan have a great relationship, and I'll tell you what, Bulls got two really solid playmaking guards. If you are an athletic wing and you want to come play for any team, Chicago might be at the top of your list, and the Bulls love athletic wings. You're still getting reports that they could be involved with the Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade sweepstakes, if that's what you want to call it. But here are the moves of the Bulls. Javon Carter opted into that player option. We saw that coming. And then Lonzo Ball. Waited all this time for him to return from injury just to send him to Cleveland for Isaac Okoro. Wasn't the biggest fan of that move, but I'm a fan of the Trey Jones signing, 3 years for $24 million. Then also, probably the biggest move of the day, Michael Porter Jr. getting traded to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. Absolutely love this move for both teams. I think if you're the Nets, you get an unprotected pick in 2032. I mean, Nikola Jokic right now, 30 years old. I can't imagine Jokic is playing closer to when he's 40 years old here. So I like that move. That could be a potential top 10 pick. And then you're also getting a massive upgrade defensively and offensively over Michael Porter Jr. Great three-point shooter, shot 40% this past season on high volume as well, and he's just a better defender than Michael Porter Jr. is at this stage. And also this allowed them, since they freed up a lot of money, they're able to go sign a guy like Bruce Brown back, a great point-of-attack defender. He was awesome next to Jokic during that championship run. I mean, he was a 15-a-game guy in the postseason when the Nuggets won the title that season. So I like this move for both teams. I will say, sneaky all-star in the Eastern Conference. Michael Porter Jr., he's going to put up a ton of shots. The Nets have a lot of playmaking guards, so we'll get some easy looks here. Don't be shocked that Michael Porter is a guy that averages like 23, 24 a game. Might not be the most efficient basketball, might not lead to a lot of wins, but I like this move for both these teams here. And, Michael Porter Jr., like the regular season numbers look great, but this guy was damn near unplayable in the postseason. I like this for Denver, the move off his contract. You're able to get younger. He also has a lengthy injury history, so I like that as well. But some other moves here, and probably the most interesting move, Kevon Looney, 2 years, $16 million deal from the Pelicans. I have no idea why the Pelicans did that. Like, you give an unprotected first-round pick in 2026 to trade up for Derek Queen. Last year in the draft, you took Yves Missi in the first round. And now you go sign Kevon Looney. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. But also Ty Jerome had an awesome year for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think that's a bargain deal. 3-year, $28 million. Also Bruce Brown, like we said, returning to the Denver Nuggets. Kevin Porter Jr., that was expected, return to Milwaukee Bucks on a 2-year, $11 million deal. And also another move I like, Luke Cornett heading to the San Antonio Spurs, the 7'2" center from Boston Celtics. Tell you, the Spurs are going to have a lot of size because you can run Cornette as a true 5 and then Wemby at the 4, both over 7'2". Wemby obviously being that ridiculous defensive player he is. I like that move a lot. We already broke down the Capella deal. That was an interesting move there for the Houston Rockets. I mean, they got 3 true centers they can run. They have 13 guys that are going to play consistent minutes. So that's kind of where we're at. Day one of NBA free agency. Started off slow. Definitely started to pick up just a little bit.
All right, Seeps. We'll kind of monitor the wire here and see if anything else comes through. Probably in 10, 15 minutes or so. If it's quiet, we'll take a look at some early winners and losers as we're a couple hours in. Mark Spears reports that there seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that Jonathan Kuminga will re-sign. The market is not good for him. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it is next summer. So maybe he signs like a 1-year, $10 million deal or something to return.
Yeah. I don't know. Just interesting.
If he's going to do that, like if it's that little money, like I'd rather just sign that elsewhere and get a bigger role somewhere. Like go sign with, hell, go to the Nets and just get 20 shots a game.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I think Michael Porter Jr. is going to be an all-star in the East.
Can he play for Team World?
If they had odds for that, I would hammer it. It'd be like plus 500 probably.
He probably will, low-key. Okay. There's another deal. Oh, Brook Lopez to the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh,
2 years,
Harry.
$18 million. So that was
Zoo?
the guy the Lakers were in on. So
They got to assume they're getting Ayton.
Ayton's got to be a Laker, right?
Yeah.
2 for 18. Shams has it.
Zoo and Brook Lopez.
I like that center
I
combo.
love that.
Perfect for a second round exit.
That's perfect for the Clippers.
He's going back west. So Brook Lopez, 2 years, 18 milli. I think one of the more underappreciated players of his generation. I mean, what was that stat he had? He was the only player in the league that averaged 40% from 3 and 3 blocks per game one season, whatever
Just can
it
run
was.
3-point line to under the rim defensively.
Yeah.
He was awesome for the Bucks. I think
He was a
gotta be-
key cog in that title run, man.
Is he 36 years old?
He's up there. To get a 2-year deal, that's pretty good work by
He's 37 now. Wow.
his agent. But, yeah, that's a nice pickup for the Clips. I actually like that piece.
Yeah.
Does that make them winners? The Lakers definitely
Ooh.
losers.
Lakers are for
So
sure
far.
losers.
I mean, look, he's still. He's still.
gave Harden
he's been
that-
the same guy. He's still good. He still blocks 2 shots a game. 13 and 5, 37%.
I guess in the modern day NBA free agency, does a Brook Lopez signing just automatically make you a winner?
They're probably more like neutral, I guess.
Yeah.
We don't have to force the issue.
This is M. Xavier coming in on the Bulls side of things saying, Bulls are cooked. Sup, Harrison, FGB. Shout out to you.
What's good, M. Xavier? Appreciate you tuning in. Got some Bears fans watching, but yeah, you guys are some real ones. Gwendolyn back for more. Says, do I really need a shirt? I don't need more at this time. Well, Gwendolyn,
You never know.
if you don't want one, that's fine, but you've earned one. That's all we're saying. Okay. So the recent moves, Brook Lopez to the Clippers. They also re-upped with Harden and Nick Batum. I still can't figure out this Clint Capella deal. I like what the
can't
Rockets
either.
have done in general, but I'm not sure how they plan on staggering their center rotation. I mean, unless Şengün's going to play some 4, but what does that mean for Jabari Smith and Kevin Durant? Like,
Maybe it's just, you know what I will say, in the NBA postseason the last couple of years, we have seen you got to be able to match up with anybody, and maybe this gives them more flexibility to run just a ridiculously big lineup.
well, there's also been something that's killed teams in the playoffs the last few years is injuries too. So now you have 3 legitimate options. at
3
center.
legit guys, yeah.
You can manage minutes throughout. Both Capella and Steven Adams are older, so I would guess neither plays back to back. So
No.
maybe you just stagger. Like, okay, if you have a back to back, Capella's playing tonight, and
Yeah.
Adams is playing tomorrow. So it gives them kind of versatility in that regard as well. So
Hey, I mean, they're trying to win a championship. If they're, even that's probably a slight overpay for Capella. Not going to give it
I
too
don't even think
hard.
it's an overpay. I just think it's a roster construction question.
Like, why do you need 3
I'll tell you-
true centers?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they have the best third center in the league, whoever it is.
Yeah. It's like the Kevin O'Connell. We got the best tight end 3 in the league, Jotty
Yeah.
Munt.
Dwight Powell.
Dwight Powell.
Okay.
Their
so-
lineup's ridiculous, man. They are so deep.
Yeah, the Rockets, they got a chance to be really good, man. Gwendolyn, we appreciate you. You're a real one. Appreciate the 5. If you don't want a shirt, no worries, but we got you covered if you do. Yeah. I do think it's safe to say that DeAndre Ayton's going to be a Laker.
You would hope if you're a Lakers fan.
If not, that's bad news. A third loser.
Us, NBA fans.
Did you say the Pelicans?
Pelicans, yeah.
I mean, it's picked up a little.
I think the Pelicans could be on there.
Did you have the Pelicans? Oh, that was the second loser. Who do you guys think is the biggest loser in free agency so far? If you guys have, maybe we'll get some good answers from the chat. What's the chat thinking? I mean, you said Celtics, but this is kind of expected, them to let guys go. So I don't know if
Yeah,
that qualifies them as a loser.
I just think.
Someone says Hawks.
I think the Hawks are
I don't
a
mind what the
winner,
Hawks have
if
done.
anything.
Yeah. Golden State. I mean, if they upgrade to Al Horford, that's a win.
That's a win.
Lakers are the biggest losers so far, although if they get Ayton, that's a good move, but that can't happen until at least Wednesday. Someone says Lakers, Bucks, Pelicans. Bucks lose Lopez. Did they add anyone? I'm trying to think if they signed somebody.
Re-signed Bobby Portis.
Yeah. Bucks could be a decent one, perhaps. Let's see.
Bulls fans are saying the Bulls.
I'll give you one. It hasn't happened yet, but we could put Jonathan Kuminga because he's not going to get anywhere close to the money that he thought he was going to get.
That's not a bad angle.
You could go Kuminga there. All right. He's got $52 million coming his way. He could play in freaking North Korea. He'd be a winner.
Yeah, I was gonna if you're signing a 1-year, $52 million contract, I don't care what you're doing.
You can put me on fucking Mars.
I'll do whatever. I'll do whatever. Whatever you need for $52 million, I got
Couple
you.
super chats coming in, including an FGB super chat.
Let's go.
From Mac McManus. Is that Brandon's brother?
M. Xavier, Bulls are cooked.
What's up, M. Xavier? We'll see what happens with Josh Giddy. Mac with an FGB.
Let's go.
He knows what's up. He knows what's up. And then Mullah. Oh, we just lost Mullah. Who's back of the week? Sammy Mullah. Yeah, I don't know who Da is. Mullah, we got you. Trying to get it fixed for you. It's because you have, I think you got one of those default names or handles. Oh, this is Mullah? Yes. Oh, I only see the handle in the chat. Okay. Appreciate you, Mullah. Appreciate you.
I have no idea.
Okay. The Brook Lopez deal is part of the full non-taxpayer for the Clippers, by the way. So they have about $5 million left in that little bucket. But
the Big Five hasn't changed.
Yeah, Big Five have not changed. That's true. Myles Turner still out there. You do wonder if some of these teams play hardball because other teams can't sign them. I mean, I don't think the Pacers' goal is to screw over Myles Turner.
Right.
But, what if they're like, yeah, we're going to give you 25 a year even though you want 32?
I'm sure with the Bulls and Warriors, with Kaminga and Giddy, I'm sure they're like, where else are you going to go get money?
Yeah, seriously.
Who's going to pay you guys? Even Quentin Grimes, I'm sure he's saying, I want 25 mil. Philadelphia's like, okay, go get 25 mil.
I'll give you 10.
Yeah, we'll give you 10.
It's like Pawn Stars. This guitar is signed by Jimi Hendrix is worth $600,000. I'll give you 25 grand.
I'll give you 25.
Deal. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, great show. R.I.P. Which one died? Okay, and then Chumlee's in prison, isn't he? What a run for that cast of characters. DeAndre Ayton, keep an eye on him with the Lake Show once that can become official on Wednesday. But you've got that going your way. Nick Alexander-Walker, there really hadn't even been like a report or anything.
No, I saw one from Siegel saying it was either the Detroit or Atlanta, but Detroit's out on him now after getting Karis LeVert, so maybe the Hawks? That's maybe the Timberwolves try to get him back.
I'll tell you what, if the Hawks get him, I kind of agree with you earlier. I don't think they're a title contender, but they're like a sneaky, they could be a top 4 or 5 in the East contender.
It'd be like when we look up Eastern Conference Finals, not shocked that Atlanta's there.
Yeah, or you look up in January, it's like, oh, they're 20 games above 500. Where did that come from? Yeah, exactly. Chris Paul still hasn't signed anywhere yet. Dennis Schroeder, I saw Fred Katz tweet out he expects the Kings to sign Schroeder, so maybe that's in the works, but as of now, nothing official on that front. Okay, we're going to get into some free agency winners and losers here in just a second. Are we recording this as part of to make it part of a loop? We could just hit tracker on the back end after the cut and send it to loop. That's how we can go. If you guys have any super chats, we'll We'll work those in. After we do winners and losers and our tracker, or maybe before the tracker, we'll do our raffle to see who wins our raffle. And then we'll send the show on loop if things have slowed down. So stick with us here as we are rolling along on day one of NBA free agency. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We're 36 subs away from 412,500, our next mini milestone. Got about 1,500 people watching live. So, Seeps, that's you, buddy. Being boozled. So,
yeah, I took one for.
Oh, you did take one.
I got toasted marshmallow. It was delicious.
Oh, Brett's up then. I don't want. What's it called again? That was a tough scene.
I had
dead fish.
I had what, old bandage or whatever.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
called. Like aftertaste for days.
Ugh, old Band-Aid. It's bad. All right, here we go.
The yellowish one.
Yellow. That means.
Top banana or wet dog?
Ooh.
Wet dog.
That's a tough scene.
What do you think wet dog?
If you need the
tastes
trash can, we're ready.
You've never licked a wet dog?
Yeah or nay?
The banana?
No, it's wet dog.
It's wet dog.
It's not the worst one ever.
No?
Eee, that's a bloodbath.
I don't think I have Coke left over here.
Ooh.
You can
always
smell
need
these.
always need a chaser when you're playing Bean Boozled.
Yeah.
When you're taking shots and Bean Boozled, that's
Shots
when you need a chaser. No other times. All right, we about what do we got? ETA over there. All right, right now we got some winners and so here's the next, I don't know, half hour or so. NBA free agency winners and losers. We'll recap every signing, new signing, starting with today's moves, and then we will do the raffle. So if you have a raffle entry, Gwendolyn's got a lot of them, but
She's already won.
oh, yeah, okay. Gwendolyn, congratulations. You are the winner. Okay. All right. So winners and losers. Free agency tracker. If new signings come in, if new super chats come in, we'll get to those. Otherwise, we are going to send this show on loop and potentially call tonight if nothing else is happening. But it's beauty of free agency. You never know. All right, Patrick Siepman, Harrison Graham. Here we go. Winners and losers from day one. This is NBA Now by Chat Sports. Harrison Graham, Patrick Siepman with you. Day one of NBA free agency rolling along. As we're filming this, about 2.5 hours in to free agency opening. And after a bit of a slow start, things have picked up. So we have enough winners and losers to dissect here on today's show. Perfect reminder, by the way, to subscribe to the channel. We'll have you guys covered over the next several days and potentially weeks, depending on what happens in the NBA world. We also cover the NFL here at Chat Sports, so do not miss out on any of it. It is 100% free. All right, Seeps, I think the biggest winner, and I think when you loop in the Kevin Durant trade, it's probably the biggest offseason winner so far. That is the Houston Rockets. You get KD, which we won't spend a crazy amount of time on because that's a bit of old news, but obviously that's huge because I didn't think they gave up anything crazy for him. And then you add Dorian Finney-Smith, who kind of surprisingly became available. That's a huge pickup.
Yeah, and plus, the Rockets, keep it simple here. What is the number one thing they needed this offseason is an ISO scorer, and you got one of the best ISO scorers of all time in Kevin Durant. But you also were able to bring back Steven Adams on a 3-year, $39 million deal. Maybe that's like $3 or $4 million more per year than I would have liked to give Adams, but he was a key part for them this past season. And also Van Fleet, $50 million over 2 seasons. I don't think that's a bad deal whatsoever, considering also Harry, he was awesome in the postseason for him.
Proven playoff performer as well. He's not the most efficient player of all time, but veteran player who knows what he's doing out there. Took less, opted out. I think he had $40 million left on a player option, opted out and basically cut his salary down 40%. So I like that. This is the one thing. I don't dislike it, Seeps, but they now go 3 deep at center. You get Clint Capella. I think the price tag's actually pretty reasonable, $7 million per year there to return to Houston, a place he spent most of his career. But they had already paid Steven Adams 3 years and $39 million, and they have Alperen Şengün. So are they going to play Şengün at the 4 more? And if they do, what does that mean for positional lineups with Kevin Durant and Jabari Smith Jr., who they already extended.
Yeah.
So this is the one. I'm not upset about it. I'm just kind of surprised by it.
I think from the Rockets side, this probably just gives them lineup versatility, where it's like, all right, we can run double big lineups and be one of the biggest starting lineups in the league. If you go, Steven Adams or Capella, Sengun at the 4, Katie, Amin Thompson, Fred VanVleet, like you can run that starting lineup. And plus, we've seen in the NBA postseason, you got to be able to match up against a bunch of different styles of game. And having that flexibility now with Capella, but still, like, it's just kind of just like a cherry on top move for him.
Yeah, and I will say this, a lot of injuries in recent years in the postseason, so now you go 3 deep at center. And one more thing, maybe they do some load management in the regular season. Back-to-backs, Adams and Capella aren't playing back-to-backs. So tonight, Capella's playing as our backup center. Tomorrow night, it's going to be Adams. So maybe they incorporate some of that. But all in all, I think the Rockets got to feel pretty good about where they're at. Who is the biggest winner from day one of NBA free agency? Let us know what you guys think in the comment section of this video. I like what the Rockets have done. I like what the Nuggets have done.
Yeah.
They make the first big post-free agency opening trade, Seeps, as the Denver Nuggets, who we'll get to next here, basically do a swap to save $17 million, shipping out Michael Porter Jr., bringing in Cam Johnson. They also sent a 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn, so I actually don't mind that part of it for the Nets either, if I'm being completely honest. But this gave the Nuggets, I think, a more reliable role player, high-end role player in Cam Johnson, but also they were able to add Bruce Brown as well. So it's kind of a 2-for-1. That's how I view it.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you just, plugged in Bruce Brown to this trade right here, that's necessarily what the Nuggets did. And Cam Johnson, he is one of the better shooters in the NBA, has great size, can guard multiple positions. And, we always talk about, role players when they leave Denver, their game kind of takes a hit. Well, what about a role player heading to Denver? Like, I think Cam Johnson, we have not seen the best version of him just yet, because playing next to Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray in that Nuggets system, just being a 3-and-D guy, I am sure he is so excited to play next to both those guys. And, Cam Johnson, he's been kind of chilling in Brooklyn, but he's been putting up great numbers, almost 19 a game.
You know what I like about Cam Johnson, too? It would be easy for him when he got to Brooklyn, a bad team, for the efficiency to dip.
Right.
That did not really happen, despite being an increased volume guy. Almost 19 points per game this year. Still a 39% three-point guy, 47% from the field. So, like guys like Jordan Poole, they go to Washington and their efficiency just plummets. That is not the case here. He knows who he is as a player. 3-and-D, can create a little bit offensively. I like this for the Nuggets. What they have had issues with since they won their title is not enough bodies. So now you get 2 guys that will be in their playoff rotation, in Cam Johnson and in Bruce Brown, and you ship out 1 guy, Michael Porter, who's been a good player for them, but also costs a ton of money and is very inconsistent and has some injury concerns. So I think this is a huge win for the Nuggets. I think it's a huge win for Cam Johnson to get back
100%.
with a competitive basketball team and a real chance to win a championship.
And it's also like this guy, it's not like he doesn't have playoff experience. He was a key part of that Suns team that lost to Milwaukee Bucks in the NBA Finals. So he's already been there, done that, and I'm sure he probably got that call from his agent. I'm sure he was running around his house or wherever he was, celebrating his tail off. So I love this for Cam Johnson. I love it for the Denver Nuggets. And I will say, I do like this for the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
You got a 2032 unprotected first-round pick. Jokic, I can't imagine he's going to be playing
mid-late 30s by then.
Yeah, I think that could potentially be a top 10 pick. So I like that for Cam Johnson and the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, if you're Brooklyn, just unload any asset. Like, you get as many draft picks as possible. That would be my advice. Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. To get a 5-year, $240 million contract, I mean, that's a good day for anybody. That's the biggest extension deal, whatever you want to call it. So huge win for him to get that deal. We can kind of just add Memphis into this conversation as a whole, Seeps, because they've been pretty active. But I do think this is a clear signal that they're not moving Ja Morant.
No.
I think they're going to build around Jaren Jackson and Ja Morant. You've seen that by committing to Santi Aldama long term. They go get who's the role
Ty
player?
Jerome.
Ty Jerome as well. Thank you very much. A guy who can shoot the ball from the perimeter. They obviously lost some of their shooting when Desmond Bane got traded. So good payday for Jackson, and interesting what they're going to do in Memphis so far. By the way, Cole Anthony is not going to be there, it sounds like. They are going to reroute him somewhere, so keep an eye on that.
Cole Anthony will be playing for a different team, but I like what Memphis is doing. And also, they have been sneakily one of the best drafting teams in the NBA over the last couple of years. Like guys like Aldama that we were just talking about, even like a Scottie Pippen Jr., finding him. And now you have all these picks for the Orlando Magic. You can either just continuously build out the bottom of your roster, or you could potentially go get a massive, trade for a massive player. And we have the Minnesota Timberwolves here as our last winner. But I'm going to also throw another winner in there that just ended up happening. The Atlanta Hawks, they just landed Nickeil Alexander-Walker on a 4-year, $62 million deal. So
yeah, let's talk about that, then we'll circle back to Minnesota. It ties in with Minnesota with Nick Alexander-Walker exiting. But we will get back to the T-Wolves. But for Atlanta to pull this off, I think they're in the mix in the East. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't think they're as good as New York. I don't think they're as good as Cleveland. But after that, it's wide open. It's wide open. 3 through 8, once the playoffs are here, are going to be up for grabs. And why not the Hawks? If Kristaps Porzingis is healthy, him and Trey Jones, that is a pretty lethal pick-and-pop game.
Yep.
Alexander Walker, who's become a good knockdown shooter. They need good perimeter defense around Trae Young. Alexander Walker provides that. I think the Hawks are feeling pretty good about themselves.
Think about the wings they have around Trae Young now. They just took Ricochet #1 overall last year. Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, now Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Still got Nneka Okongwu, Kristaps Porzingis. That's a solid team. Now, will it come down to Trae Young? Can he still be that first option on a team that can go on a deep playoff run?
Jake Fisher says this could be a sign and trade, by the way, so we'll see if something goes back to Minnesota. But in terms of Atlanta's roster construction, if Trae Young can just be a little bit more efficient, a little bit more consistent, and if Porzingis is healthy, this team could win 50 games.
100%.
I think that's absolutely on the table for the Atlanta Hawks. So I like that move quite a bit. We'll circle back to Minnesota in a second, but draft hats, they're available. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. The beauty of these, by the way, they're not like draft-centric where there's a draft logo and you can only wear them around the draft. You can wear these all year. These are sick hats for all your favorite teams. Check them out. Link is in the comments and in the description. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Pick yourself up a new lid today. So let's just get back to Minnesota. Obviously, they lose Alexander Walker, but that was expected. To still be able to keep Naz Reid and Julius Randle Siepes, I think that's a net win for Minnesota.
And it all connects back to the Karl Anthony Towns trade this past offseason. They had to move off his contract because they knew guys like Naz were coming down the line. They were going to get paid. Now, I'm sure I don't know if when they traded for Randle, they viewed him as a long-term piece, but at around $55 million combined per year for these guys, I would take that over Karl Anthony Towns. I think it's a rare win-win trade in the NBA. I mean, Randle was pretty damn good for Minnesota. Actually kind of shook off those playoff, demons that he had. Yep. So that was good. Obviously had a couple bad games against the Thunder, but I think you needed to keep both these guys, and they did just that.
Yeah, he kind of became a guy that they would run the offense through at times in the playoffs to A, take pressure off Ant, and B, Ant in a lot of those games started slow, so Randle would kind of be the guy to carry the load in the first half, and Ant would close in the second half. But to keep these two guys, I think is huge. Naz Reid, I still view him as an ascending player. Randle probably is what he is, but if he's an 18 to 22 point scorer consistently for the next couple of years and could be a secondary scorer and creator next to Ant, that's really all you need. You're banking on Edwards to continue to ascend.
Yeah.
Like, that's how the T-Wolves get over the hump, because people are always like, well, what's the move they make to get over the hump? Well, the move is their superstar gets better. That's sure they could have tried to trade for Durant. Sounds like he didn't want to go there. Like, there's always moves you can try to make, but
even a guy like Jaden McDaniels taking another step, that could be big.
A lot of their core is under 25 years old, so if they can get a couple of these guys to ascend, then they're going to continue to be a force in the Western Conference.
Also, I know the Thunder, they added in Hartenstein and Caruso, but what's the biggest reason why they got over the hump? It's because SGA, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren, they all took steps in their NBA careers. So I'm sure the T-Wolves are hoping, the same there.
They need Ant to get to SGA's level. I mean, SGA is one of, if not the best player in the world. Ant's like the 8th best player in the world. So, that's the difference, right? I mean, it really does come down to just little things like that. Okay, let's get to some losers. The Lakers. Now, I do think this could even out. I think they're going to get DeAndre Ayton. Brook Lopez signed with the Clippers. That was a center they were linked to. I think Ayton emerging on the market, which he can't officially sign until Wednesday because he has to clear waivers first. If they get him, I don't know if that makes him an overall winner, but I think they're feeling better about where they're at. To lose Dorian Finney-Smith, though, man,
Huge,
that's a guy Luka Doncic trusts. He's a good archetype fit with Luka with his ability to defend 1 through 4s and be a catch-and-shoot three-point shooter. I would have given him this deal if I was the Lakers. They could have given him this deal if they wanted to. They did not. They did sign Jake LaRavia, who will help replace Dodo's role offensively, but will not defensively. So I think right now they are in the losing side of the discussion here.
And especially with Denver picking up Cam Johnson. We know everything the Houston Rockets have done this offseason. Like, the Lakers are falling down the power rankings in the Western Conference, and Luka, I mean, he might have to go out there and average 34, 10, and 10 in the regular season for them to win 50 games. Like, I like the Jake LaRavia pickup, but is he going to fill the void that Dorian Finney-Smith left? I don't think so. Maybe a little bit offensively, but defensively, the Lakers really have zero guys that you would consider like plus defenders. So I think they're a loser from day one. Now, obviously, the Ayton pickup could change things, but the biggest loser of the entire NBA offseason, the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't know how Joe Dumars continues to get jobs in the NBA, but today they went out and signed Kevon Looney for a 2-year, $16 million deal.
It's totally unnecessary.
Unnecessary. You trade up for Derek Queen. You give up a 2026 unprotected first-round pick.
To do so.
That could be a top 5 pick easily. I would be shocked if it's not a top 7 pick. You drafted Yves Missi the year before, and then it's kind of just a whatever deal. Here you go, Kevon Looney. We need somebody to get a headline.
Let's bring in Jordan Poole.
Let's bring in Jordan Poole.
Sadiq Bey, who fell off a cliff 3 years ago.
Like,
welcome to town, buddy.
Zion, Derek Queen, play very similar. Jordan Poole, Jeremiah Fears, play very similar.
Kevon Looney's like 34, and all he does is rebound.
I just don't know what they're doing.
Deal.
I don't know what direction they're heading in. They're going to be regretting that Derek Queen trade, even if he ends up being a star. Like, even if he comes out his rookie year averages 15 and 10, that pick's probably going to be in the top 10. So I think the biggest losers of the offseason is, no doubt, the New Orleans Pelicans.
By the way, just recircling back one more time to that Alexander Walker deal, if that is a sign and trade, Atlanta would still preserve their $14.1 million non-tax mid-level, so they could sign another player of pretty good value. I mean, the Hawks are
East is wide open.
The Hawks could be cooking. Our last loser, and who knows, maybe this is who they would go get.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga. Why? Because reports leading into NBA free agency were that Jonathan Kuminga wants $30 million per year. Well, a new report has come in that the Warriors feel fairly confident he's going to resign. Why? Because that money is not out there.
Yep.
So does he just have to sign like 1 year, 10, 12 million bucks somewhere and just try to reestablish? Hopefully, there's more space for teams next year.
He just finds a bad team. I'll go average 25 a game, maybe get a big deal next offseason, but I don't know. This is also just a product of the new CBA, where you have a guy like Kuminga. No team has cap space to sign him to the deal he wants. Even if they wanted Kuminga, nobody's available to give him that $30+ million deal. I think he's definitely a loser here. If you had to call it, Harry, where is he playing basketball next year? You saying back in Golden State?
He stays with Golden State or he goes to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn leans into it.
To tie a bow on the Hawks T-Wolves deal, 2027 second-round pick and cash to Minnesota. So
okay,
we'll see what that means for the Hawks in terms of still having their full mid-level, but keep an eye on that. But, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga, look, I think he's just a classic. He and his camp think he's better than he is.
Right.
And when you get yourself into trouble doing that. Wasn't there chatter last offseason he could have signed a deal for like $25 million
$25 million a year.
I mean, he should have done that. He absolutely should have done that. So he is our last loser at this point in time is – we put a bow on early day one winners and losers of 2025. NBA free agency, we will continue to have you guys covered here at Chat Sports. So appreciate everybody for tuning in. But let us know, who's your favorite team and grade their moves so far? And if they haven't made a move, just say, insert team, no moves in the comment section below. But appreciate you guys for tuning in. Seeps and I will continue to have you covered. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We may or may not be live if you're, depending on when you're watching this. If we are, come hang out. And if not, we'll be live soon. Take care. Alrighty. So Nick Alexander-Walker comes in there.
Trade right there.
I like that move for Atlanta, man. I think they're pretty interesting. If Porzingis is the key to me. If he's healthy, that raises their ceiling. I mean, if he played, remember how good he was in their title run a couple years ago?
Just that one stretch in the finals, first quarter, game one.
Oh my God, he couldn't miss
dominated.
against the Mavs. Gave the Mavs middle finger for that one.
Yeah, and I like the Hawks, though. They're a well-ran organization, actually, for Atlanta.
Yeah, I like what
This
they're
is awesome.
doing.
Karis LeVert, Brooke Lopez, Cornette, Day'Ron Sharp, Batum.
Cool.
Can I run to the restroom real quick, Sam?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's going to be longer for both here, so we'll wait on the tracker cut. Just go real quick, Seeps.
All right, sweet.
I'll hang out with you guys when Seeps comes back. We'll do a little day one free agency tracker, then we'll send this show on loop. What that means is in the stream, it'll loop around a couple of times, keep you up to date with the latest moves, and then we'll either hop back on if something major happens, or we will sign off and call it a night. But appreciate everybody for hanging out. Let's play the games. Sam, shout out your favorite team, and I will pick a lucky person in the chat, and we'll talk about that team. So shout out your team in the chat. I know you guys kind of are already. You're giving your team a grade, but let's see here. Ooh, Tyus Jones to the Magic. 1 year, $7 million Buckaroos. There he goes. Tyus Jones to the Magic. All right, I'm going to look at the chat. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A lot of Warriors. Well, it sounds like Al Horford is someone that they're targeting. They lost the Celtics lost Luke Cornett. They're going to lose Al Horford too. The Warriors lost Kevon Looney, so they're looking to potentially upgrade with Al Horford. I do think Horford's an upgrade with his ability to space the floor, catch and shoot threes. Still a pretty good defender despite his advanced age, almost 40 years old. I would like that move for Golden State. What else do they do? That remains to be seen. But, yeah, that's kind of where things sit with the Golden State Warriors at this point in time. So we'll see if anything else pops up. Continue to shout out your team. I'll pick another one here in a second, and then
Can I pick one?
You can pick one.
Hell yeah.
Pick Sam. You pick one in 10.
I'm not
9,
looking.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.
Cavs.
All right. The Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, they added or they lost was Karis LeVert with them last year? Or was he
traded midseason.
Okay, that's right. They traded for Lonzo, that's right. And then Sam Merrill. Is Sam Merrill worth $38 million? You familiar with his game?
Yeah, he actually had a decent role for him this past season.
4-year contract.
Again, like these contracts, I'm sure these GMs do this, is like you could throw this in to match salary.
Yeah. Anything less than $10 million is very easy to move.
I still think, though, if you're Cleveland, you win 64 games, you obviously get bounced in the second round, injuries played a factor. Is there another move that we don't know about that they potentially...
LeBron. What?
Could be LeBron. I don't know. Like, are they just going to run it back and be like, oh, the Lonzo upgrade over a Kuro will do it for us?
Yeah, that or, Garland was hurt. He'll be healthy this time.
I don't know. I like the Lonzo pickup for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll be curious to see how much he plays, assuming they keep Garland. Something just happened?
Oh. There you go. All right, we're back.
Oh.
We're back.
CP muted? Sorry about that.
It was
Oh, Sam was muted. Tyus Jones to the Magic. What do you make of that one? 1 year, $7 million.
That's a good pickup for him.
I like
I like Tyus
offseason.
Jones.
Their backcourt's been gotten some good additions here.
Pretty much
Who's the
just-
guy they drafted out of Michigan State? Jace Richardson. I like
Jace
that.
Richardson.
I like that pick.
They got Anthony Black still. I'm still a big Anthony Black guy.
Yeah.
Him and Grady Dick during the jersey swap was one of the funniest things in NBA history.
Fantastic.
Kobe White needs to get involved in that. That would be funny.
That would be good. All right, you want to go through this tracker, Sammy?
Is this a?
This is just for a loop because the loop got.
We're just winging it.
Winners and losers.
We can say whatever we want.
That's exactly. Just start talking NFL. Is
All
Trey
right.
Hendrickson going to get traded? Okay.
Who is under the most pressure in the NFC North this next season?
Yeah.
It's going to be
Caleb or
headline and
Jaden?
First Take tomorrow.
No.
Who
Who's the
needs to
GOAT?
step up?
LeBron or MJ?
Yeah. After LeBron opted into his $52 million,
What does
is he
that
better
mean for
than
his
MJ?
legacy?
Yeah.
All right, Sammy, when you want to start this, we are good.
We're just flying
I thought
through.
you were going to record it, right? For loop? Do you need like a...
Oh, no, winners.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. All right,
Well, I know,
Dayron.
but do you need like a clean, like... Oh,
Alrighty.
okay. Alrighty, let's get to some moves that have happened on day one of NBA free agency.
Started off slow. No moves in the first 30 minutes.
Did start slow, but Jaren Jackson, 5 years, $240 million extension with the Memphis Grizzlies, so I like that move. Santi Aldama, they keep him as well, so I think, Seeps, this was a clear indicator that the Grizzlies are not moving on from Ja Morant, and they are not blowing things up.
No, that's the core they're going to build around. They got a bunch of draft capital, a part of that Desmond Bane trade. You actually brought in Ty Jerome, a scoring guard off
like
the
that
bench. Drafted a defensive-minded guard in Cedric Coward. So they still have a pretty good roster. They should be able to compete a little bit in the Western Conference. I don't know about competing to make the championship,
Like
but
a
at
playing
least
team right now.
yeah, playing team. Maybe best case scenario, they get the 6th seed, but I like what they're doing. But again, we have beat this drum all show. Houston Rockets, one of the biggest winners so far.
Yeah, I like this pickup. We kind of saw the tea leaves on this. He opted out. There was a report that Houston's prepared to offer him a 4-year deal. That obviously ended up being the case, taking up their non-taxpayer mid-level exception. They needed more floor spacing and shooting. Obviously, the Durant move kind of domino affected the rest of their offseason. But to get Finney Smith, who can start, he can come off the bench, he can play the 3 or the 4, small ball 5 at times. So not that they need that because they have 8 centers now. But
And they also just need another 2 guard besides Amin Thompson. I mean, they don't really have maybe like a Cam Whitmore, but a guy that's more reliable.
He plays too. Trey Jones back to the Bulls, backup point guard. D'Angelo Russell to Dallas, player option on the 2nd year. Obviously, going to play a notable role early on in the year with Kyrie Irving recovering from that ACL tear. An opportunity for him if he plays well to hit the reset button a little bit after a bad year last year.
And I wonder if he could be a sneaky trade deadline guy with like Kyrie coming back.
Kyrie's close enough, and like if you could get a first for him, maybe.
And he really impresses people. Like I can maybe see that, but
they would need like whether if Dante Exum is back or Jaden Hardy, they'd have to
like
feel
a more
good.
backup point.
Yeah, because the risk is you do that and then like Jaden Hardy still sucks. Yeah, so that's on the board. Denver's been a big player today. Seeps Bruce Brown coming on board. Obviously, they traded for Cam Johnson as well. Yep. Bruce Brown played a big role in their title run a few years ago.
Yeah, both these are great pickups. More 3-and-D guys around Nikola Jokic. Denver, I mean, I'd probably put them 3rd in the Western Conference now.
I think so. I would have them after OKC and Houston. You could debate Minnesota, but I would say with them losing an AW, even though they kept Randle and Naz Reid, Denver's probably closed that gap with
I bet you they have.
Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown. So I tend to agree there. Karis LeVert to Detroit, like that move a lot. as they just they just have solid pieces in
Solid.
Detroit. They're not ready to win a title, but they're not trying to win a title. Let's keep building this thing up. And like I said earlier, Seeps, you got a lot of movable contracts. Yep. Be ready to strike when a star becomes available and you feel like Cade Cunningham and said star is ready to make a big push.
And you got also young guys that are tradable, like Asar Thompson, Ron Holland. Like, you could package those guys, multiple picks, contract fillers. You could go big fish hunting here over the next couple of years.
Lopez to the Clippers was a notable signing as well. And then probably the most notable move outside of the trade, I would say, would be Nick Alexander-Walker to the Hawks. We made Atlanta one of our day one winners. Apparently, Trey Young was very vocal in trying to get him to Atlanta, which is smart because they need good perimeter defenders around a Trey Young-led offense.
And you also know Trey Young has never had a teammate that has been an all-star. And now, like, this is probably the best team he's had in his NBA career, so I like the pickup.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. And I still think, too, Alexander Walker, I think there's room to grow here. Still.
100%.
Like, I don't think he's a finished product. I think playing – this might be a hot take. He might actually get better looks in that offense than 100%. He was. I love Anthony Edwards, but he's not – Trey Young's a better playmaker than Ant is.
Like, Trey Young, when he's running that high pick and roll, if you're a corner shooter or spot-up guy, it is very reminiscent of, like, Luka, where it's like he gets all the attention. He's just spraying out the shooters. But
you got to pick up Trey Young at midcourt, too. Like, it just 100%. Stresses out defenses. And now that you have better shooters around him, Porzingis can shoot from 35. So I think Atlanta offensively could be pretty dynamic.
Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, now Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Risha Shea, number 1 overall pick from last year.
He sneakily, was decent.
He was pretty good.
People were like, this is the worst pick ever. And it's like, well, it was a bad draft, and I thought he played pretty well.
He was a 12-a-game guy as a rookie, very efficient. So I like what Atlanta's doing. They're one of the biggest winners for me as well.
That's where things sit so far in NBA free agency. The most recent move was Tyus Jones, 1 year, $7 million, to go to the Orlando Magic as they add a piece to that backcourt. We are going to send this show on loop, so stick around. If something major happens in the near future, we'll hop back in and break that down. If not, if it's kind of slow the rest of the night, we will be back tomorrow for day 2 of NBA free agency. TBD on what time and who will be hosting, but we'll have you guys covered. So hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and stay locked in with us here during free agency. Free. All right, Seeps. I think the biggest winner, and I think when you loop in the Kevin Durant trade, it's probably the biggest offseason winner so far. That is the Houston Rockets. You get KD, which we won't spend a crazy amount of time on because that's a bit of old news, but obviously that's huge because I didn't think they gave up anything crazy for him. And then you add Dorian Finney-Smith, who kind of surprisingly became available. That's a huge pickup.
Yeah, and plus, the Rockets – keep it simple here. What is the number one thing they needed this offseason is an ISO scorer, and you got one of the best ISO scorers of all time in Kevin Durant. But you also were able to bring back Steven Adams on a 3-year, $39 million deal. Maybe that's like $3 or $4 million more per year than I would have liked to give Adams, but he was a key part for them this past season. And also Van Fleet, $50 million over 2 seasons. I don't think that's a bad deal whatsoever, considering also Harry, he was awesome in the postseason for him.
Proven playoff performer as well. He's not the most efficient player of all time, but veteran player who knows what he's doing out there. Took less, opted out. I think he had $40 million left on a player option, opted out and basically cut his salary down 40%. So I like that. This is the one thing. I don't dislike it, Seeps, but they now go 3 deep at center. You get Clint Capella. I think the price tag's actually pretty reasonable, $7 million per year there to return to Houston, a place he spent most of his career. But they had already paid Steven Adams 3 years and $39 million, and they have Alperen Şengün. So Are they going to play Şengün at the 4 more? And if they do, what does that mean for positional lineups with Kevin Durant and Jabari Smith Jr., who they already extended?
Yeah.
So this is the one. I'm not upset about it. I'm just kind of surprised by it.
I think from the Rockets side, this probably just gives them lineup versatility, where it's like, all right, we can run double big lineups and be one of the biggest starting lineups in the league. If you go, Steven Adams or Capella, Şengün at the 4, Katie, Amin Thompson, Fred VanVleet, like you can run that starting lineup. And plus, we've seen in the NBA postseason, you got to be able to match up against a bunch of different styles of game. And having that flexibility now with Capella, but still, like, it's just kind of just like a cherry on top move for him.
Yeah, and I will say this, a lot of injuries in recent years in the postseason, so now you go 3 deep at center. And one more thing, maybe they do some load management in the regular season. Back-to-backs, Adams and Capella aren't playing back-to-backs. So tonight, Capella's playing as our backup center. Tomorrow night, it's going to be Adams. So maybe they incorporate some of that. But all in all, I think the Rockets got to feel pretty good about where they're at. Who is the biggest winner from day one of NBA free agency? Let us know what you guys think in the comment section of this video. I like what the Rockets have done. I like what the Nuggets have done.
Yeah.
They make the first big post-free agency opening trade, Seeps, as the Denver Nuggets, who we'll get to next here, basically do a swap to save $17 million, shipping out Michael Porter Jr., bringing in Cam Johnson. They also sent a 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn, so I actually don't mind that part of it for the Nets either, if I'm being completely honest. But this gave the Nuggets, I think, a more reliable role player, high-end role player in Cam Johnson, but also they were able to add Bruce Brown as well. So it's kind of a 2-for-1. That's how I view it.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you just, plugged in Bruce Brown to this trade right here, that's necessarily what the Nuggets did. And Cam Johnson, he is one of the better shooters in the NBA, has great size, can guard multiple positions. And, we always talk about, role players when they leave Denver, their game kind of takes a hit. Well, what about a role player heading to Denver? Like, I think Cam Johnson, we have not seen the best version of him just yet, because playing next to Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray in that Nuggets system, just being a 3-and-D guy, I am sure he is so excited to play next to both those guys. And, Cam Johnson, he's been kind of chilling in Brooklyn, but he's been putting up great numbers, almost 19 a game.
You know what I like about Cam Johnson, too? It would be easy for him when he got to Brooklyn, a bad team, for the efficiency to dip.
Right.
That did not really happen, despite being an increased volume guy. Almost 19 points per game this year. Still a 39% three-point guy, 47% from the field. So, like guys like Jordan Poole, they go to Washington and their efficiency just plummets. That is not the case here. He knows who he is as a player. 3-and-D, can create a little bit offensively. I like this for the Nuggets. What they have had issues with since they won their title is not enough bodies. So now you get 2 guys that will be in their playoff rotation, in Cam Johnson and in Bruce Brown, and you ship out one guy, Michael Porter, who's been a good player for them, but also costs a ton of money and is very inconsistent and has some injury concerns. So I think this is a huge win for the Nuggets. I think it's a huge win for Cam Johnson to get back with a competitive basketball team and a real chance to win a championship.
And it's also like this guy, it's not like he doesn't have playoff experience. He was a key part of that Suns team that lost to Milwaukee Bucks in the NBA Finals. So he's already been there, done that, and I am sure he probably got that call from his agent. I'm sure he was running around his house or wherever he was, celebrating his tail off. So I love this for Cam Johnson. I love it for the Denver Nuggets. And I will say, I do like this for the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
You got a 2032 unprotected first-round pick. Jokic, I can't imagine he's going to be playing
mid-late 30s by then.
Yeah, I think that could potentially be a top 10 pick. So I like that for Cam Johnson and the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, if you're Brooklyn, just unload any asset. Like, you get as many draft picks as possible. That would be my advice. Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. To get a 5-year, $240 million contract, I mean, that's a good day for anybody. That's the biggest extension deal, whatever you want to call it. So huge win for him to get that deal. We can kind of just add Memphis into this conversation as a whole, Seeps, because they've been pretty active. But I do think this is a clear signal that they're not moving Ja Morant.
No.
I think they're going to build around Jaren Jackson and Ja Morant. You've seen that by committing to Santi Aldama long term. They go get who's the role player? Ty Jerome as well. Thank you very much. A guy who can shoot the ball from the perimeter. They obviously lost some of their shooting when Desmond Bane got traded. So good payday for Jackson, and interesting what they're going to do in Memphis so far. By the way, Cole Anthony is not going to be there, it sounds like. They are going to reroute him somewhere, so keep an eye on that.
Cole Anthony will be playing for a different team, but I like what Memphis is doing. And also, they have been sneakily one of the best drafting teams in the NBA over the last couple of years. Like guys like Aldama that we were just talking about, even like a Scottie Pippen Jr., finding him. And now you have all these picks for the Orlando Magic. You can either just continuously build out the bottom of your roster, or you could potentially go get a massive, trade for a massive player. And we have the Minnesota Timberwolves here as our last winner. But I'm going to also throw another winner in there that just ended up happening. The Atlanta Hawks, they just landed Nickeil Alexander-Walker on a 4-year, $62 million deal. So
yeah, let's talk about that, then we'll circle back to Minnesota. It ties in with Minnesota with Nick Alexander-Walker exiting. But we will get back to the T-Wolves. But for Atlanta to pull this off, I think they're in the mix in the East. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't think they're as good as New York. I don't think they're as good as Cleveland. But after that, it's wide open. It's wide open. 3 through 8, once the playoffs are here, are going to be up for grabs. And why not the Hawks? If Kristaps Porzingis is healthy, him and Trey Jones, that is a pretty lethal pick-and-pop game.
Yep.
Alexander Walker, who's become a good knockdown shooter. They need good perimeter defense around Trey Young. Alexander Walker provides that. I think the Hawks are feeling pretty good about themselves.
Think about the wings they have around Trey Young now. They just took Ricochet, number 1 overall last year. Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, now Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Still got Nneka Okongwu, Kristaps Porzingis. That's a solid team. Now, will it come down to Trey Young? Can he still be that first option on a team that can go on a deep playoff run?
Jake Fisher says this could be a sign and trade, by the way, so we'll see if something goes back to Minnesota. But in terms of Atlanta's roster construction, if Trey Young can just be a little bit more efficient, a little bit more consistent, and if Porzingis is healthy, this team could win 50 games.
100%.
I mean, I think that's absolutely on the table for the Atlanta Hawks. So I like that move quite a bit. We'll circle back to Minnesota in a second, but draft hats, they're available. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. The beauty of these, by the way, they're not like draft-centric where there's a draft logo and you can only wear them around the draft. You can wear these all year. These are sick hats for all your favorite teams. Check them out. Link is in the comments and in the description. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Pick yourself up a new lid today. So let's just get back to Minnesota. Obviously, they lose Alexander Walker, but that was expected. To still be able to keep Naz Reid and Julius Randle, Siepes, I think that's a net win for Minnesota.
And it all connects back to the Karl-Anthony Towns trade this past offseason. They had to move off his contract because they knew guys like Naz were coming down the line. They were going to get paid. Now, I'm sure I don't know if when they traded for Randle, they viewed him as a long-term piece, but at around $55 million combined per year for these guys, I would take that over Karl-Anthony Towns. I think it's a rare win-win trade in the NBA. I mean, Randle was pretty damn good for Minnesota, actually kind of shook off those playoff, demons that he had, so that was good. Obviously, he had a couple bad games against the Thunder, but I think you needed to keep both these guys, and they did just that.
Yeah, he kind of became a guy that they would run the offense through at times in the playoffs to A, take pressure off Ant, and B, Ant in a lot of those games started slow, so Randle would kind of be the guy to carry the load in the first half, and Ant would close in the second half. But to keep these two guys, I think is huge. Naz Reid, I still view him as an ascending player. Randle probably is what he is, but if he's an 18 to 22 point scorer consistently for the next couple of years and could be a secondary scorer and creator next to Ant, that's really all you need. You're banking on Edwards to continue to ascend.
Yeah.
Like, that's how the T-Wolves get over the hump, because people are always like, well, what's the move they make to get over the hump? Well, the move is their superstar gets better. That's sure they could have tried to trade for Durant. Sounds like he didn't want to go there. Like, there's always moves you can try to make, but
even a guy like Jaden McDaniels taking another step, that could be big.
They a lot of their core is under 25 years old, so if they can get a couple of these guys to ascend, then they're going to continue to be a force in the Western Conference.
Also, I know the Thunder, they added in Hartenstein and Caruso, but what's the biggest reason why they got over the hump? It's because SGA, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren, they all took steps in their NBA career. So I'm sure the T-Wolves are hoping, the same there.
They need Ant to get to SGA's level. I mean, SGA is one of, if not the best player in the world. Ant's like the 8th best player in the world. So, that's the difference, right? I mean, it really does come down to just little things like that. Okay, let's get to some losers. The Lakers. Now, I do think this could even out. I think they're going to get DeAndre Ayton. Brook Lopez signed with the Clippers. That was a center they were linked to. I think Ayton emerging on the market, which he can't officially sign until Wednesday because he has to clear waivers first. If they get him, I don't know if that makes him an overall winner, but I think they're feeling better about where they're at. To lose Dorian Finney-Smith, though, man,
Huge,
that's a guy Luka Doncic trusts. He's a good archetype fit with Luka with his ability to defend 1 through 4s and be a catch-and-shoot three-point shooter. I would have given him this deal if I was the Lakers. They could have given him this deal if they wanted to. They did not. They did sign Jake LaRavia, who will help replace Dodo's role offensively, but will not defensively. So I think right now they are in the losing side of the discussion here.
And especially with Denver picking up Cam Johnson. We know everything the Houston Rockets have done this offseason. Like, the Lakers are falling down the power rankings in the Western Conference, and Luka, I mean, he might have to go out there and average 34, 10, and 10 in the regular season for them to win 50 games. Like, I like the Jake LaRavia pickup, but is he going to fill the void that Dorian Finney-Smith left? I don't think so. Maybe a little bit offensively, but defensively, the Lakers really have 0 guys that you would consider like plus defenders. So I think they're a loser from day one. Now, obviously, the Ayton pickup could change things, but the biggest loser of the entire NBA offseason, the New Orleans Pelicans. I don't know how Joe Dumars continues to get jobs in the NBA, but today they went out and signed Kevon Looney for a 2-year, $16 million deal.
It's totally unnecessary.
Unnecessary. You trade up for Derek Queen. You give up a 2026 unprotected first-round pick.
To do so.
That could be a top 5 pick easily. I would be shocked if it's not a top 7 pick. You drafted Yves Missi the year before, and then it's kind of just a whatever deal. Here you go, Kevon Looney. We need somebody to get a headline.
Let's bring in Jordan Poole.
Let's bring in Jordan Poole.
Sadiq Bey, who fell off a cliff 3 years ago.
Like,
welcome to town, buddy.
Zion, Derek Queen, play very similar. Jordan Poole, Jeremiah Fears, play very similar.
Kevon Looney's like 34, and all he does is rebound.
I just don't know what they're doing.
Deal.
I don't know what direction they're heading in. They're going to be regretting that Derek Queen trade, even if he ends up being a star. Like, even if he comes out his rookie year averages 15 and 10, that pick's probably going to be in the top 10. So I think the biggest losers of the offseason is, no doubt the New Orleans Pelicans.
By the way, just recircling back one more time to that Alexander Walker deal. If that is a sign and trade, Atlanta would still preserve their $14.1 million non-tax mid-level, so they could sign another player of pretty good value. I mean, the Hawks are
East is wide open.
The Hawks could be cooking. Our last loser, and who knows, maybe this is who they would go get.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga. Why? Because reports leading into NBA free agency were that Jonathan Kuminga wants $30 million per year. Well, a new report has come in that the Warriors feel fairly confident he's going to resign. Why? Because that money is not out there,
Yep.
So does he just have to sign like 1 year, 10, 12 million bucks somewhere and just try to reestablish? Hopefully, there's more space for teams next year.
He just finds a bad team. I'll go average 25 a game, maybe get a big deal next offseason, but I don't know. This is also just a product of the new CBA, where you have a guy like Kuminga. No team has cap space to sign him to the deal he wants. Even if they wanted Kuminga, nobody's available to give him that $30+ million deal. I think he's definitely a loser here. If you had to call it, Harry, where is he playing basketball next year? Are you saying back in Golden State?
He stays with Golden State, or he goes to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn leans into it.
To tie a bow on the Hawks T-Wolves deal, 2027 second-round pick and cash to Minnesota. So
okay,
we'll see what that means for the Hawks in terms of still having their full mid-level, but keep an eye on that. But, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga, look, I think he's just a classic. He and his camp think he's better than he is.
Right.
And when you get yourself into trouble doing that. Wasn't there chatter last offseason he could have signed a deal for like $25 million
$25 million a year.
I mean, he should have done that. He absolutely should have done that. So he is our last loser at this point in time as we put a bow on early day one winners and losers of 2025. NBA free agency, we will continue to have you guys covered here at Chat Sports. So appreciate everybody for tuning in. But let us know, who's your favorite team and grade their moves so far And if they haven't made a move, just say, insert team, no moves in the comment section below. But appreciate you guys for tuning in. Seeps and I will continue to have you covered. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We may or may not be live if you're, depending on when you're watching this. If we are, come hang out. And if not, we'll be live soon. Take care. Alrighty. So Nick Alexander-Walker comes in there.
Trade right there.
I like that move for Atlanta, man. I think they're pretty interesting. If Porzingis is the key to me. If he's healthy, that raises their ceiling. I mean, if he played, remember how good he was in their title run a couple years ago?
Just that one stretch in the finals, first quarter, game one.
Oh my God, he couldn't miss
dominated.
against the Mavs. Gave the Mavs middle finger for that one.
Yeah, and I like the Hawks, though. They're a well-ran organization, actually, for Atlanta.
Yeah, I like what
This
they're
is awesome.
doing.
Karis LeVert, Brooke Lopez, Cornette, Day'Ron Sharp, Batum.
Cool.
Can I run to the restroom real quick, Sam?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's going to be longer for both here, so we'll wait on the tracker cut. Just go real quick, Seeps.
All right, sweet.
I'll hang out with you guys when Seeps comes back. We'll do a little day one free agency tracker, then we'll send this show on loop. What that means is in the stream, it'll loop around a couple of times, keep you up to date with the latest moves, and then we'll either hop back on if something major happens, or we will sign off and call it a night. But appreciate everybody for hanging out. Let's play the games. Sam, shout out your favorite team, and I will pick a lucky person in the chat, and we'll talk about that team. So shout out your team in the chat. I know you guys kind of are already. You're giving your team a grade, but let's see here. Ooh, Tyus Jones to the Magic. 1 year, $7 million Buckaroos. There he goes. Tyus Jones to the Magic. All right, I'm going to look at the chat. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A lot of Warriors. Well, it sounds like Al Horford is someone that they're targeting. They lost the Celtics lost Luke Cornett. They're going to lose Al Horford too. The Warriors lost Kevon Looney, so they're looking to potentially upgrade with Al Horford. I do think Horford's an upgrade with his ability to space the floor, catch and shoot threes. Still a pretty good defender despite his advanced age, almost 40 years old. I would like that move for Golden State. What else do they do? That remains to be seen. But, yeah, that's kind of where things sit with the Golden State Warriors at this point in time. So we'll see if anything else pops up. Continue to shout out your team. I'll pick another one here in a second. And then
Can I pick one?
You can pick one.
Hell yeah.
Sam, you pick one in 10.
I'm not
9,
looking.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Cavs.
All right. The Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, they added or they lost was Karis LeVert with them last year? Or was he
traded midseason.
Okay, that's right. They traded for Lonzo, that's right. And then Sam Merrill. Is Sam Merrill worth $38 million? You familiar with his game?
Yeah, he actually had a decent role for him this past season. I don't know, about 38.
4-year contract.
Again, like these contracts, I'm sure these GMs view this as like you could throw this in to match salary.
Yeah. Anything less than $10 million is very easy to move.
I still think though, if you're Cleveland, you win 64 games. You guys get bounced in the second round. Injuries played a factor. Is there another move that we don't know about that they potentially?
LeBron. What?
Could be LeBron. I don't know. Like, are they just gonna run it back and be like, "Oh, the Lonzo upgrade over a Kuro will do it for us"?
Yeah, that or Garland was hurt. He'll be healthy this time.
I don't know. I like the Lonzo pickup for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll be curious to see how much he plays, assuming they keep Garland. Something just happened?
Oh. There you go. All right, we're back.
Oh.
We're back.
CP muted? Sorry about that.
It was
Oh, Sam was muted. Tyus Jones to the Magic. What do you make of that one? 1 year, $7 million.
That's a good pickup for him.
I like
I like
their
Tyus
offseason.
Jones.
Their backcourt's been gotten some good additions here.
Pretty much
Who's
just
the guy they drafted out of Michigan State? Jace Richardson. I like
Jace
that.
Richardson.
I like that pick.
They got Anthony Black still. I'm still a big Anthony Black guy.
Yeah.
Him and Grady Dick during the jersey swap was one of the funniest things in NBA history.
Fantastic.
Kobe White needs to get involved in that. That would be funny.
That would be good. All right, you want to go through this tracker, Sammy?
Is this a...
This is just for a loop. Because the loop got
We're just winging it.
Winners and losers.
We can say whatever we want.
That's exactly. Just start talking NFL.
Just
Is
All
Trey
right.
Hendrickson going to get traded? Okay.
Who is under the most pressure in the NFC North this next season?
Yeah.
It's going to be
Caleb or
headline at
Jaden?
First Take tomorrow.
No.
Who
Who's the
needs to
GOAT?
step up?
LeBron or MJ?
Yeah. After LeBron opted into his $52 million,
What does
is he
that
better
mean for
than
his
MJ?
legacy?
Yeah.
All right, Sammy, when you want to start this, we are good.
We're just flying
I thought you
through.
were going to record it, right? For loop? Do you need like a...
Oh, no, winners.
Oh, okay.
All righty. All right,
Well, I know,
Dayron.
but do you need like a clean, like... Oh,
All righty.
All righty, let's get to some moves that have happened on day one of NBA free agency.
Started off slow. No moves in the first 30 minutes.
Did start slow, but Jaren Jackson, 5 years, $240 million extension with the Memphis Grizzlies, so I like that move. Santi Aldama, they keep him as well, so I think, Seeps, this was a clear indicator that the Grizzlies are not moving on from Ja Morant, and they are not blowing things up.
No, that's the core they're going to build around. They got a bunch of draft capital, a part of that Desmond Bane trade. You actually brought in Ty Jerome, a scoring guard off the bench. Drafted a defensive-minded guard in Cedric Coward. So they still have a pretty good roster. They should be able to compete a little bit in the Western Conference. I don't know about competing to make the championship,
Like
but
a
at
playing
least
team right now.
Yeah, playing team. Maybe best case scenario, they get the 6th seed, but I like what they're doing. But again, we have beat this drum all show. Houston Rockets, one of the biggest winners so far.
Yeah, I like this pickup. We kind of saw the tea leaves on this. He opted out. There was a report that Houston's prepared to offer him a 4-year deal. That obviously ended up being the case, taking up their non-taxpayer mid-level exception. They needed more floor spacing and shooting. Obviously, the Durant move kind of domino affected the rest of their offseason. But to get Finney Smith, who can start, he can come off the bench, he can play the 3 or the 4, small ball 5 at times. So not that they need that because they have 8 centers now. But
and they also just need another 2 guard besides Amin Thompson. I mean, they don't really have maybe like a Cam Whitmore, but a guy that's more reliable.
He plays too. Trey Jones back to the Bulls, backup point guard. D'Angelo Russell to Dallas, player option on the 2nd year. Obviously, going to play a notable role early on in the year with Kyrie Irving recovering from that ACL tear. An opportunity for him, if he plays well, to hit the reset button a little bit after a bad year last year.
And I wonder if he could be a sneaky trade deadline guy with like Kyrie coming back.
Kyrie's close enough, and like if you could get a first for him, maybe.
And he really impresses people. Like I could maybe see that, but
they would need like whether if Dante Exum is back or Jaden Hardy, they'd have to
like
feel
a more
good.
backup point. Yeah,
because the risk is you do that and then like Jaden Hardy still sucks.
Yeah.
So that's on the board. Denver's been a big player today. Seeps Bruce Brown coming on board. Obviously, they traded for Cam Johnson as well.
Yep.
Bruce Brown played a big role in their title run a few years ago.
Yeah, both these are great pickups. More 3-and-D guys around Nikola Jokic. Denver, I mean, I'd probably put them 3rd in the Western Conference now.
I think so. I would have them after OKC and Houston. You could debate Minnesota, but I would say with them losing an AW, even though they kept Randall and Naz Reid, Denver's probably closed that gap with
I bet you they have.
Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown. So I tend to agree there. Karis LeVert to Detroit, like that move a lot. as they just continue to – they just have solid pieces in
Solid.
Detroit. They're not ready to win a title, but they're not trying to win a title. Let's keep building this thing up. And like I said earlier, Seeps, you got a lot of movable contracts. Yep. Be ready to strike when a star becomes available and you feel like Cade Cunningham and said star is ready to make a big push.
And you got also young guys that are tradable, like Asar Thompson, Ron Holland. Like, you could package those guys, multiple picks, contract fillers. You could go big fish hunting here over the next couple of years.
Lopez to the Clippers was a notable signing as well. And then probably the most notable move outside of the trade, I would say, would be Nick Alexander-Walker to the Hawks. We made Atlanta one of our day one winners. Apparently Trey Young was very vocal in trying to get him to Atlanta, which is smart because they need good perimeter defenders around a Trey Young-led offense.
And you also know Trey Young has never had a teammate that has been an all-star. And now, like, this is probably the best team he's had in his NBA career, so I like the pickup.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. And I still think, too, Alexander Walker, I think there's room to grow here. Still.
100%.
Like, I don't think he's a finished product. I think playing –
this
might be a hot take. He might actually get better looks in that offense than
100%.
he was. I love Anthony Edwards, but he's not. Trey Young's a better playmaker than Ant is.
Like, Trey Young, when he's running that high pick and roll, if you're a corner shooter or spot-up guy, it is very reminiscent of, like, Luka, where it's like he gets all the attention. He's just spraying out the shooters. But
you got to pick up Trey Young at midcourt, too. Like, it just
100%.
stresses out defenses. And now that you have better shooters around him, Porzingis can shoot from 35. So I think Atlanta offensively could be pretty dynamic.
Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, now Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Rishad Shea, number 1 overall pick from last year.
He sneakily was decent.
He was pretty good.
People were like, "This is the worst pick ever," and it's like, "Well, it was a bad draft." And I thought he played pretty well.
He was a 12-a-game guy as a rookie, very efficient. So I like what Atlanta's doing. They're one of the biggest winners for me as well.
That's where things sit so far in NBA free agency. The most recent move was Tyus Jones, 1 year, $7 million, to go to the Orlando Magic as they add a piece to that backcourt. We are going to send this show on loop, so stick around. If something major happens in the near future, we'll hop back in and break that down. If not, if it's kind of slow the rest of the night, we will be back tomorrow for day 2 of NBA free agency. TBD on what time and who will be hosting, but we'll have you guys covered. So hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and stay locked in with us here during free agency.